Well, this is the headline in the Times-Picayune. Katrina takes aim on New Orleans. This is the worst case scenario, folks. Right now, the track's still having it, if not over us, very close to us. I'm Jeff Morrow, and I have a live report here from the Riverwalk in just a few moments.
This is how those roads look today as thousands flee the path of Katrina. The hurricane is packing, get this, winds of 175 miles per hour. Hello and welcome to Weekend Now. I'm Kevin Robinson.
And I'm Christina Abernathy. Hurricane Katrina is a Category 5 hurricane. That means catastrophic damage to any city in its wake.
That's right, and the people of New Orleans are not taking any chances. This is how the gas lines looked on Saturday as folks prepared to leave the city.
We're seeing now with the system, again, packing 175-mile-per-hour winds and the pressure 907 millibars, moving to the west-northwest at 12 miles per hour. But we do think that in response to a trough off to the north and west, it's going to lead it toward a turn more toward the north as we go through the rest of the day today.
And that's right, and that's where things become a little more questionable, because here we have our cone that continues to align itself right along the north-central Gulf Coast. And what we're looking at right now is a landfall anywhere possibly from, let's say, Mobile Bay to the New Orleans area. And the key will be exactly when does it begin to make that northwesterly turn there, because when that happens, that should pretty much put it on a beeline for where it will impact land on Monday. Now, of course, the Weather Channel is keeping you ahead of the storm.
And, of course, we have crews all along the Gulf Coast this morning. Hurricane expert Dr. Steve Lyons has been tracking this powerful hurricane at the expert desk. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is standing by live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and meteorologist Jeff Morrow is in New Orleans. And we begin with Stephanie in Gulf Shores. And, Stephanie, can you update us on the evacuations there?
Yeah, they do have evacuations, and those went into place at 10 o'clock. And we had a few stragglers on the beach here, and they said, you have to get off. There's no more options. You have to leave the beach, and they did that. They're also clearing the beach. Look at this, moving the lifeguard stands out of the way here. And we also have some shelter information we want to tell you about opening at 2 p.m. today. Daphne East, Fairhope Elementary, Baldwin County High School, and Spanish Fort High School will all be shelters open at 2. Special needs shelters, Fairhope and Foley satellite courthouses. Those will be the special needs shelters. They're getting prepared. There's a lot of construction here on the beach, and they're preparing those sites as well. This is a common sight along the Gulf Coast. Whether new construction or damage left over from Ivan, and with a hurricane approaching, there's a lot to consider on job sites.
We secure all the plywood, loose materials, band it, strap it, like the doors, windows, and we secure them, put everything in the building that we can get in the building so that it'll be secured and safe. We also lay the crane down behind me. You'll see that's what they're doing right now, working to lay it down.
Building codes are being continually improved, which is helping to protect waterfront property.
This, believe it or not, would look pretty good. The concrete structures, they withstand real good. All we would lose on this concrete structure would be the blow-away walls on the ground, and that's actually designed that way for a tidal surge. The walls will collapse and let the water go through, so the structure of the building is not damaged at all. You do what you got to do to prepare for it and hope for the best. I mean, this day we lost between today and yesterday for preparing for it, and then it'll take a day at least to pull the stuff back out so we can get back into production. You got to do the preparation. I mean, all I can say is if you don't, shame on you.
And I want to mention that we're preparing as well. All of our crews here in the field, from me here in Gulf Shores all the way to Jeff in New Orleans, Kevin and Christina, we are all going to take the proper precautions. We're not going to stay in harm's way either. I want to make that known to everybody as well.
All right, Stephanie, glad to hear that. You guys stay safe out there. We want to take a look at what's in store, again, with Katrina for today. And here's how it looks.
That's right. As we fly under the massive white cloudiness there being Hurricane Katrina, this is what we're expecting for weather conditions to continue to deteriorate as we go through the day.
I'm Jeff Morrow in New Orleans, Louisiana, along the Riverwalk. Again, Katrina getting ever stronger and continuing to head toward the Louisiana and Mississippi Gulf Coast. Here in New Orleans, it is not panic, but it is deep concern. We'll have a live update with the latest in just a moment.
And we'll also have a a live update from Gulf Shores, Alabama. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. That mandatory evacuation, guess what? It just went into effect, and they're telling everyone they have to get off the beaches. We'll have a live report next.
Those who can are leaving New Orleans and the Louisiana Gulf Coast. Katrina is the most dangerous hurricane Louisiana has seen in the last 40 years. Winds now up to 175 miles per hour. Hi, and welcome to Weekend Now. I'm Christina Abernathy.
And I'm Kevin Robinson. We are watching a very dangerous and deadly hurricane. It is now a Category 5 hurricane with, as Christina mentioned, sustained winds of 175 miles per hour.
At this time, Katrina is expected to make landfall sometime midday on Monday. Now remember this was just a few days ago when Katrina made its first landfall in South Florida. It brought winds of up to 95 miles an hour and more than a foot of rain to some places, and that was when it was a Category 1. Now it's a Category 5.
That's right, Christina, and we are looking at a dangerous hurricane. Now, again, maximum sustained winds up to 175 miles per hour. Movement is off to the west-northwest at 12, and that's critical because the storm has accelerated some since last night, and the minimum central pressure now is down to 907 millibars. The storm is exactly 225 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So what are we expecting with Hurricane Katrina right now? Well, this is the projected path, and again, that cone still centered on the north-central Gulf of Mexico for a landfall sometime during the day on Monday. And again, that's subject to change some, especially with the storm accelerating just a little bit. We have to pay very close attention to what has now become quite possibly a deadly hurricane.
Right, we'll continue to keep you updated, and of course, we have crews along the Gulf Coast. This morning, hurricane expert Dr. Steve Lyons is also tracking this powerful hurricane at the expert desk. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is standing by live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and meteorologist Jeff Morrow is in New Orleans. And we begin with Jeff Morrow. Jeff, have you seen an increase in activity since this mandatory evacuation was ordered?
Yeah, there are a few more people out and about. They're kind of wandering around and kind of asking questions, should we be getting out? And of course the answer to that is absolutely. There are some shelters open here, as a matter of fact, and there are some mandatory evacuations out. Let's go ahead and show you the mandatory evacuations that we currently have. St. Charles, Jefferson, Assumption, Lafourche, St. James, Plaquemines, Orleans are all under mandatory evacuation. Anybody outside the floodgates, definitely under mandatory evacuation. What you need to do is try to get on the interstates, I-10 westbound, headed over toward Baton Rouge. Now, you're going to get into some traffic, obviously, but it does look like that things will be moving along, and you could also head on up into Mississippi as well on Interstate 55 and 59. So again, we'll keep you updated from here, but now that the mandatory evacuation is underway, a lot of people, I assume, will start to get up, pack up, and leave. The time is getting limited. Christina, let's get back to you.
All right, thanks, Jeff. We'll check back in with you throughout the morning. But we also want to take a look at what is in store for the Gulf Coast today to sort of graphically give you an idea of what's expected.
That's right. Weather conditions are expected to deteriorate as we go through the afternoon. There's that large mass of cloud cover. Of course, that is Hurricane Katrina. They're looming in the Gulf as we speak. For New Orleans and Biloxi, both look for increasing winds. And, of course, also we are watching for increasing wave heights out there as we go through the day. So if you're along the coast in either Biloxi or New Orleans, it is not a smart idea right now.
Of course, a lot of comparisons have been made between this system and Camille, and of course, Camille, one of the worst systems to ever hit the U.S., and it had a pressure at its lowest point of 905, so this is rivaling Camille. And with that, the bottom line, a large and extremely dangerous system. The impacts will be severe and widespread, and the landfall expected sometime midday tomorrow. So that's what you need to remember if you live anywhere here along the northern Gulf Coast. Well, I think we have now Stephanie Abrams, who is live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and it looks like, Stephanie, those waves have really kicked up in the background.
They have, we're sustained about 10 miles an hour, gusting to about 16. I want to show you quickly, if we go down the beach a little bit here, you see those lifeguard stands are actually taking those off the beach. And we had a big bulldozer, and they're going to clear those off the beach. And they actually just came out here and told everyone they need to get off the beach. There's a few stragglers left, and I can guarantee you they'll make them leave very soon because this storm continues to intensify and threaten the coast here. And you know what? They're worried about the wind, they're worried about the rain, but they're most concerned about the surge. So as we head throughout the day today, of course, that Gulf is going to continue to churn and continue to get it worse here. And as I was mentioning, Kevin and Christina, our winds from the east, and I can actually look above me and see those clouds racing from east to west. We're on the north side of the storm, counterclockwise flow, so it makes sense.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much. Stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Of course, coming up, details on how to protect your food supply when the power goes out.
But first, hurricane expert Dr. Steve Lyons will show us what to expect as Katrina moves ashore.
Our local Doppler radar. Today, windy with showers and thunderstorms. High 94. Winds east-northeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Rainfall near 1/4 inch. For tonight, rain and wind with a few rumbles of thunder. Low 78. Rainfall possibly over 2 inches. On Monday, windy with rain. Heavy at times. High 85. The week ahead.
What has happened here, and in 1969 with Hurricane Camille, we had a terrible time along the Gulf Coast. Winds up to 200 miles an hour estimated. Central pressure 909 millibars. You can compare that to what we're looking at now. The pressure of this storm now is 906 millibars. So this storm is comparable to Camille. It is comparable to Andrew in terms of intensity, but it's a very large storm. Camille was a very small storm, and this one is huge, and it's going to cause some serious problems as it moves on in. This is the timeline here. We think the center of the storm will near the coast tomorrow morning, so you'll be feeling the effects through the night tonight, getting worse and worse through the night here in southeastern Louisiana. Could make a landfall here a little bit later in the day, towards the middle of the day, say around Mississippi. That is also a possibility, but you want to keep in mind that the effects will be felt well ahead of the storm and well to the east of the storm in what is known as the right front quadrant. So if the storm took a right-hand side of this track here, then it would be well along towards the east here, and the effects will be felt well inland as well. We want to go now to Jim Cantore. He has a report from Biloxi.
We're going to get to Jim in just a minute. First, though, we want to take you to Gulf Shores, Alabama. That is where we find our own meteorologist, Stephanie Abrams. And Stephanie, we can see the waves definitely increasing. We've had reports up to 10 feet in some spots. You've been there throughout the day, seeing what people have been doing, and now you're starting to feel the first rain bands, right?
That's right, Jennifer. As a matter of fact, we saw the clouds. Actually, we can show you the clouds if we just go a little bit this way. And you can look at the ocean as well and see how angry it is. So we saw these dark clouds off to our east, so we're thinking, yeah, you know what, it's going to rain. Looks like it's going to rain. Well, it did. It came down very heavily, so we threw on the rain gear, and I have a feeling that I will not be taking it off anytime soon. Now, fortunately, the people here in Gulf Shores, they're getting ready. They're boarding up. They're gassing up. And they are definitely listening to the officials here. They have evacuated the beach. They have shelters open. And the folks here, they know what it's like. They dealt with Ivan last year. And fortunately, they didn't get a lot of damage to Dennis, but they still had to deal with Dennis. And you know what? They're actually still just finishing some repairs from Ivan.
Northwest at 8 miles an hour, central pressure down to 935 millibars, and it is centered 310 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi. Here's a look at it on the satellite picture, and Boy, this is not good. It is well organized, almost perfectly circular. There's no wind shear here trying to disrupt it. The water temperatures ahead of it, upper 80s to low 90s, and it is very, very well organized here. Not good news at all. Here are, I want to look back over the last 7 days worth of things, and this formed out of a disturbed area of weather coming up through the Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas, rapidly became Tropical Storm Katrina, then Hurricane Katrina as it made landfall, and now it has just blossomed, just grown into this monster here of 145 miles an hour. We'll have more details, including a new advisory, shortly.
This is storm alert coverage of Hurricane Katrina. The American Red Cross is poised to go in and help the victims of Hurricane Katrina.
And their national spokesperson tells the Weather Channel it could be a record-setting effort.
This response will be the largest natural disaster response in the history of the American Red Cross and will cost us multi-millions of dollars to provide services to families. That's the estimate at this point in the stage of the breadth of the destruction and the intensity of loss, especially if you're looking at a collapse of a city like New Orleans.
Some changes occurring now with the structure of Hurricane Katrina. Let's go to meteorologist Rich Johnson for an in-depth update.
All right, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Warren. Here's the latest information. First of all, our sky tracker. Here's a tornado watch covering portions of Florida eastward or westward into Louisiana. Notice the eye of the hurricane, the south part of the eye becoming a little bit ragged here. We think some dry air has been entrained into the hurricane, causing some slight weakening. Keep in mind it is still a strong Category 4, top sustained winds at 155. Not much difference between that as opposed to that low Category 5 we had at 160 earlier. Here's Louisiana right here, the tip of the coast right here, Southwest Pass in this area. Much earlier, 2-3 hours ago, some of the gusts were over 100 miles an hour. This is the eye wall right here. It's just about touching now the extreme southeastern part of Louisiana. Here's the eye structure, and notice off to that south side there. Hurricane hunters also have reported that it's actually becoming a little bit ragged, so that's something that we continue to follow. As we slide farther to the north, coast of Mississippi right here, we have Gulfport, Biloxi, then back over toward Mobile Bay. The eastern portion of this hurricane appears to be the stronger side, and it usually is many times, so we're still very concerned with the threat of inland flooding, surge coming in. Also, some of the buoys measured about an hour and a half ago up to 40-foot seas, little ways about 70 miles off to the south of Dauphin Island. So there's very high seas farther to the south. Surge will be a problem here. Let's head back and look at some additional information. Here it is, 2 a.m. advisory, central daylight at that point. Strong Category 4, 155 miles per hour. Moving to the north, that's the other change that we've noticed overnight tonight, is that essentially before it was moving more of a northwesterly course. The past 2-3 hours, it's made more of a curve, now essentially heading due north. Also notice with our water vapor imagery here is that that west side of this hurricane appears to have entrained a little bit of this dry air. There's a trough of low pressure farther to the west, and it appears that a little dry air has come in, and that may try to disrupt the circulation some. It appears that maybe just a little bit of that has occurred. Here's our track here. You can see basically off to the northwest in the last couple shots right in through this area here, so it may come in near Venice, a little bit off to the west as it continues to the north, but areas up along Mississippi coast, Alabama coast, full force of all this water will be heading northward. Conditions will continue to deteriorate over the next couple of hours, and that's something we're very concerned about as we'll look at a very high water rise back over the Mississippi coast, Louisiana, southeast Louisiana, also over toward Mobile Bay with this water rise here coming soon. Once again, here's Warren, here's Bob.
Thanks a lot, Rich. Now, we're glad there's some deterioration on the west side of this now, but some viewers may be surprised to know where a lot of the fatalities from tropical cyclones come from.
Right. We talk a lot about along the coast and the impacts along the coast, and you might think, well, that's where most of the deaths occur. But look at that. Surge, 1%. Surf, 11%. Wind, only 12%. Inland flooding. That is where we see much of the death caused by tropical cyclones in the period in the U.S. from 70 to 1999. And that means if you're watching to the north, the Tennessee and the Ohio valleys, this is going to impact you, and you need to be prepared as Katrina makes its approach farther to the north.
Now, Rich was talking about winds exceeding 100 miles an hour around Southwest Pass earlier, but notice New Orleans, some strong winds, Warren.
Yeah, the winds are continuing to pick up in the New Orleans metro. We'll have complete coverage as we continue Hurricane Central coverage of Hurricane Katrina.
Hurricane ever to hit the U.S. Let's take a look at the latest information on Katrina. Again, a very well-defined eye here, currently 32 miles across. The outer bands of rain already strafing the Gulf Coast.
All right, and here is the latest information. The center of circulation getting closer, 180 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi. Its winds now 175 miles per hour and moving northwest at 13 miles per hour.
And here's the forecasted track of Hurricane Katrina, making landfall sometime on Monday, perhaps as early as Monday morning, as late as the early afternoon hours, but definitely weather going downhill as we speak, and it only gets worse until it gets better.
And, of course, we have a team of meteorologists along the Gulf Coast covering Hurricane Katrina throughout the night. And, of course, checking in with our hurricane expert, Dr. Steve Lyons. But first, let's go back live now to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori from Biloxi, Mississippi. And, you know, Jim, when we talked to you last half hour, you were really deeply concerned, people milling about. I mean, do you think there's an element of the population down there who think, I've lived through a hurricane before, and how will this be? And why would this be so much different?
I think there's two things that went on here, Alexandra. Number one was the fact that, you know, everyone was pretty confident when they woke up about 48 hours ago that this thing was going into the Florida Panhandle, perhaps a bit too confident. Then all of a sudden, really overnight, we had a strengthening of the hurricane and a complete shift in track, a tremendous shift in the track, a dramatic shift in the track, I would say. And we're talking about now a potential hit from New Orleans on over to the Florida Panhandle, which is pretty much stuck with us. So I think really it took all day yesterday for people to realize that, and today has been a reactive day, and those people have been reacting and trying to get out of harm's way. But what's interesting, of course, is how many people are on the roads right now. I've been through this a lot of times, and I got to say, I'm very concerned about the amount of people that are on the roads right now. I mean, gridlock on I-10 eastbound. People are coming all the way down to the beaches, all right, to try and go along Ocean Boulevard or 90 to get ahead of the traffic and the gridlock. So, I mean, it's just incredible what's going on here, and I think there's just a lot of people that are doing a lot of things last minute. Unfortunately, we're getting a few rain bands in through here now. The ground is wet. We've got our first rain band that's come on. It's completely overcast. With those rain bands, the winds are going to be picking up, and no question, I'm very concerned about people's livelihood here. I think we're just reacting a few hours too late with this one. Take a look around you, because it's very likely that what you see will be unrecognizable by the time Tuesday morning rolls around. I'm Jim Cantori in Biloxi. I'll give you a live report.
And a satellite picture showing you a Category 5 hurricane, Hurricane Katrina, as high up on the Saffir-Simpson scale as one can get. Top winds now in that eye wall, 160 miles per hour.
And right now, Katrina is turning and churning in the Gulf of Mexico and has its eyes set right along the Gulf Coast. We are now in storm alert mode here at the Weather Channel, and we are hot on the trail of Hurricane Katrina. And this morning, it's really intensifying rather quickly. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kelly Cass.
Kelly, the pressure. 910 millibars now. That's what prompted that issuance to a Category 5 status. It went from 115 miles per hour on the 11 o'clock advisory to now top winds of 160 in the matter of about 8 hours.
That's right. Every time the hurricane hunters go in there, they're finding stronger winds, too. And now its path could take it right up to the Louisiana coastline, possibly Mississippi. Around lunchtime tomorrow, that's when we think the landfall will be occurring.
Yeah, once again, remember that this was just a couple of days ago, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Thursday night. There's your landfall, a minimal Category 1. That's what a minimal Category 1 looks like, folks. Top winds as high as 95 miles an hour, bringing a lot of rain there. And now, once again, it's upgraded to a Cat 5.
And as you can see there, there's the very, very well-defined eye of the system. And again, it's very large, too. You have to remember, it's not just around the eye, but according to the whole picture here, we're talking about tropical storm force winds that will be impacting much of the Gulf Coast by later on tonight. And there's your bottom line on the storm. It's large, it's extremely dangerous. Impacts will be severe and widespread. Again, that landfall occurring sometime tomorrow, and you could even feel those tropical storm force winds later on tonight, and then eventually the hurricane force winds as well. Of course, the Weather Channel has crews. It's live this morning in Biloxi, Mississippi. Meteorologist Jeff Morrow is in New Orleans. And Jeff, we're going to start with you. Of course, as you know, New Orleans especially vulnerable to a hurricane because it is below sea level. You just got word that it has become a Cat 5. What are your thoughts on this right now, and what are people doing to prepare?
It kind of leaves you numb just to hear that. And in some cases, we just had a man walk by here, and he lives in the French Quarter, and he was like kind of blasé about the whole thing. We had Betsy. I was here with Betsy. We didn't get that much rain, wasn't that? Folks, it doesn't get any bigger than this. This is huge, and if it comes here, you'll remember it, believe me, and you'll want to get out of its way. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and have us pan over here. Was going to show you the actual side of the hurricane here, the clouds that are all across the sky here. That is it, folks. Those clouds that you're looking at right there are the outer edge of the hurricane as it approaches. All right, let's talk quickly about evacuations. We had some people getting out of town yesterday, and yeah, they were getting out on I-10. At first, it was a little bit clogged up, but it got a lot better. They have a thing here called contraflow, where a lot of folks, they turn the lanes the other way, and you get 4 up to 6 lanes going out of town, and that seemed to help a lot. Last time we were hit by a tropical storm was this year, actually, with Cindy. That brought us a lot of rain, and then the last time we were actually hit by a fairly big hurricane was Elena back in the 80s. Isidore 2 years ago kind of brushed by this area to the west, but folks, this is nothing like those. This is so much worse. This is Camille size, and if some of the older folks around know about Camille, they'll tell you, you got to get out of its way. We'll keep you updated from here. Jim, let's get over to you now in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Yeah, Jeff, basically everybody south of I-10, perhaps even south of I-20 across the state of Mississippi needs to get out of harm's way. They need to go east, northeast. I wouldn't go due north because this thing's supposed to go right up through Mississippi. I mean, we're talking about damage which will extend up through Jackson, Hattiesburg, Tupelo, Greenville, Greenwood, possibly Memphis, and even Nashville, Tennessee could see damage from this storm as it comes inland. But along the immediate coast, we're talking about huge water, because it's very likely we will be on the other side of this hurricane, on the most powerful side of it. Could come in very, very close to where Camille came in, strangely enough. And how ironic is it? You can see behind me here, as we look at a beautiful sunrise, compliments of the outer high cloud bands of what is an absolutely deadly and dangerous hurricane.
Welcome back. We are in storm alert mode here at the Weather Channel. We are on top of Hurricane Katrina, and unfortunately, it's going to be on top of the Gulf Coast sometime tomorrow. Right now, it's packing winds of 160 miles per hour.
Category 5 hurricane, Kelly. The pressure, 910 millibars. That's right, folks. It is a deeper pressure than Hurricane Opal was when it bottomed out back in early October 1995. Here's a look at this incredible satellite picture, and note that eye wall. That is just unbelievable, so concentric.
Yeah, that eye was kind of going through collapsing, and it was kind of going through some changes yesterday, and then of course it reappeared, and now it's stronger than ever. The eye wall, of course, right around that calm center is where we have the strongest winds. Again, now at 160 miles an hour, that is capable of doing catastrophic damage. That's why we have the Saffir-Simpson scale.
And Kelly, again, it came in as a 1 back on Thursday night there in Broward and Miami-Dade County. Top winds there peaked out at 95 miles per hour, but note, hurricane category 5 status puts it over 155, officially 160, and the damage can be expected and likely will be catastrophic on the coast.
All right, not just the wind, but the storm surge, and we've also got the possibility of flooding depending on how quickly the storm moves. There you see the hurricane warnings and watches that are currently in effect.
About you, you moved from Biloxi a little bit farther west. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, Jeff, when somebody offers you a hot meal and a bed, you know, it's pretty much a no-brainer at that point. We were thinking about staying in the Coliseum, which was going to be a pretty lonely stay, no question about it, not to mention sitting at 14.6 feet above sea level as opposed to here. at the Armed Forces Retirement Home, which is sitting at about 27 feet above sea level. So let's go ahead and find out why this place is so great. This is the director, John Thornhauer. He joins us here tonight. And John, again, first of all, we appreciate so much for you coming to invite us to stay here with you on what is going to be obviously one heck of a night here. Tell us how you built this place with obviously a hurricane in mind.
Well, this structure was built and the windows were tested for 160 mile-an-hour winds and actually got up to about 180, and they leak a little bit at 180, so we're good to go.
All right. How many people do you have in here, or how many people can you hold, and how many people are in here?
We currently have 416 residents in the facility. We have 25 Seabees from the Navy Construction Battalion. They're tremendous support from there. We also have about 75 family members of employees, and we have staff and support staff of about 100 at this time.
Now, this is one of two retirement homes for armed services, and the other one's in Washington, D.C. What prompted building these buildings, certainly to these kind of standards?
These facilities were really built for a freestanding, to be prepared for this type of thing. So we've got a situation where we're able to be self-contained and provide for all the health needs, welfare needs, and for our residents.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And John tells me, too, we're not going to change anything. The breakfast that they're used to having, the dinner times they're used to having, all those are going to remain on schedule here. And no doubt that's a good thing. You couldn't feel more comfortable, and we certainly appreciate them having us here. So, guys, we're in. We're in about 1.5 miles from the beach, about 27 feet up. Yeah, it's going to get ugly out here. No question about it. And for the folks in Biloxi still watching us tonight, you have a curfew coming up at 9 o'clock this evening. I want everybody in the city of Biloxi off the streets tonight as of 9 o'clock. We'll keep you posted here as the weather is sure to go downhill. Right now, just a little light rain and a gentle breeze. Back to you, Mike and Sharon.
Appreciate the information, Jim. We're going to check back with Jim in about a half hour. So it's very, very serious situation tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, folks, we've got the up-to-the-minute information to help keep you and your family safe during this dangerous storm.
Residents are bracing for Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. As many as 100,000 inner-city residents don't have the means to leave, and many tourists are stranded by the closing of the airport. We'll have more when we come back.
Last I heard, 160 miles an hour. So, we're not idiots. We're getting out of here.
Tonight, Hurricane Katrina, a monstrous Category 5, the worst you can get, packing 160 mile-per-hour winds at this hour and a storm surge that could be as high as 25 feet.
It's almost hard to imagine a storm surge of 25 feet. The results may be catastrophic. Let's get the latest from our hurricane expert, Dr. Steve Lyons. And Dr. Lyons, latest advisory in. Any changes?
Well, the winds are going the right direction. They're going down, but it's only down 5 miles per hour. 160, still Category 5, still destructive hurricane. And here you see it starting to be picked up on the radar. The other thing, it's made the turn. It's moving north-northwest now. It's slowed down just a little bit, which is not good news either. That means a lot of heavy rain coming in, and it gives a chance for the water to pile up in here. Notice the winds are coming out of the east up here, and some of these rain bands here, by the way, may be tornadic, so watch out for those, even though the wind isn't too strong up there. Right in this band here, that's where the strong hurricane winds are, and the core of destructive winds is way down in here in that band right there. That's going to move to the north and then right up toward the coastline of Mississippi over the next 12 to 16 hours. Now, here's the scenario. Look at the overall circulation here. This trough coming in from the west has pulled the system now around and it's moving ever so slightly just to the west of due north. It'll come around to the north, come in, and then eventually turn off toward the northeast and move its devastation into Mississippi and then Alabama, where we're going to see some significant inland impacts in the form of power outages and damage to wind as well. Now, the surge locally in that one core of strong winds near the eye wall in the right quadrant where it's coming onshore could be as high as 20 to 25 feet. Farther out, the wave action will cause the water to be as high as 8 to 12 feet in the western Florida panhandle. Now, here's the direct wind impact. We think it's going to be greatest in southeastern Louisiana and Mississippi, and that could be significant. In a Category 5, typically what do we expect? These are the types of things: extensive roof damage, window and door damage to many residents, complete destruction of mobile homes, and huge surge. You've already heard me talk about the surge. Here's what a mobile home looks like after Category 5 hits it. Not a good place to take refuge. In the meantime, inland power outages are going to be extensive.
So fortunate here to be with the Armed Forces Retirement House people. I mean, U.S. vets just crawling inside. Happy to see the Weather Channel folks there, and no question, we feel pretty safe. We talked to the gentleman who is the director here, and he says, you know, Jim, some of these windows have been withstanding 180-mile-per-hour winds, and that's a good thing given the size of this hurricane and certainly the height of this building, too, because remember, guys, every story, 2 stories, you're talking about going up about 10 knots in wind without, of course, getting away from the friction of the land. There's a lot of trees around here, so we're going to be careful, obviously, of where we stand, and there will be a point where we will go inside and kind of hunker down with this thing and let it blow on through. But I'll tell you, it's still a very dangerous hurricane. Obviously, you know, you want to prepare for things. Jeff, you were talking about New Orleans and trying to get as many people out of harm's way, but the fact is that there will still be thousands of people that will not have evacuated New Orleans, and that is going to be a very, very sad predicament there. All right. Today I've been harping on everybody to get out of harm's way by nightfall tonight. I want to show you some very reassuring pictures coming off of I-10 tonight. Earlier I was talking about how the gridlock here, it was just completely locked up on I-10. Now there's not much at all going out there. So this is a very good thing. People have obviously gotten out of harm's way here, and that is exactly what we wanted them to do. Everyone south of the I-10 corridor should be evacuated. If you're doing things last minute tonight, I really want you to be done with this by midnight tonight. There are some vicious squalls rotating around the outer bands here, and they've even prompted some tornado warnings back in toward Alabama. So great news. Curfew for the city of Biloxi as of 9 p.m. tonight. And certainly we want everybody off the street by that time in Biloxi. And where you don't have a curfew in southern Mississippi, I would say midnight. After that, conditions are going to go downhill. We're talking about the potential for loss of power and certainly tree limbs and whatnot starting to come down with those hurricane force gusts. Occasionally a few flashes of lightning. That's what we don't want to see out here. And hopefully we won't see too much of that as we go on through the night tonight. We will keep you posted in this area as things are surely going to go downhill with this very dangerous Category 5 hurricane. Mike and Sharon, back to you.
Jim, real quick, what advice would you give folks who did not evacuate?
I need them to get down on their knees tonight, and they need to say, Lord, you know what? You need to save me and my family, because quite frankly, I didn't do a good thing by staying in harm's way, especially if they are in a house that certainly cannot withstand 170-mile-per-hour winds and waves that'll come in the tune of 25 feet.
All right,
That's what I do.
We'll talk with you later. Thank you.
Okay.
Waves of water are already washing over parking lots in the greater New Orleans area. Some of the first signs of the approach of very powerful Hurricane Katrina.
And the heavy rain and the potential power outages will cause impacts to travel far inland. Find out how far.
And deep into the night, cars crept away from the coast. The time to head to safety is shrinking. The storm's landfall is getting ever closer. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Kim Perez.
And I'm Nick Walker. We are in storm alert with the latest on a potentially devastating hurricane whose effects could reach a large part of the eastern United States.
And the latest advisory has winds of 150 miles per hour around that center. Now, since yesterday, of course, this has weakened some, but it's still a Category 4 hurricane capable of causing extreme damage. It is moving north at 15. The forward speed has picked up a little bit as anticipated, and now it's on a more northerly track. The pressure has come up to 917 millibars, but to keep it in perspective, Andrew's pressure was 922 as it came ashore here in South Florida. The projected path takes it towards the north, making landfall, here in the next hour or so, and then moves it northward and then more northeastward with time in advance of an approaching trough in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And that's going to mean power outages, maybe as far north as into Tennessee, and heavy rain into the Ohio Valley.
Well, Jeff Morrow has been covering the approach of Katrina in New Orleans. He's now moved to Covington on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain. Jeff, what are you seeing right now?
All right, guys. Yeah, we just got up a little while ago to start to set up for our live shots here. What we're looking at is a lot of wind starting to come around to the northeast and really starting to blow fairly hard. The power is out, at least at our hotel, and we're seeing a lot of transformers, flashes on the horizon. So indication that we're getting a lot of, different transformers blowing out. We're getting some pretty good gusts of wind here right now, and it's going to be interesting trying to set things up. Like nobody out on the roadways at all at the present time. Let's get back to you guys.
And Jeff, of course, obviously you need to be in a safe place and stay in a safe place. Often we have to talk to you on the phone like we're doing right now as a result of gusty winds that could blow equipment around. Do you feel like you are in a safe place where you'll be able to broadcast for a little while?
Yeah, I think so. We pre-scouted this last night. We're actually in a little bit of a shopping area, and I think we'll be able to shelter everybody fairly well here. This is a pretty substantial structure, but still, there's enough around here that you got to be real careful. You know, debris is going to start to fly into the air, I'm sure, within the next few hours, which could really cause some major problems. So we only expect to go downhill here, or weather-wise, probably for the next 3, 4, 5 hours until we can get the eye past us.
Yeah, and we do hope you'll stay safe. Jeff Morrow reporting live from Covington, Louisiana this morning.
All right, now it's time to take a look at some of the travel conditions. Jen Carfagna, I believe, is joining us now to talk about some airport problems.
Airport problems, no doubt, will be problems here for the next 24 to 48 hours.
Just want to run down the list of airport closures today. And we're, of course, going to have delays and cancellations at other airports, but there are a number of airports that are closed, and certainly this list could be expanded to some of the other regional airports farther north as Katrina continues to move inland and then northward. New Orleans, it is closed. There is no reopen time set. The Gulfport Biloxi Airport is closed at least until tomorrow morning. Mobile, both airports there closed and no reopen time. And at the Valparaiso Airport in Florida, it is closed until tomorrow morning. I'll have more on your travel conditions, both at the airports as well as on the roads. That's coming up in about 10 minutes. Right now, Kim has more on Katrina.
And Jen, we'll start with the bottom line first of all, because I know a lot of you have tuned in and said, you know what, it's weakening. Maybe it's not going to be as bad, but it is still a very intense hurricane, a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, and of course is capable of producing extreme damage, and of course the chance for tornadoes and storm surge is going to be pretty impressive here on that east side. Landfall is imminent here in southeastern Louisiana. Impacts, again, as we've been talking about, you'll feel them farther north in the next couple of days into the Ohio Valley even, and there could be power outages all the way up into Tennessee. Here it is on radar. Notice the track now making that northerly turn now, and there's Venice, and we've had reports over here in Boothville of sustained winds over 50 miles per hour. New Orleans at Lakefront, we had a wind gust over 90 miles per hour already. And of course, conditions going down rapidly in this area. And as Jeff talked about, power outages already across the region. Now, our satellite showing the west side not as impressive anymore. Some dry air trying to come in, but still, again, a Category 4 hurricane with a pressure of 917 millibars. And we are going to see structural damage with this. Here's the greatest threat for it here in the red. And then where you see the light yellow, that's indicating where we see some structural damage, as this will maintain a hurricane strength even inland. And hurricane force winds extending out over 100 miles from this, so not feeling the impacts just at the coast. Even tropical storm winds over 200 miles from the center. There's that tornado watch in effect. Again, and with any landfalling system, we watch out for this threat. Watch out in Birmingham, maybe in Atlanta later on. Nick?
Harrison County under a tornado warning at this hour. We'll continue to follow the progress of Katrina as it makes landfall. Tornado warnings and tornadoes, often a byproduct of landfalling hurricanes, especially those this powerful. You need to take shelter immediately around Harrison County this morning. We'll have more on Katrina as Storm Alert continues on the Weather Channel.
Here's the very latest on Hurricane Katrina, still a Category 4 hurricane, a very, very powerful hurricane. Tornado watch in effect where you see the red, that's an outline tornado watch. And of course, with any landfalling system, we have to be concerned with this. We have tornado warnings up now in Hancock County in Mississippi, as well as Harrison County, where you see the red filled in. That does include, looks like Biloxi and Gulfport this morning. As a matter of fact, we have Jim Cantori on the telephone here in Gulfport.
That's right. As Storm Alert coverage continues here on the Weather Channel, Jim Cantori, one of the many folks we have out covering this storm as Katrina approaches along the Mississippi coast. Right. He joins us now on the phone from Gulfport. And Jim, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Tim and Nick, of course, it's still dark outside, and I guess the good thing is we have the lights out there, so people have power. It appears as I kind of look off the distance. A lot of the big, tall water oaks that are standing are still standing, so that's good. But again, we have not gotten into even a quarter of this thing yet. So, we got a long way to go. Heavy rain, definitely prepare on losing power this morning. And, of course, those tornado warnings don't help either. That just leaves everybody uneasy. But you can hear the wind just kind of swirling through, and even around this building here. We're at the Armed Forces retirement home here in Gulfport, Mississippi. And this place is really, really built well, so we felt pretty comfortable, even though we're only a half mile from the beach. As long as we can, we're going to try and give you some shots this morning and show you this thing coming in. But certainly, we got to deal with safety issues, and if the winds are too strong, you can't even broadcast anyway. So we'll keep you posted here. So far, so good. But obviously, we have a long way to go here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Back to you.
All right, Jim Cantore, thank you very much, reporting from Gulfport. Folks there, remember, of course, Hurricane Camille, and hopefully the memory's still fresh enough that they're hunkered down to safety.
That's right, and Jen Carfagnan is joining us now to talk about travel conditions. And Jen, I'm sure once this is all over with, folks are going to get together and talk about some very interesting travel stories they've had with this hurricane.
It's going to be amazing, I think, what folks went to evacuate and to get to someplace safe. There's a couple in New Orleans that paid a cab driver $1,000 to drive them to the Atlanta airport so that they could get out to where they needed to be. So there's certainly going to be stories like this. Folks have done their best to get out of town and to get to where they need to go to be safe. And now this morning, there is no travel in and around southeastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi and even southwestern Alabama. I want to talk about here travel conditions at the airports, and we'll get to the roads as well. Of course, a number of airports closed, New Orleans International and the lakefront as well, Gulfport, Biloxi Airport and the Mobile Airport, both airports in the region. Now, as we head through tonight, Louisville, we're going to expect some delays, and we may see a few cancellations late tonight into tomorrow. That's when we watch conditions go downhill there. Memphis, it's throughout today. You could see possibly delays and cancellations. The winds will be gusty. You will see rain bands here. And same story in Atlanta. Best advice in all of these airports is to fly early today. Get on that early flight, get in or out of town so that you don't have to deal with the weather. Let's talk about the roads out there as well. And folks, yesterday here trying to evacuate. These are scenes on the interstates heading towards Baton Rouge. Just a sea, just a river of headlights here, and you can see traffic was not moving very quickly at times. There were times when traffic did get going, and I think this is a good sign that we saw so much out there with folks on the roads. The cars were out there. Let's talk about what we have in the forecast. I want to show you our forecast. Of course, flooding is going to be a concern, and we talked about the tornado warnings, but we also have a flash flood warning for the New Orleans area. Nobody's out there driving, so I'm not concerned about people on the roads as of yet, but it's the days to come where we are still going to be dealing with water on the roads in this area. I-55 today through the afternoon, watching for the rain to continue to move northward, and already have seen some reports of rain around Jackson, and we're going to see the rain eventually move into Tennessee. And for folks heading on Interstate 40 here into North Carolina, we are going to continue to watch the rain bands in parts of Tennessee. Now we have the latest on, I believe, the weekend forecast.
Jen, thank you very much. We're continuing to monitor, of course, the progress of Katrina. And we have Mike Seidel reporting now.
Yeah, Mike's joining us from Mobile, Alabama. Good morning, Mike. Do you still have power where you are? I know Jim said they have power over in Gulfport.
Yes, we do still have power here. Looking outside, the power is on everywhere. Of course, we're just barely into the fringe effects of Hurricane Katrina. By the way, we just heard there's a tornado warning now for Baldwin County. That's one of two counties along coastal Alabama. That's till 5:15. And all of Mobile County is under a flash flood warning until 8 o'clock this morning. So we've got some weather issues in the short term, and in the long term, more rain, stronger winds, and we probably will have some power outages.
All right, thanks, Mike, and we're going to be checking back with you, hopefully getting a live shot coming up. We'll be right back.
Keep it right here for more.
The Weather Channel, bringing weather to life.
High winds batter signs and trees in the New Orleans suburbs as the strength of Katrina makes its move into the Gulf Coast.
Hey, good morning from Gulfport, Mississippi here, where we continue to see the winds pick up. We've even been under a tornado warning at times. You can see the winds definitely blowing these oak leaves around. A few branches down, but we still got power right now. We'll give you a live report here coming up from Gulfport.
Hey, good morning, Jim. We still got power here in Mobile, Alabama as the wind and rain picks up ahead of Hurricane Katrina.
And huge lines of people attempt to seek shelter in the New Orleans Superdome. These are the ones who could not manage to leave a city that could be flooded by the approaching hurricane. And good morning, everyone. I think it's more of a reality now about the flooding. We have some reports south of the tidal lakes of 3 to 10 inches of rainfall. That's been unconfirmed, but it's Doppler estimate.
And obviously more still yet to fall, a lot more. The Weather Channel is in storm alert for the latest on a hurricane of historic proportions.
Let's go ahead and give you now the latest advisory where we have right now the winds of 150 miles per hour around the center, and hurricane force winds extending out over 100 miles. Tropical storm force winds over 200 miles from the center. Is moving north at 15, so it's picked up in forward speed. The pressure is 917 millibars. Again, that northern eye wall now coming ashore.
Now, we're, of course, watching the progress of this, and the projected path does take it northward. There's going to be a lot more rain out of this, so flooding is going to be a problem throughout to the day and into tonight, all the way up into Mississippi, Tennessee, and eventually into the Ohio Valley.
And Grand Island, we just had a report 114 mile per hour winds now with that eye wall.
Obviously, we are into what will be the crunch period for the Gulf region.
That's right. Now we have live team coverage as Hurricane Katrina batters the Gulf. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is in Gulfport, Mississippi, and meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Mobile, Alabama.
Now, Jim, how bad are the conditions where you are right now?
Well, Nick, I'm going to say winds right now are easily gusting over 40 miles an hour. I'm just going to have my cameraman pan around. You can kind of see off a little away from where we are near the building here, perhaps a little protected. But certainly, occasionally a little branch will just kind of fly across the parking lot. We'll see a little blue flash off in the distance. So power outages definitely a possibility here. The winds are, just torrential rains. You guys have been mentioning the rainfall this morning. It is just pounding rain here right now. Just a complete dump of rain. We did have a gentleman go down and shoot some video for us this morning, and he said he didn't get close to the water, so we can't tell if the water's coming up at this point, but I would imagine it is, obviously, because we're going to be on the right side of that hurricane. All right, we're going to be on the worst side of that, so we are going to get a surge component in through here. And folks, you know what? Just because it's not 175 or 160, it's still 150 miles an hour. Okay, that's the hurricane we're dealing with here. This is a tremendously strong hurricane here, and we have not dealt, I want to let everybody know this, a fraction of this hurricane. There will be a time this morning where we will not be able to broadcast, all right? And obviously when that time comes, you're going to know about it because we won't be on the air anymore. But we will let you know what's going on out here, hopefully by phone, as long as we can. But right now, obviously, we're not doing too bad. But occasionally, we will see a gust come along, perhaps even greater than 40 miles an hour. Certainly, we anticipate that to be in a big, big hurry before the afternoon or the morning is out. So this thing's going to come in, looks like during the daylight hours, guys. And hopefully we can show you the pictures of just how incredible a Category 4 hurricane is. But more than likely, when it gets that bad, we won't be able to do that. Let's head off toward the east. Mike Seidel is in Mobile. Mike, you dealt with some bands last night, heavy rain, even some tornado warnings for that area. How are things going in Mobile this morning?
Hey, Jim, good morning. We've got a tornado warning right now. The next county over to our east, that's Baldwin County, one of the two coastal counties, Baldwin and Mobile. Baldwin under a tornado warning until 15 after the hour, about another 10 minutes. And here in Mobile County, we're under a flash flood warning until 8 o'clock this morning. Already Doppler estimates of 2 to 3 inches of rain. It's raining moderately hard right now, and the wind's running about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Our peak gust so far is up there at 45, 46 miles an hour between the airport here and the airport downtown. We are safe from any surge issues. We're well away from the Mobile River and Mobile Bay. But again, we are far from the worst of the storm. Our power flickered a few minutes ago. It's still on. We'll see how long that lasts. And obviously, the weather is going to go downhill all across southern Alabama and the western Florida panhandle over the next 6-7 hours. Kim and Nick will hunker down and, as Jim said, try to broadcast as long as possible.
And Mike, we want to let you know, too, we just got word that northern Mobile County now under a tornado warning, so be careful, okay? All right, we'll check back with you.
Okay, that's just north of here.
All right, let's go ahead and show you what it looks like on satellite, where that northern eye wall coming in, and there's Grand Isle. That's sustained winds of 61 miles per hour, again with the wind gusts 114, 115 miles per hour. The east side, again, is where we're going to see the most damage from this. Here it is on radar, and you can see where the heavy rain, where you see the oranges and yellows. And again, some reports south of New Orleans around the tidal lakes of 3 to 10 inches of rainfall already. As a matter of fact, at Lakefront, we had over an inch and a half almost in an hour here. So flooding a huge concern with this. And of course, that threat will be even farther north. Now there's that tornado watch in effect till noon. And here it is by this evening, causing all kinds of problems here into Mississippi. Nick?
And our continuing coverage of Hurricane Katrina does continue all morning long here on the Weather Channel as we remain in storm alert.
I'm Jeff Morrow in Covington, Louisiana. Yeah, we're starting to feel the effects of Katrina for sure. Power flashes on the horizon. We've lost power in this area. We'll give you a live update here in just a moment, talk about the driving rain and how bad we think it's going to get. Stay tuned here to the Weather Channel.
The very latest on very powerful Hurricane Katrina. Winds right now 150 miles per hour around the center. It is moving north now and has picked up in forward speed to 15 miles per hour. The pressure has come up through the morning, 917 millibars. But again, don't let your guard down. Andrew came through South Florida with a pressure of 922 millibars.
Yeah, Katrina has weakened slightly overnight to a very strong Category 4 hurricane, but just a very small difference between this strong Category 4 and a Category 5. Landfall is imminent in southeastern Louisiana. The impacts will spread north ahead of the center. We've already seen hurricane-force wind gusts and heavy downpours of rain.
And earlier we've had reports from Mike Seidel and Jim Cantori, but now Jeff Morrow is joining us from Covington, Louisiana.
And Jeff, how are things holding up there where you are?
Well, the wind's been, it's been fairly steady. I wouldn't call it tropical storm force, maybe a few gusts up to about 40 miles an hour or so, 30 to 40 miles an hour. So we really haven't seen much in the way of any debris flying. But obviously, as this hurricane continues to move north and continues to come inland and pass us, and we think that will probably, the eye of the hurricane right now will probably go by just to our east. We'll be on the western eye wall. Things will get obviously a lot worse with a very strong northerly wind. That kind of northerly wind is just going to blow right across Lake Pontchartrain. Right now, the winds with a hurricane are pushing generally from the east, and that is piling water from the Gulf of Mexico into Lake Pontchartrain. You can see these spiral bands of moisture, and you can just imagine the wind kind of spiraling around the hurricane as well. Very heavy downpours. We've had some pretty steady, I'd call it moderate rain here so far, kind of blowing sideways in these gusts. But again, as the hurricane passes and the wind turns to the north, that's when Pontchartrain could get blown to the south and, well, maybe impact the levee system there. Let's hope it doesn't breach it and push that water down into the New Orleans area. That's what people there are most concerned about, of course. New Orleans had a very rough night last night. We've lost power here. In some areas, our hotel, we got up, it was still on, but as soon as we walked into the lobby, out went the lights, and that's probably going to be it for the rest of the afternoon. As we got here, we've seen power flashes, the transformers popping. You see that little blue glow, and then it kind of fades away, and you know more power is gone. So obviously, in these kind of winds, we're already seeing that it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to be a while before we get power, and we got a lot of trees around us here. You'll be able to see that when the sun comes up, and that's something we're going to have to watch out for very closely as well. Again, we're in Covington. We're right along Interstate 12. We're north of Lake Pontchartrain, and we'll keep you updated here as we head on through the rest of the afternoon as long as we can, as long as we can physically keep the shot up. Because obviously when it gets bad, we may have to come down. Let's get back to you guys now. Kim and Nick.
All right, thanks, Jeff. And you know, we're concerned about folks even farther north with power outages today.
No doubt about that. There have been, of course, road closures due to heavy rain falling and evacuation procedures. Some roads remain open, though, at this hour.
And if folks might be interested in I-10, of course, I-10 westbound at the Louisiana state line is closed and no one should be traveling there.
Right.
But I-10, the bridge over the Escambia Bay around Pensacola, checked on that. And it is still open. Last night, traffic was very heavy with folks heading eastbound. This morning, as you make your way out there, we are dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts, and we're also dealing with some rain bands coming through that region. I want to take you to the airports and show you what we have in terms of airport closures. Both airports in New Orleans, the International and the Lakefront, are closed. There is no reopen time set as of yet. Gulfport, Biloxi closed. Mobile airports there closed as well. Travelers, let's get a look at conditions throughout the region. Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Nashville, all airports we need to watch for as conditions go downhill. In Nashville, especially as we go through the day into tomorrow. And showing you right now what we have going on SkyTracker radar in terms of the extent of where we're seeing the rainfall here. I want to show you I-10 and talk about the rain well to around Baton Rouge and well to the west of there, and then all the way to the east, heading over into the Pensacola area. Here's some rain bands stretching that far, and as far north as Jackson, where we are getting some showers, and I-20. And I-20 is going to be a tough go of it from Jackson over to Tuscaloosa and Birmingham today. All right, the forecast for today, I-55 and I-65, and in between the two, watching for the potential of flooding as we continue to watch the track of Katrina heading northward, the rain heading northward, and rainfall on the order of 2 to 3 inches in farther north areas, and then even farther south we'll see 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. So flooding is a possibility. 2 to 3 inches per hour of flooding around Birmingham would cause some flash flooding. Kim and Nick, back to you.
Hurricane Katrina making landfall in southeastern Louisiana.
Just east of the Grand Isle area, where we've seen wind gusts up to 114 miles an hour. Waves obviously running high. Ahead, more on all the impacts. History in the making this morning as Hurricane Katrina is making landfall on the coast of Louisiana.
And Dr. Steve Lyons, our hurricane expert, is on board now to talk about its impacts this morning. Good morning, Steve.
Morning, Kim, and we're looking at a landfall in southeastern Louisiana, almost, not quite. The eye wall is over extreme southeastern Louisiana near Port Sulphur and Venice. The eye is still just offshore right there. You see it. It's going to come onshore within about 15 or 20 minutes, maybe a half hour or so. Now, here's New Orleans here. We expect the eye to move to the east of New Orleans. The closest approach to the northwestern portion of the eye wall will be about 3 hours from now. This is about 60 miles. The northern eye wall here is about 45 miles from New Orleans, and it's moving at 15 miles per hour. So about 3 hours you're going to get your worst conditions, and the strongest winds will probably be in southeastern Louisiana. You're going to be closest to the eye wall there. That's the time when the surge potential is probably going to be the highest as well, and when your winds are going to be the best and the strongest, and the damage is going to be the greatest. Now, the system is going to move continually to the north, and about 4 to 6 hours is going to be the worst conditions up in Mississippi, and that's when these eastern portion of the eye wall is going to come slamming into the coastline. Now, right now we have some conditions along the coast that indicate that the surge is already 8 feet at Waveland, Mississippi. That's the highest report we have right now, a surge of 8 feet, and it's nowhere near the eye wall, so we expect that to really increase as that comes up over the next 3 to 5 hours. So don't stay in the low-lying areas very long. If you're already down there, you know it's very bad. Now, we have a storm total precipitation you can see here already exceeding 6 inches in southeastern Louisiana, and so we're going to expect that to encroach on New Orleans, and the potential for flooding along the coastline and inland is going to increase the next 2 to 3 hours. We could see street flooding in New Orleans. The pumps are probably running to try to keep that water off the streets, but the water's going to rise because the rainfall rates are probably 2 to 3 inches per hour there. Notice also there's a rather wide swath of rain over Florida and heading into Georgia, so the overall larger circulation is producing rain well away from the center, the core of circulation. Now, here's our projected water rises associated with the surge. We've already seen 8 feet there, and it's nowhere near the eye wall. 16 to 22 feet locally where that eye wall comes on shore, and it looks like it may be that coastal Mississippi may get the worst surge of all because the eye is going to be to the east of New Orleans. We'll have to see if any of that water tops the levee system. It's too early to tell that yet, but the center of circulation will move to the east of downtown New Orleans. In the meantime, surge will have spread off to the east a little bit as well because the circulation is large. Then over here we have large waves that have been producing 2 to 3 foot water rises along the coast as well. So that's going to continue, and that will rise as the system makes landfall and the southerly winds come in. The wave action will come up to 25 to 35 feet along the extreme eastern portions of the Florida Panhandle, western portions of Florida Panhandle, eastern portions of the Alabama coastline, and a little bit lower, a little bit farther to the east in the Panhandle. So these are the highest waves out here. These waves are breaking well offshore here. These are going to be on the beach and causing significant beach erosion the next 12 hours. Now, as the system moves inland, the greatest impact for direct impact to structures, trees falling down, power out, lines falling down, roofs blowing off of buildings, is going to be in this red area here that includes southeastern Louisiana primarily, including the New Orleans area, and that's primarily southeastern portions of New Orleans. Gulfport, Biloxi is also in that, and of course down here in extreme southern Louisiana, they're going to get probably the worst condition of all. As the system moves to the north, it may weaken slightly, but it's still a very strong Category 4 hurricane, and those strong winds are going to spread inland over the next 24 hours. We could have some significant direct structure damage well inland into Louisiana, Mississippi, and portions of Alabama as well. Power outages, we've already seen a large number of those power outages. Those are going to extend inland, and those outages are going to be severe. You're not going to get your power outages back very quickly. So hunker down. The worst is yet to come. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Dr. Steve Lyons, our hurricane expert.
We continue our coverage of Hurricane Katrina with hurricane force wind gusts now into southern Louisiana.
As Hurricane Katrina pounds Louisiana and Mississippi, stay with 11 News for the most complete coverage of this killer storm. Live reports throughout the day and night, showing you the latest pictures of the devastation. From the eye of the storm to Katrina's impact on Houston, 11 News has more reporters covering this story from every angle. And turn to hurricane expert Dr. Neil Frank for the most reliable track of Katrina. For the most up-to-the-minute coverage of Katrina, trust 11 News.
We're watching Katrina all morning. Stay tuned to 11 News for up-to-the-minute live coverage. We'll have reports from Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi.
Plus, the storm is affecting more than just weather. It's also affecting you and your pocketbook. Taking a live look at Baton Rouge, a city where a lot of people got out of New Orleans and went to be spared from the worst of the storm.
And hopefully it looks like Baton Rouge is going to get spared from the brunt of the storm.
Right.
All right, let's check in with David Paul, who's watching all angles of this storm.
Yeah, and by the way, David Paul, we're actually feeling some effects of Katrina as well. Breezy out there.
Yeah, we have been. Actually, it started over the weekend. We had a light north breeze being on the west side of the storm. We're getting a little north breeze and some high clouds here in Houston, but it's a very quiet weather morning. You mentioned Baton Rouge. They are getting a break. Baton Rouge is not taking very much in the way of wind. They're getting some rain up here. That looks like it'll be the worst of it for Baton Rouge. You can see where the heaviest rain band is right now, cutting a swath from Gulfport through Slidell, right on through the heart of the New Orleans area. This is very heavy rain, and rain totals as the storm moves through will be 5 to 10 inches, 15 inches in some areas, and of course that'll be enough to flood streets around New Orleans. The biggest fear for New Orleans right now is Lake Pontchartrain here, and we're getting wind gusts across the lake now to 84 miles an hour. And the biggest concern is that Lake Pontchartrain, which is a large, shallow lake, could be pushed up against the levees on the north side of New Orleans and perhaps overtop the levees and flood the city. So that's the biggest fear now. However, New Orleans is catching a little bit of a break this morning because as the center now passing just to the east of Grand Isle, moving north-northeast now, moving north at 15, it'll begin to curve a little northeast. They're going to get this west side of the eye wall. They're getting the weak side of the storm, folks. So New Orleans getting very lucky. Gulfport and Biloxi will get the stronger side of the storm. So it looks like the Mississippi coast will take the full force from Katrina, and I'll put her in motion for you. You can see her coming in to make landfall now. Katrina came on through the Gulf of Mexico yesterday afternoon, topping winds of 175 miles an hour. All right, I'm getting wrapped up now, so let me go right away over to Darby Douglas. Is that correct? Okay, we'll go back to the anchors now. Back to the news desk.
Thank you so much, David Paul. You know, in fact, we just heard that in New Orleans, the electrical power at the Superdome failed at 5:02.
Yeah, and that's just what they were afraid of because they have the backup generators, but apparently the air conditioning is not on. You have thousands of people inside that dome. And
so we'll check in with New Orleans in just a few minutes.
All right. 11 News reporter Dave Cassie is also following Katrina this morning. He is in Baton Rouge this morning. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Ron and Deborah, from the Mall of Louisiana in Baton Rouge, where the wind and rain is picking up a little bit, but nothing like what they're having southeast of here toward New Orleans with Katrina coming on shore. Now, overnight in Hammond, there were storm early showers and wind picking up. We have some pictures of all of that. All along the Louisiana coast, people have been battening down. I would guess a good part of the population of New Orleans is in hotel rooms here in Baton Rouge and points west along I-10 all the way back to you guys in Houston and maybe beyond that, because so many people got out over the weekend. The concern, of course, this morning for the people primarily in New Orleans, because it's below sea level and the water will have nowhere to go. Folks are jammed into the Superdome there. I just heard one of our other reporters saying it appears power is out at the Superdome, but that should be a safe place for people to be. Here in Baton Rouge right now, you know, some trees down, that kind of thing, scattered power outages, nothing severe. And since we're on the west side of Katrina, chances are, let's hope it will stay that way. Have to worry more about the people who are right in the middle of it. Ron and Deborah, back to you.
All right, be careful out there. Dave Cassidy live in Baton Rouge. Many people in Mississippi are remembering the last big storm to hit there. Hurricane Camille was a Category 5 storm that hit in August of 1969. Camille killed 143 people along the coast from Alabama to Louisiana. And as the storm moved inland across Mississippi, it weakened to a tropical depression but proved deadly. The storm's remnants produced torrential rain that killed another 113 people in flash floods and landslides.
Carolyn Campbell is live in Galveston this morning, monitoring conditions on the Texas coast. And Carolyn, obviously you can see the signs of Katrina picking up there as well.
Definitely. Now, Galveston isn't in the path of Hurricane Katrina, but it's definitely feeling the effects. Now, one of the cruise ships that was headed back to New Orleans actually had to dock here and wait out the storm. And you can take a look behind me, and you can see the waves are high, pretty high. We've watched them over the last hour get even higher. The winds are also very strong here, as David Paul mentioned. In fact, there were 15-foot seas spotted along the coast here yesterday. There were also strong riptides. In fact, 13 surfers had to be rescued further south from here off Surfside Beach. Now, we've noticed also more activities. If you take a look out there, you can see the big cargo ships. We've noticed more activity among the ships. We've actually seen a couple head back out to sea, and we think that's probably because Hurricane Katrina is making landfall, so it is safer for them to get back out into the Gulf. Reporting live here from Galveston, Carolyn Campbell, 11 News.
All right, thank you so much, Carolyn Campbell, live in Galveston.
We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome back, everybody. Let's take a live look. I believe this is New Orleans. You can barely make out the picture, but you can tell that there's like a couple of cars there, and of course the rain is coming down, and it's probably going to be coming down even harder in the next few hours.
And we just got word a minute ago that the air conditioning has gone out. The power went out in the Superdome. They have the backup generators, but they do not have air conditioning.
And that is, of course, where thousands of people are, the evacuees are staying this morning. All right now we have Jeremy Diesel, our reporter in Hammond, Louisiana, which I believe is on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, northwest of New Orleans. Is that right, Jeremy?
Yeah.
What's the situation there now this morning?
Well, the winds have picked up considerably, sustained winds in the 30-mile-an-hour range, according to wind radars that we've been able to see on some broadcasts locally here. We've been just sort of monitoring the calls that have come in here in Hammond, and most of them are what you might expect at this point, downed trees and downed power lines. The power's been out in about half of the city here since 4:15 this morning. It's when it went out the first time. It hasn't come back because it's a blown transformer that actually firefighters here at the fire station watched. It was just down the street as it went up, so they could certainly pinpoint at that point what the power outage was here. We've been out on the streets with the fire chief for a little while this morning. Went to one report that was, at least when it came in, fairly frightening. That was a downed power line, downed power pole onto a deputy sheriff's vehicle. When we got to that scene, the sheriff had been able to get himself out from underneath that downed power line, but it was a hot power line, and it's across the state highway here, so all they could really do at this point is station officers on both sides of it, make sure that nobody else gets in its way, nobody else puts themselves in harm's way. There is very little traffic other than emergency services at this point. As the sun starts to come up in Hammond, we will continue to monitor things here, and as we can, get it back to you. Ron?
All right, thank you so much, Jeremy Diesel, live in Hammond. Be very careful this morning. We'll check back with you in just a few minutes. The time is now 6:24. We may not feel Katrina's strong winds. The storm is affecting gas prices, though, here in Houston.
time is 6:27. Hurricane Katrina is approaching land for the second time in less than a week. This was the scene last week in Miami-Dade County, Florida. The storm hit the southeast part of the state and killed 7 people. A highway overpass that was under construction was completely destroyed by the storm. Since then, Katrina has crossed over the Gulf, as you know, and is now headed for the coast of Alabama and Louisiana, where it has already killed 3 people.
We've got crews monitoring the situation this morning. 11 News reporter Reggie Aki is live in Mont Belvieu in Chambers County, where many people running from the storm are staying.
Also, the surf is up in Galveston. We're actually feeling the effects of it here. Also, if you step outside, there's a light wind that actually started yesterday, and we're feeling that effect as well. So you can take a look at just how wide of an area that Katrina is affecting.
Yeah, we'll have a live report from Galveston later this morning as well.
Well, ferocious Katrina continues to make it on shore. Thanks for joining us. Hurricane Central here at the Weather Channel. I'm Marshall Cease.
And I'm Heather Tash. Gulfport, Mississippi is one of those places that has gotten hit very hard here. You can see some of the damage that we're already finding here with some of the trees being knocked down. And look at here, too, some of the roofs. And you can see that it's starting to rip some of the shingles off of that. It's going to get a lot worse, too.
Jim Cantori has been reporting live from Gulfport, Mississippi. The last report by radio or by telephone, because we're unable to get a signal through that mess that you're seeing on your screen right now. We have some highways underwater there. The Highway 90, which is a major thoroughfare to the casinos, is underwater, Jim tells us. And now we're going to take it over to Dr. Steve Lyons, a hurricane expert here at the Weather Channel.
And Steve, you know, the center of circulation passing east of New Orleans, what kind of conditions do you think they're experiencing right now?
Well, it's not as good as you might think. The circulation is too close to New Orleans, and the left eye wall is very close to the southeastern portions. About an hour ago, when we lost contact with the radio station we were doing an interview with, a reporting site just to the southeast of downtown New Orleans in St. Charles Parish reported a wind gust to 105 miles per hour. And that was not in the eye wall. That was outside the eye wall. Now the circulation is moving just about as close as it's going to get to New Orleans, and then up into Mississippi, where they're going to get clobbered in just about an hour or two. Let me show you where the eye wall is here. Here's downtown New Orleans here, and here's the eye wall of strong winds right there. It's very, very close. You're experiencing wind gusts probably over 100 miles per hour in New Orleans, with significant wind damage associated with it. We're not certain whether or not the surge is high enough to top the levee and come into New Orleans from Lake Pontchartrain, but the winds have been out of the east, piling water up, and now they're coming out of the north, and will be very shortly even more so. Now the real threat, though, is past Christian, Mississippi. 1969, Category 5, biggest surge on record, 24 feet. They may get something very similar to that as the eye wall comes just into that area near Biloxi, past Christian, Gulfport area over the next couple of hours, where the winds are going to increase very, very quickly here. Now let's look here at where we think the surge is going to be the highest. Right in the past Christian area, which is right in there, Gulfport, Biloxi, 16 to 22 feet is what we're expecting in there. It's possible it could be a little higher than that. That record surge for North America is 24 feet. In the meantime, high surge possible also over here in Alabama and all the way into the Florida Panhandle, where we have huge wave conditions there. Let's look at those. First of all, the waves offshore here are not going to affect the coast too much, but over here they're going to inundate extreme eastern Alabama, and the western Florida Panhandle has very high surf. It's scouring the coastline. There's a very strong current pulling from east to west, and the beach is eroding very quickly there. A lot of the sand is disappearing. So we've got the sand problem, the beach problem with waves here. We've got the wind problem in New Orleans, and we've got the surge problem in the greater New Orleans area possibly, and definitely in Mississippi. But that's not the only thing we've got. We've got the wind damage potential. We think there's a lot of tree damage there. Obviously, a lot of power lines are out. We have some structure damage. I'm sure the greatest threat for that is in here with a Category 4 hurricane, and that's going to be spreading north, primarily into Mississippi over the next 12 to 24 hours, but some of that damage could be occurring all the way over into Alabama as well. So the structure damage is a possibility. And not only that, we've got a lot of power outages. We know that already. New Orleans, Mobile, Gulfport, Biloxi, and it's going to be spreading to the north into primarily Mississippi and Alabama the next 24 hours. And then farther north is a possibility. The system is accelerating to the north slightly. Right now it's moving about 15 miles per hour. It could be moving a little faster than that as it goes north. Good thing about that is less rainfall potential for flooding. The bad thing about it for a strong hurricane is it brings stronger winds farther inland, more damage for power outages. Marshall, Heather.
All right, thank you, Steve. And, you know, Steve was mentioning areas like Biloxi and Gulfport. We're talking 16 to 22 feet surges here. Keep in mind, too, when he's talking about those waves of 25 to 35 feet, that's on top of the surge. So you add those together, it's going to be quite dramatic.
He's talking about an inland impact, too. If you live in Hattiesburg or Laurel or Philadelphia or Meridian, Mississippi, right along the Interstate 59 corridor, it's going to get very rough. There's going to be some trees down.
And again, let's give you the bottom line here. A very serious situation. Katrina still very intense and dangerous. Strongest part of the hurricane imminent right now.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, where the winds continue to pick up, occasionally gusting over six. Bigger tree limbs down, and in some cases even a tree down in the center of this complex into here. Power is out, and the water is really coming up here. Do we have those pictures, Mike, of Highway 90? By any chance, Mike? We are 27 feet above sea level. The water's coming in pretty quick here out ahead of the storm now, and it is high as 15, 17, 18 feet, and it's coming up over Highway 90. There is no way that you can get on the road right now. Absolutely no way. There is an access road above that, which will soon be covered as well, and the waves are lapping up. In the center of this property as well. And winds are gusting big time here, well over 60 miles an hour. So it is getting rough out here. Looks like the winds are starting to shift around a little bit too toward the east as we get closer to that eye wall. Again, folks, we'll come to you as long as we can and the conditions allow here, but it's going to go downhill in a hurry here. Back to you.
As you can see, conditions are not good for broadcasting, but we'll stay with it as long as we can, too. Jim Cantori's in Gulfport, Mississippi, near Biloxi, where the winds are gusting to 65 miles per hour right now, and the storm surge is very, very strong.
You can see here some of the areas that we're watching here as we see the hurricane moving on shore here. We want to get the latest information on exactly where the biggest impacts will be. For that, we're going to turn it over to our hurricane expert, that is Dr. Steve Lyons.
Well, right where Jim was, he's not going to be standing outside much longer because that impact is going to be probably the worst of any place on coastal Mississippi. Here's the circulation moving to the north, ever so slightly east of due north. There's downtown New Orleans. Now, I was just talking to a radio station, WWL, and they went off the air. Power's out there in many parts of New Orleans, and of course trees are going down. But they're just getting the periphery of the western eye wall. Now let's look at what's going to happen with the radar imagery here. Here's the primary eye, and look at the right front quadrant. Very, very powerful bands of heavy rain heading right toward the coast of Mississippi near Biloxi, Gulfport, Waveland. Waveland, we were looking at some water rises as high as 8 to 9 feet. The wave gauge has failed there. We think the water rise is going to be much higher than that. In fact, let's look at our surge water level rise impact, and there we see it. We've honed in on the place that's going to get the biggest impact, we think, from this hurricane. We're not too certain about what's going on around Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, but we think the strongest and highest surge is going to be right along the Mississippi coastline, 16 to 22 feet, and that's going to happen in the next 2 hours or so. So take cover, get out of the lower water areas if you're there immediately. And that's going to be in a very small area right near the right front quadrant of the eye wall, and it's going to drop away quickly to the east of that. In the meantime, there's a circulation moving to the east of New Orleans, right toward the coast of Mississippi. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Lyons. From Louisiana to Florida, coastal residents are bracing for Hurricane Katrina. ABC's Darren Lynn is in Mobile, Alabama. He joins us now. Darren, what effects are you seeing from the storm?
Marshall, the situation right now is that we are feeling some of the winds, the gusts anywhere between 40 and 50 miles per hour, but we're lucky we're in a fortified area against a very big building, so we're feeling some of the wind come. You can feel it sting on your face when it does happen. The rains here, forecasters expected between 10 and 15 inches. An emergency management official here in Mobile told us that their worry is flooding. Storm surges expected to be anywhere between 10 and 15 feet. You add that to these rains that are coming down pretty heavily right now, and they're worried that part of that downtown will be flooded out.
All right, thank you, Darren. We'll check in with you later too. We just got a new report: 10 to 15 feet tide level in Mobile. Looks like it's going to flood downtown Mobile. And we'll have more on that in just a minute. First, the travel desk.
Certainly a lot of precautions that you need to take, and for folks traveling, many areas out of the question.
Yeah, and you can imagine with that surge, a lot of places being closed if they officially can close them.
Right.
You know, and if they can't get to it, just use some common sense and definitely stay away from those flooded areas. Anywhere along that Gulf Coast, you're going to have some problems today. Other problems that we're going to continue to experience, well, at the airports, New Orleans, Gulfport, Mobile, and Fort Walton all closed. Chicago, no delays, but Philadelphia, you've got about 40 minutes right now. Low clouds and fog all up parts of the East Coast, even some showers. Boston, so watch out for that same condition. Delays are possible for Pittsburgh. You'll actually maybe get some of those thunderstorms, bands reaching far into the Ohio River Valley with this Katrina. And also for Atlanta, you'll see some of that moisture. That tropical moisture pushes in. Heavy rain, storms, delays are very probable for today. So as we continue off and take a look at that Gulf Coast, we're going to see the Interstate 10 is going to be just a mess today. In fact, into parts of Louisiana, that's officially closed. But really, I wouldn't suggest travel anywhere along this because of the heavy areas of the wind and rain. So we'll have all of that coming up and a look at your week ahead.
Welcome back to Hurricane Central. I want to take you for a look at the bottom line from Katrina, as it has made it onshore, but it will make it onshore again.
Well, you know, Katrina is a very intense and dangerous hurricane here. The strongest part of the hurricane is imminent here on the Mississippi coast. We still have a lot to get through. Don't think that we are out of the woods by any means at this point.
Exactly. Just noting that it was an additional landfall doesn't mean it's the intense landfall. We still have a major landfall up ahead of us over the next 2 to 3 hours.
Stephanie Abrams is live in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Stephanie, how's it looking in your part of the neighborhood?
Well, not so good. I know that the storm is some 250 miles to my west, but we are actually seeing the roads already flooded here. And to talk more about that, here's our Okaloosa County Sheriff, Sheriff Morris. It's a rough morning. What's it looking like on the roads out there?
Sure is. You know, we just got Highway 98 open a month ago from the last storm, Dennis, and we've had to close it down this morning because the water breached both lanes. We're hoping that with the tide going out that we'll be able to save Highway 98 today.
And have you had any evacuations in Okaloosa County?
We've done the low-lying areas, especially down on the water areas, and encouraged everybody to leave because of the high surf.
And we've actually seen some people escaping the storm into Okaloosa County.
Matter of fact, this hotel we're at is full of people from Biloxi and from New Orleans.
So what's your biggest concern? Are you worried about power outages, the streets flooding? What's the biggest concern?
Well, we always are worried about the water, you know, because that creates the biggest problems for us. But we're just hoping everybody in Okaloosa County will stay off the road today, let the storm pass, and we'll have a nice day tomorrow to deal with it.
All right, thanks for keeping us safe, Sheriff, and we'll see you later. All right, guys, so even though I want to let everyone remember that even though the eye is 250 miles to our west, you're getting affected Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and here into the Florida Panhandle. We have had gusts to tropical storm force, and that water is looking nasty, and it continues to knock up against these sand dunes. And thankfully, we have these sand dunes because I'm telling you, the water is right up to them. They said in Ivan, all the water and sand was pushed into the first floor here. Doesn't look like we will see that today, thankfully, but where they don't have the sand dunes, that's where the problem is. That's where the water is rushing over the road, Heather and Marshall.
And not too far away from where Stephanie is, Escambia County, Santa Rosa County is under a tornado warning right now. These are live pictures you're seeing from Fort Walton Beach. The water level continues to rise in the Fort Walton Beach area. Highway 98 has been closed in some sections around Destin and Fort Walton Beach.
We're going to turn it over now to Nicole Mitchell, who's also a hurricane hunter. And interesting, this weekend you were flying, and you know, in Biloxi, you had to try to fly your mission. Folks were trying to evacuate. They're trying to get their families to safety.
Yeah, some of us reservists come in from out of town, but a lot of them live right in that area.
Sure.
There's some full-time people that live in the area. And so, yeah, they're trying to continue the mission, in which they did very successfully, but also at the same time evacuate a base, evacuate planes out, board up their own homes, homes and even take care of their families. So here's a look at, some of the things that are being monitored. Obviously, as you fly through the storm, you're monitoring the winds, the pressures, and all that details as the hurricane continues to intensify, reporting that back to the Hurricane Center.
Thanks, Nicole. Speaking of that, the center of the eye wall approaching New Orleans, just about 18 miles to the south at this point.
We're in a little bit of a lull here as far as the wind, but the rain continues to pound down in Covington, Louisiana, just north of Interstate 12, north of Lake Pontchartrain. We're still expecting the worst here within the next couple of hours as the eye of powerful Hurricane Katrina passes by just to our east.
No lull this morning here in Mobile, Alabama, Jeff. We've got winds now approaching hurricane force and gust, and still this lashing horizontal rain. We'll have an update, too, on the road and power situation in the area next.
It is 5:30 as we continue our special storm alert coverage of Hurricane Katrina. I'm Heather Tesh.
And I'm Marshall Seas. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's get right to it as we take you to Gulfport, Mississippi. This is new video just in of some of the damage that's beginning to occur. And I say beginning because this eye wall is still not to Gulfport, Mississippi. It's in the New Orleans area.
And keep in mind that we do have a tornado warning in Gulfport, Mississippi. As Marshall mentioned, that eye wall now, it's about 25 miles from the Gulfport region here, and we do have tornado force winds in the eye wall. That's
100 to 120 mile per hour winds will begin soon. As for folks in Long Beach, Gulfport, Waveland, you name it, around New Orleans, the eye south-southeast of New Orleans, downtown New Orleans, by about 18 miles.
And our team of meteorologists has fanned out across the Gulf Coast to cover the arrival of Katrina. We'll talk to storm tracker Jim Cantori in just a moment, and we have Jeff Morrow, who is in Covington, Louisiana. Mike Seidel is in Mobile, Alabama. We're going to begin with Jeff Morrow. Jeff, we are waiting and watching here as Katrina continues to move closer. Have you been able to tell if there's been a huge increase in the winds?
Heather and Marshall, thanks very much. Again, things here have deteriorated this morning. The wind is in a little bit of a lull now, but that's the way it is. We get in between these bands. It's still raining, but it's not quite as windy. Then the next band will come through. Now, we've already had some tree damage down in our immediate area. In fact, a smaller tree branch came flying down there a little bit earlier, and some pine tree limbs have snapped off. But there's a little bit more widespread damage in some areas. Let's go ahead and go to the video here. We were out within the last hour shooting some of this. Again, not very many people out on the road in this driving rain. Again, earlier winds gusting as high as 50 and 60 miles an hour. Maybe just the occasional police cruiser going by. But you can see that there has been some tree damage here, and some fairly large trees have come down in some of these very strong wind gusts. Again, very nasty day to be out on the roads. I hope everybody is staying in and just waiting this one out. It's going to be a few more hours until we see the worst of it. Then as the eye passes by, and as far as folks here are concerned, the farther away to the east we can get that eye, the better off we're going to be, because we won't get maybe so much into the eye wall. And the damage, hopefully here, we can hold to minimal tree damage. Now, power is out in this area. It has been just about all morning, since about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And again, there are some big trees, so if you are out, you may run into some problems on some of the roadways. Again, behind me here, not quite as windy as it has been, but the rain continuing to pound down, and that's going to cause some localized flooding here, obviously, as we head through the course of the afternoon. Heather and Marshall, we'll keep you updated as long as we can. Let's get back to you.
All right, that was Jeff Morrow, and we also have Jim Cantori in Gulfport, Mississippi, who doesn't have a signal in order to get a video shot to show us what's going on.
Well, and because of that, he's going to join us on the phone here. And Jim, what is the most impressive thing that you have seen so far with Katrina?
Well, Heather and Marshall, I want you guys to imagine like a fall day where the leaves have already turned color, and all of a sudden this big gust of wind comes along, and you get all these leaves just coming off the trees. Well, we just had that kind of an image here with, I don't know what this gust was or what came through here. Maybe it's a tornado vortex or whatnot. That can happen. We are under a tornado warning, or we were just a little while ago. But I'm telling you, it's just going downhill in a hurry here. We brought our satellite dish down. There's some stones on top of the roof here, on top of the tar paper. They've kind of come down, hit the top of the truck a little bit. So that's kind of an interesting sound. We thought it was hail. We're like, there's not hail with this. We're probably seeing some stones from that roof. But you can see some of the pictures that we've shot, and it's just getting nasty around here. You've got obviously shingles flapping up and down. We have some large tree limbs down, not to mention tree limbs down. And worse than that, all right, here's what's going on. Highway 90 along the coast, where everyone goes and gets access to this casinos, is literally underwater right now. I mean, this water is lapping over the top of Highway 90. So this is very misleading. There is a highway under that. That's the image I want you to vision here. And there is a highway under that. There's an access road on top of that, which is another 10 to 12 feet up. But we are thinking, especially looking at and hearing some of the data that's coming in now, some of the waves offshore, 40 to 50 feet. We're certainly looking at a tremendous water rise coming here to the Gulfport area. We're 27 feet up. We feel like we're going to be out of the surge area. Obviously, we can even get to higher ground than that with this building that we're in. So, again, the next hour or two ought to be pretty interesting when that maximum surge potential certainly is realized here in the Gulfport area. Right now, guys, we're just kind of hunkered down. We'll bring you phoners as long as we can, but a dangerous situation. Nobody needs to be outside, and everyone, obviously in southern Mississippi, needs to take cover and ride this thing out, because the worst of this is coming in right now.
All right, thanks, Jim. That was Jim Cantore reporting live from Gulfport, Mississippi by phone. Now, understand that he's still 70 to 80 miles away from the eye wall, dealing with the storm surge in the eastern quadrant.
And as we look at this, too, that surge is so massive across this area, it's going to cause widespread damage. Katrina is still a very intense and dangerous hurricane, the strongest part of the hurricane imminent now on the Mississippi coast. We'll be back.
Well, ferocious Katrina continues to make it on shore. Thanks for joining us. Hurricane Central here at the Weather Channel. I'm Marshall Cease.
And I'm Heather Tash. Gulfport, Mississippi is one of those places that has gotten hit very hard here. You can see some of the damage that we're already finding here with some of the trees being knocked down. And look at here, too, some of the roofs. And you can see that it's starting to rip some of the shingles off of that. It's going to get a lot worse, too.
Jim Cantore has been reporting live from Gulfport, Mississippi. The last report by radio or by telephone, because we're unable to get a signal through that mess that you're seeing on your screen right now. We have some highways underwater there. The Highway 90, which is a major thoroughfare to the casinos, is underwater, Jim tells us. And now we're going to take it over to Dr. Steve Lyons, a hurricane expert here at the Weather Channel.
And Steve, the center of circulation passing east of New Orleans, what kind of conditions do you think they're experiencing right now?
Well, it's not as good as you might think. The circulation is too close to New Orleans, and the left eye wall is very close to the southeastern portions. About an hour ago, when we lost contact with the radio station we were doing an interview with, a reporting site just to the southeast of downtown New Orleans in St. Charles Parish reported a wind gust to 105 miles per hour. And that was not in the eye wall. That was outside the eye wall. Now the circulation is moving just about as close as it's going to get to New Orleans, and then up into Mississippi, where they're going to get clobbered in just about an hour or two. Let me show you where the eye wall is here. Here's downtown New Orleans here, and here's the eye wall of strong winds right there. It's very, very close. You're experiencing wind gusts probably over 100 miles per hour in New Orleans, with significant wind damage associated with it. We're not certain whether or not the surge is high enough to top the levee and come into New Orleans from Lake Pontchartrain, but the winds have been out of the east, piling water up, and now they're coming out of the north, and will be very shortly even more so. Now the real threat, though, is past Christian, Mississippi. 1969, Category 5, biggest surge on record, 24 feet. They may get something very similar to that as the eye wall comes just into that area near Biloxi, past Christian, Gulfport area over the next couple of hours, where the winds are going to increase very, very quickly here. Now let's look here at where we think the surge is going to be the highest. Right in the past Christian area, which is right in there, Gulfport, Biloxi, 16 to 22 feet is what we're expecting in there. It's possible it could be a little higher than that. That record surge for North America is 24 feet. In the meantime, high surge possible also over here in Alabama and all the way into the Florida Panhandle, where we have huge wave conditions there. Let's look at those. First of all, the waves offshore here are not going to affect the coast too much, but over here they're going to inundate extreme eastern Alabama, and the western Florida Panhandle has very high surf. It's scouring the coastline. There's a very strong current pulling from east to west, and the beach is eroding very quickly there. A lot of the sand is disappearing. So we've got the sand problem, the beach problem with waves here. We've got the wind problem in New Orleans, and we've got the surge problem in the greater New Orleans area possibly, and definitely in Mississippi. But that's not the only thing we've got. We've got the wind damage potential. We think there's a lot of tree damage there. Obviously, a lot of power lines are out. We have some structure damage. I'm sure the greatest threat for that is in here with a Category 4 hurricane, and that's going to be spreading north, primarily into Mississippi over the next 12 to 24 hours, but some of that damage could be occurring all the way over into Alabama as well. So the structure damage is a possibility. And not only that, we've got a lot of power outages. We know that already. New Orleans, Mobile, Gulfport, Biloxi, and it's going to be spreading to the north into primarily Mississippi and Alabama the next 24 hours. And then farther north is a possibility. The system is accelerating to the north slightly. Right now it's moving about 15 miles per hour. It could be moving a little faster than that as it goes north. Good thing about that is less rainfall potential for flooding. The bad thing about it for a strong hurricane is it brings stronger winds farther inland. More damage for power outages. Marshall, Heather.
All right, thank you, Steve. And, you know, Steve was mentioning areas like Biloxi and Gulfport. We're talking 16 to 22 feet surges here. Keep in mind, too, when he's talking about those waves of 25 to 35 feet, that's on top of the surge. So you add those together, it's going to be quite dramatic.
He's talking about an inland impact, too. If you live in Hattiesburg or Laurel or Philadelphia or Meridian, Mississippi, right along the Interstate 59 corridor, it's going to get very rough. There's going to be some trees down.
And again, let's give you the bottom line here. A very serious situation. Katrina still very intense and dangerous. Strongest part of the hurricane imminent right now. Welcome back. Here we are in our storm alert mode here with Hurricane Katrina. Some not so good news coming out of New Orleans here. The Superdome, where about 10,000 people are inside, it has a leak in it now. Now, the good news is that it's only one part of the stadium. The people inside are remaining calm. They are being moved from one area to another area that is safer. But the power is actually out there in the dome. They're using backup generators for some light, but they are not getting any air conditioning in that area.
Exactly. Those generators will not support the air conditioning, but it will support electricity. And still, they're undercover in a very strong place.
We're going to talk, too, about some of the rain threat that'll continue to press inland with this system. This system is not going to go away very quickly. It's going to continue to send a lot of moisture northward. You'll see a lot of this, as well as power outages and winds working right on up into Tennessee.
We've got more coming back. Stay tuned to Hurricane Central here at the Weather Channel.
Hurricane Katrina makes landfall. Stay with us for the latest in-depth analysis, live reports from the field, weather experts, meteorologists, and hurricane hunters telling you what's happening, why it's happening, and what's next. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
The Weather Channel is brought to you by this cable or satellite provider. You can also get reliable forecasts from the Weather Channel through this radio station.
The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. Coming up, the latest on Katrina. But now, you're local on the 8s. Katrina coverage continues here on the Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
Hurricane Katrina continues to pound this part of Louisiana. I'm Jeff Morrow, and I'll be reporting live here just north of Lake Pontchartrain in Covington. Again, sheets of rain coming in, some tree damage. We'll show you exactly what it looks like in a live report coming up.
And Jeff, hurricane force wind gusts now raking southern parts of Alabama. The coast is getting ripped by high surf and surge, and we're getting lashed by heavy rain. The power is now out.
Well, good morning, and thanks for joining us here. You are watching our special storm alert coverage of Hurricane Katrina. I'm Heather Tesh.
And I'm Marshall Seas. Well, it is now the center of circulation as we take you to Gulfport, Mississippi. 94-mile-per-hour sustained winds here, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And its center of circulation places it about 40 miles southeast of New Orleans, 65 miles southwest of Biloxi, Mississippi.
We are also very concerned about tornadoes at this point, and we do have some tornado warnings that are in effect around this region. Now, along the eye wall, too, you're going to have winds here that are similar to tornadoes.
And that's why tornado warnings have gone into effect, not just for specific tornadoes, which are a likelihood at times today, but also because the eye wall itself is winds will be 100 to 125 miles per hour at St. Tammany, Hancock, and Harrison counties, St. Tammany Parish, of course, Long Beach and Gulfport, Mississippi, Harrison County, and also St. Tammany.
Our team of meteorologists is fanned out across the Gulf Coast to cover the arrival of Katrina.
Jeff Morrow is in Covington, Louisiana. Storm tracker Jim Cantori in Gulfport, Mississippi, and Mike Seidel in Mobile, Alabama.
And Jeff, let's start with you. Are the winds picking up this hour?
Yeah, they are, Heather and Marshall. As a matter of fact, we're getting some pretty strong wind gusts here. Some of the strongest we've seen so far. That's already brought down some trees you can see here behind me. Some of these other smaller, they look like Bradford pear trees, will probably be toppled over. Also, we've got, if we can pan over here, we can see that we've got a lot of big pines here. We're going to have to watch out for some of those tree limbs snapping off. Again, behind me, you can see a little bit of the power of the wind kind of whipping everything sideways behind me. Let's show you, we were out a little bit earlier, we got some video. We'll show you what it looked like. Again, some of the bigger trees that have come down, and also pretty much how deserted the roadways are here. And that's really heartening to see that everybody is pretty much staying off the roads. Just the police, some emergency vehicles, occasionally you'll see those, but pretty much everything else is deserted. Everything else is buttoned down, and people have even evacuated out of this area. Of course, there are a lot of hotels right near where we are, because this is along Interstate 12. And a lot of people have actually evacuated out of the New Orleans area across Lake Pontchartrain, as we did, up to this area. So you got a lot of people hunkered down in their hotels. The power has been out all morning in this area. So hopefully they're doing okay. Oh, that's getting a little bit strong now as it's blowing me a little bit sideways here. Again, the eye of this hurricane appears to be passing by to our east. So that's why the winds are out of the north. They're blowing from north to south. Now that kind of a wind direction is going to blow against Lake Pontchartrain from the north. That will blow that water down toward New Orleans. And again, we're not done yet, even though the eye is passing to the east of New Orleans, and that's actually a little bit of a better scenario. There's still going to be strong winds over Lake Pontchartrain, and there's still going to be some flooding. We just don't know how much it will be at this point. We'll keep you updated from here, Heather and Marshall, as long as we can keep broadcasting in these kinds of conditions. Back to you.
All right, and you know, we're just getting some interesting information here too coming in from New Orleans, where there are lampposts that are down, there's siding that is flying too through the air here, and the western eye wall is just east of New Orleans. Right
over Metairie, which is just to the east of New Orleans, and not too far from where Jim Cantori is stationed in Gulfport, Louisiana.
And let's get the latest coming up here from you in Gulfport, Mississippi, right, Jim?
Yeah, that's where we are. We're hunkered down, satellites down, etc. as a result of the wind. You guys know, I mean, you know, before our maximum gust was 62 miles an hour. You just came out with that 94 sustained at the Gulfport EOC, which is right around the corner from us. 100-mile-an-hour gust. We just had a 118-mile-an-hour gust at Pascagoula, which is off to my east. 118 miles an hour. We are under tornado warnings up and through here. And again, each one of these little pockets that rolls through with the core of the storm will produce and can produce tornadoes. You're not going to see them, but they can produce these excessive winds. They're going to bring down the winds. One of the biggest problems that we are having right now is with the surge. All right, water is coming up all over US 90 right now. Okay, it is all over US 90. So where I was staying the other day, guys, in the Quality Inn, which is south of US 90, it is water, and given the size of these waves that are coming in, I would not be surprised if the water was lapping up to the second floor of that hotel. So the room I was staying in is now completely underwater. Places like Treasure Bay, the Hooters, any of the buildings that are south of I-90 on the water side are being absolutely crushed right now with the surge that's coming in. And that water is going to get at least 10 to possibly 15 feet higher than it is right now. So we have the surge coming in as we speak. Winds, again, 90 to 100 miles an hour in gusts. 118 is the biggest one we have so far in Pascagoula off to my east. What does that mean? That's a Category 2 wind, so we're talking about extensive tree damage. We're talking about damage to some homes. Perhaps even entire roof structures may be undermined as a result of that kind of wind. So it's getting bad here, no question about it. And as long as we can talk to you, we will. We're safe. We're in a safe spot. Crew's inside, and we will take pictures if we can, and certainly feed them back to you when we can get our satellite dish on up. Right now, we're going to protect the crew and just kind of hunker down and give you these phone reports as long as we can. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, quickly, I want to make an observation here to put this in perspective for you. Jim Cantore said those winds at Category 2 on a Hurricane Saver-Simpson scale, but it also equates to an F2 tornado, which begins at about 113 miles per hour.
We also want to talk to Mike Seidel, and he is in Mobile, Alabama, also feeling the brunt of this system. Mike, we've been seeing the conditions going downhill in many locations. What's it like right now in Mobile?
Well, right now we're getting wind gusts up around 70 miles an hour. That's been our peak so far. And as you can see, the horizontal rain blowing across I-65. Hardly anybody is out this morning, which is the way it should be. Everybody should be inside and away from the windows. We've had some small debris blowing by. It's not as bad as where Jeff is and where Jim is, because their winds aren't as strong as they've seen so far. But we're going to have higher gusts. Well, we should get a gust over 100 miles an hour, because we've got another 4, 5, 6 hours as we get into the meat of the eastern side, which is the worst side of the storm. The wind has taken down power lines and trees, and our power here at the hotel has just gone out in the past 30 minutes. So far at the airport here in Mobile, just about 7 miles away, we've had 2 1/4 inches of rain. We're expecting 5 to 8 inches of rain here. And unlike what we saw in South Florida with a 15 to 20 inches of rain, we don't expect that here, because the storm is moving at twice the speed. Remember when Katrina made landfall in southeast Florida, Miami-Dade County and Broward County back last week, it was only moving at 5 or 6 miles an hour. Now it's more than double that speed. So we're in better shape from a rainfall perspective. But again, a lot of wind and rain, and the tornado threat continues right on through this afternoon. Heather and Marshall, back to you from Mobile.
All right, I want to put this again to tell you where the center of circulation is. The western eye wall just here at just about Chalmette. I would put it right over Chalmette, south of New Orleans.
And we want to mention, too, that, with all the damage that's going on, there's going to be a lot of problems like this happening in Covington. Right now, there is a home on fire. It's an electrical fire, but crews cannot respond to this fire because the winds are too strong. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of situations like this where things are just going to get out of control.
This is now a 30-mile wide eye, 923 millibars. Winds are still 135 miles per hour around the center of circulation of Hurricane Katrina, moving north at 15 miles per hour.
New Orleans really feeling the brunt of this system now. Very dangerous, as we have items that are flying through the air across the region. And here's some new video right now from Gulfport. You can see the flooding of Highway 90.
We just got Highway 98 open a month ago from the last storm, Dennis. And we've had to close it down this morning because the water breached both lanes. We're hoping that with the tide going out that we'll be able to save Highway 98 today.
That was the sheriff in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. This area was battered with strong winds, intense wave action this morning. Highway 98 and other roads are impassable in the area. People are being urged to use common sense and stay inside where it's safe. You don't want to be outside in conditions like this. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back. I'm Marshall Cease.
And I'm Heather Tash. Our storm alert coverage continues of Hurricane Katrina. Very serious conditions happening now in the New Orleans area, which is getting the brunt of it. A lot of people are in the Superdome right now. That's where they are taking shelter, but a big piece of the roof there has actually turned off or been torn off.
Yep, they thought there was a leak there, but a piece has broken off. No injuries from that. Electricity also off for the air conditioning, but the generator's keeping the electricity going. Now, from Louisiana to Florida, coastal residents are bracing for Katrina. ABC's Darren Lynn is in Mobile, Alabama, and he joins us now. Darren, what effects are you seeing now from the storm?
Marshall, we are seeing some very heavy winds here. We're talking 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts even higher. The rains, though, we are told anywhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain are expected here. Add that to storm surges that are expected to be between 10 and 15 feet, and emergency management officials here in Mobile, Alabama expect flooding throughout the entire downtown region. We are actually about 4 miles north of Mobile Bay. We actually moved from that location because we were worried that our vehicles were going to get trapped from that flooding, so we'll just have to see when the storm passes through if indeed that did happen down in Mobile Bay.
All right, that was Darren Lynn reporting from Mobile as Katrina bears down toward Biloxi, Mississippi. And now we want to take it over to Dr. Steve Lyons.
And Steve, I know you've been watching this situation. Who's getting hit the hardest right now?
Well, the western eye wall is very close to New Orleans. It's actually in the southeastern portions of New Orleans where we're seeing wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. And some of those areas are getting very close to the downtown area. If you live in a high-rise building or work in one and you're in one, go to a lower section of the floor, not all the way down to the bottom, but the winds are much higher in the higher portions of the building, and it's quite possible some of the windows could blow out of those high-rise buildings or apartments or hotel rooms. In the meantime, the right front quadrant is coming into Mississippi, and the strongest winds we think are going to be over there in that area. Also up in Slidell, you're getting the edge of the northwestern quadrant of the circulation as well. So let's zoom in on the radar imagery. Here you see the circulation. There's the eye wall, very close to downtown New Orleans and approaching Slidell as well, but the real powerful portion is right in there. That big batch there is going onshore near Waveland and past Christiane, Mississippi, in about a half hour, and we think that's probably going to have the strongest wind in it of all. In association with that, that's where we think the surge is going to be the highest. We're not sure whether or not the winds that are starting to come around out of the north and northwest over Lake Pontchartrain are going to be strong enough to push any water over the levee system. It's just impossible to tell right now. But we think the highest surge will be in coastal Mississippi over the next 2 to 3 hours. Take shelter and stay away from the coast. Heather, Marshall.
All right, thanks, Steve. Now, the favorite road of folks going to the casinos is underwater.
That's right. We're talking about Highway 90 here, and this is in Gulfport, Mississippi. You can see the water covering the road here. We're going to see more problems like this throughout the morning. We're also going to take you to Stephanie Abrams, and she is in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. She'll have the latest on that area. Even though it's far away from the eye, it is getting hit hard. We're going to take you here to Gulfport, Mississippi. Here, hard to see through the lens here with all of the rain that is coming down across the area. Pretty strong winds in the region.
Very strong, 94-mile-per-hour winds. Those are sustained winds being reported at Gulfport. 100-mile-per-hour winds and gusts. Pascagoula reporting 118-mile-per-hour wind gusts, too. And we're getting some damage reports in some areas, like in New Orleans. These are unconfirmed reports of a building collapse and also flash flood warning now for Orleans Parish, also St. Bernard Parish. There's been a levee breach that occurred along Industrial Canal at Tennessee Street. 3 to 8 feet of water expected from this breach.
Also in that New Orleans, that building collapse too is in the Garden District there, and certainly there's probably a lot more of that to come. We also want to take you here to Fort Walton Beach, and that's where Stephanie Abrams is standing by. Stephanie, what kind of conditions are you seeing in this region?
Well, right now we're seeing our winds sustained around 30 miles an hour, the winds gusting to 45 miles per hour. That means tropical storm force gusts here. Now remember, tropical storm force winds fall in that diameter, that threshold of 39 to 74 mile per hour winds, and we are seeing a southeast wind. You see we are on the east side of the system, counterclockwise flow like this, so we're getting that southeast wind here, and it is coming right off this nasty ocean. And fortunately, we have these dunes here. They're built up about, we're guesstimating around 15 feet. They have sea oats well planted in here to help them as well. And the places where we don't have these dunes, the water's actually washing over onto the roadway. So some of the roads are closed. Now, people did get out of the Mississippi and Louisiana coast before those roads closed, and we're seeing a lot of them staying actually right here.
No, I'm just hoping to go back and have a house that's standing. You know, when you live on the water, you kind of, that's one of the things that you have to set your mind to, that once someday a big hurricane like this one's going to hit you and you may lose everything you have. So that's just part of living on the water.
Now, his house, he said, was about 100 feet away from the Gulf, about 12.5 feet in elevation, and it's located right between Biloxi and Pascagoula. So we're hoping that he gets some good news when he gets back, but that might not be the case. One of the main concerns here, we are under a tornado watch until noon. And of course, what we're worried about is those winds coming off that smooth ocean. They'll be going very fast higher in the atmosphere, but at the lower levels, once it hits the earth and it runs into that friction, that's when we're going to get that spinning and that twisting motion. So Heather and Marshall, it's imperative that people, you know, don't think, oh, we escaped, we're doing okay. We've got winds, we've got sand, we've got the roads covered, and a tornado watch.
As you probably know, Nicole Mitchell is part of the Hurricane Reserve Hurricane Hunters. You're looking at Mobile, Alabama, and Pascagoula, Mississippi, and you're looking at a very angry Gulf of Mexico. This particular picture is from Fort Walton Beach, where Highway 98 is closed down in some parts of that area due to high water. Now, Saturday night and Sunday morning, you flew into Katrina as it was strengthening. How was the flight?
The flight wasn't the worst I've ever been on in terms of turbulence, but we definitely had some lightning in the eye wall. That's a sign of intensification. During the flight, of course, the pressure continued to drop. That's when it was under that period of intensification, where it went through from a 3 to a 4 category during my flight, and shortly thereafter upgraded to a 5. So pressure dropping, winds going up. In fact, right as we were leaving, had about 160-mile-per-hour wind in one of the quadrants as we were passing our way out.
Thanks, Nicole. Web Live reports coming up next.
5 miles an hour, gusts much higher than that, bringing with her all kinds of problems. Buildings have collapsed. There are reports from New Orleans of people trapped in buildings that have come down around them. They have made desperate calls to 911 asking for help, asking for rescue, but the rescuers can't get out. It's simply too dangerous.
Jeff Morrow in Covington, Louisiana. We're starting to feel some of the worst that Katrina has to throw at this part of the states, but it's a lot worse, I believe, as you head down toward New Orleans and points east of Slidell along Interstate 10 and into Mississippi. I'll have a live update and tell you what, we're experiencing here in just a moment.
At least one levee has broken in New Orleans, leading to some localized flooding, but there could be far worse still to come as the storm surge and as the rainfall from Hurricane Katrina hits. In Alabama, the National Guard has been dispatched to Mobile and Baldwin counties. They are expecting some severe damage there, and we're
going back to Hurricane Central as Hurricane Katrina nears its 3rd landfall. This is uninterrupted coverage that we begin. That means you may not see your local on the 8s, and it will be commercial free. Stay with us. We'll give you all the updates. I'm Marshall Cease.
And I'm Heather Tash, and Katrina is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Look at this roof here. It was blown off from a building in Hammond, Louisiana. If you want to look at it again, it really was absolutely amazing through here. A very powerful storm in Gulfport. You have some sustained winds here of 94 miles per hour and gusts of 100 miles per hour coming through here.
Now, Hammond is just a few miles to the west of where Jeff Morrow is stationed in Covington, Louisiana. Here you're seeing the eye of Hurricane Katrina bear down on Biloxi, Mississippi, just a few miles south, and it continues to move to the north at about 15 miles per hour.
Completed evacuating personnel from our onshore facilities, our refineries, and our chemical plants, and then began the shutdown process for those facilities as well.
If your windows are not covered, certainly you don't want to be outside.
Now, it looks like this hurricane is going to follow Interstate 59 as it heads northward, so the impact is going to be felt well to the inland areas, not only on the coast where the damage is being seen right now. Early tomorrow morning, it would be over northern Mississippi to northwestern Alabama, and in the Ohio River Valley, folks in Evansville to Cincinnati, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Nashville, Tennessee need to be alert for this. Could be a lot of power outages in its path.
Now, our team of meteorologists is fanned out across the Gulf Coast to cover the arrival of Katrina. We're going to talk to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori in just a moment, and we also have Jeff Morrow. He is in Covington, Louisiana. Mike Seidel is in Mobile, Alabama. We're going to begin with Jeff Morrow. And Jeff, I'm not sure if you can hear me. You're just a few miles north of Lake Pine. Pontchartrain, and the winds are hitting you from the north. If the winds were from the south, would you see any flooding in your location from the lake?
I don't think this far inland. We're about 4 or 5 miles north of the lake. We were just down there, as a matter of fact. We're going to get some pictures to you as soon as we can. But I don't think we'd be in danger this far north. The only flooding here would be from all this very, very heavy rain. Now, I'm glancing around here because I'm trying to make sure that we don't have any debris flying. We also have my producer, Jim Gagne, standing by, and he's watching behind me to make sure that I'm not whacked in the head while I'm talking to you. It is a little bit more dangerous out here now. This is probably the worst that we've seen so far. A lot of very, very, very strong gusts coming through. We're on the very western edge of, I guess, what you could call the central circulation. I don't know that we're quite in the western eye wall, but we're in some pretty bad stuff here on the northwest side. We've seen a lot of tree damage around the area. There's some smaller trees right where we are here in this parking lot that are down, but much bigger trees have come down. Obviously, the
Yeah. Hey, this is Seidel, Mobile, Alabama. Obviously, the weather is going down here where Jeff is, and it's going down here. Right now, we've got gusts up over 50 miles an hour. Peak gust is up around 70 miles an hour, which is just below hurricane force. A lot of rain so far, about 2.5 inches. We're expecting 5 inches. Not nearly the amount of rain they had over in South Florida because the storm is moving proportional to how fast the storm is moving. As far as debris goes around here, fortunately, we don't have a lot of trees where I am. I didn't want to get whacked. We had one transformer over there blow about an hour ago. Just one little wire popped off, and it sounded like an explosion. And it doesn't take much. Our power has been out for about 45 minutes, and we continue to get these rain bands. One thing we haven't seen for about an hour and a half are any tornado warnings. We had 3 or 4 earlier for Baldwin and here in Mobile counties. Since then, we've been lucky. No reports of any touchdowns, but again, these in them, especially the outer bands, and it can spin up a tornado at any moment. It certainly is a slows down. So we're just dealing with the wind and the rain here. Everybody at the hotels are just hanging out. There are a lot of these people coming in from New Orleans, from Louisiana, Mississippi, getting what they thought maybe was far enough away from the storm. Of course, not as bad here as it is points west over towards Pascagoula and over towards New Orleans. Heather and Marshall, we'll be here all day. We're always open, buddy.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mike, and stay safe out there. And obviously, you can see we're having a lot of breakups starting to occur in our live reports here because of the conditions which are going downhill.
And there'll probably be more of that throughout the morning as you stay with us. Now, we just had a report from a stringer in New Orleans, one that we use. He says some windows are blown out in the higher levels of the Sheraton Hotel. We have another unconfirmed report of the Hyatt Hotel having the same problem, and that's near the Superdome.
And our guests there are just huddling in the hallways because of this. And also, speaking of the Superdome, we do have reports, too, that part of the roof has peeled back. Of course, this is a shelter. There are about 10,000 people located here. We also have a report of a leak, too, in the Superdome. New Orleans is getting hit very hard. A lot of objects flying through the air here, including things like siding. And we've also been talking about lampposts, which are blown over in the area. Unfortunate for some of the people that decided not to evacuate and are trying to just hold on during the storm.
They're on they're on generators right now at the Superdome. No air conditioning, but they do have electricity. Now, I want to go to Gulfport, Mississippi, where Jim Cantore filed this report just a short time ago.
Hey, good morning, everybody, from Gulfport, Mississippi, where it just continues to get worse here. We've lost power from time to time. The generator kicks on. Every once in a while, the streetlights will come back on as we have power come back. So it's just teetering right now, but winds continue to get stronger. And you know what else is a danger? Check this out. We were just standing here, setting up our shot. All of a sudden, we hear this big kaboom. And I walk over, and here's this piece of plywood that's basically imploded around these barriers. Just sat there. Boom. That's why it's dangerous to be outside. Not to mention, look at all the trees out here. We have a ton of trees. There's leaves and branches flying around everywhere. And as those winds pick up, we are going to have to kind of back in toward the building a little bit better. And, you know, it's amazing because we think about this. We stand out here. We think, all right, let's see. We're protected on this side of the building. We should be okay from flying debris. And sure enough, things like this happen. So that was a little bit too close for comfort. I want to take you down toward Highway 90 now, show you some pictures that we've just gotten in, and you can see how high the water has gotten already. We're talking about 10 to 12 feet above sea level. So it's really gotten up, and it continues to rise very, very rapidly. That's the Highway 90 area. There's an access road above that, which will eventually become impassable as well. We are expecting the surge to get very, very close to this area here at the Armed Forces Retirement Home. But the good news is we are high enough that we will be out of that surge plain. That is why we're here right now. So all in all, guys, it continues going downhill in a hurry. We'll keep you posted as long as we can. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jim. And of course, the conditions are going downhill in a lot of locations very quickly here as we continue to see that this system now is pushing on shore here. We've been talking a lot about New Orleans, some of the damage going on there. There's also been a levee, too, that has had some problems here, a breach there, and that's along the Industrial Canal at Tennessee Street. And we continue to see some very strong winds.
135-mile-per-hour winds at the latest advisory are around the circulation of this 25-mile wide eye wall. It's moving north at 15 miles per hour, Katrina is. Its barometric pressure, 923 millibars, and that places it about 40 miles southeast of New Orleans. This was the 9 o'clock advisory just about 40 minutes ago, so it's probably about 8 miles closer, or 32 miles, but there's been damage already, and one of the shelters in Chalmette at a high school there, we also have an unconfirmed report. That's where the western eye wall had moved in about a half an hour ago, that there has been some damage to the roof of that building.
And also, we have some new tornado warnings coming in here for catastrophic winds. This is in the New Orleans area. Places like Jefferson Parish coming in here, Orleans Parish, also St. Bernard and St. Charles.
And also Lafourche Parish, and also for Plaquemine Parish. This will go on for some time. Conditions worsening to the north and east of this system. We've also had a structural failure that has been indicated in New Orleans.
Well, in fact, many reports are coming in stating some total structural failure coming in the New Orleans metro area. You know, this area here, too, is a region that relies on a system of earthen levees here, too. Seawalls, water pumps, and luck, really, to protect this area from hurricanes. But keep in mind, too, that the flood control system is designed to handle a Category 3 storm. But, again, Katrina is a Category 4 hurricane here, and it's packing quite a punch to the New Orleans area right now.
And we have another report, too. St. Bernard High may be suffering some major damage as well. That is another area that has been a shelter, and so far about 350,000 people. This is at last report, unconfirmed, without power in the region.
We want to take you now to Florida. We're going to take you to Fort Walton Beach. That's where Stephanie Abrams is standing by. Not getting hit as hard here, Stephanie, but what are you seeing?
Well, we're getting sandblasted here. I'm alongside the general manager of this Holiday Inn we're staying at here, and I want to know, Stephen, what's the biggest concern right now for you guys?
I think us maintaining power for our guests and being able to, that's a comfort when you've got power and lights. If we can have power, they'll be fine. Other than that, the hotel is very secure. We've done a lot of things to protect ourselves since Ivan.
And what kind of guests do you have staying here? You're booked. You're packed here. How did that happen? How'd you stay open?
Well, we just made the decision. Our owner made the decision to stay open to give a lot of the displaced visitors coming to the area. We knew they were going to need places to stay, so we decided we discounted our rates down and decided to just provide them a place to shelter, because it's tough out there. We've been through this in the Panhandle several times, and a lot of our employees and things have had to evacuate, so we felt we'd just be able to try to give them a nice, safe place.
All right, let's talk about these dunes, Stephen. Let's head over here now. Tell me a little bit about the sea oats and why you planted these and how high they are.
Well, this is a restoration project. We learned from Ivan. At that time, our beaches were flat, and of course that caused a tremendous water surge problem from Ivan. So our owner, we kind of all thought that he was kind of, not really there when he put all this in. But believe it or not, he was right on the money. He put in these dunes. It was quite an expense. He did the restoration with all of the sea oats and everything. And as you can see, Dennis was a proven fact to show that it helped our hotel. We had absolutely no damage from the Dennis, and we lost half of this dune with Dennis. This one seems to be holding very well for us right now. So it was a great plan, and I commend him for that.
And in Ivan, what happened? Were the dunes I mean, everything washed into your hotel room? What happened during
Well,
Ivan?
there wasn't actually a dune here. The beach was actually flat. So as the waves came in, they just brought all the beach, all the sand and everything just came right in. And if you were to look at the hotel out here, where the pools, all of that were, it was just covered with sand. You didn't even see pools and walls or anything.
All right, well, speaking of sand, we have 30-mile-per-hour sustained winds. I know you're getting sand blasted, so head back inside. Thank you so much, and thank you for being so kind.
Thank you.
Leaving
Thank
this
you,
hotel
Stephanie.
open
Stay
for everybody.
safe.
We will. All right, I also wanted to let everybody know that we do have a tornado warning here in Okaloosa County, and that is until 9:30 local time, 9:30 Central. We have to worry about that, of course, as we have all that high wind coming in over the ocean, and then the winds hit the ground with the friction. You get that spinning in the atmosphere, so we do have to worry about that. Right now, our winds are moving from the southeast, and again, we are seeing them sustained around 30 miles per hour, gusting to tropical storm force. And that tropical storm force wind threshold is it goes from 39 to 74. So we're gusting about 45 miles per hour. So just imagine what the folks are dealing with that are going through the eye of this storm, because these, we're blowing around here and that sand's picking up, and you can see that Gulf of Mexico still crashing into the dunes. And actually, where they don't have the dunes, all of this water is already washing over the roads. We do have some road closures, as a matter of fact, on 98. So we're going to stick around here, Heather and Marshall. We are safe, and we will continue to bring live shots to you as long as we can.
Okay, stay safe, Stephanie.
Yeah, you bet. I do want to make a mention, because she was talking with the general manager of that Holiday Inn, that the Attorney General from Louisiana says he will prosecute gougers. And he's had over 24 complaints so far, and I'm sure other states will do the same. And that man at the Holiday Inn lowered the rates to help accommodate people.
Yeah, that's
Just
nice
terrific.
to hear. Well, driving wind and rain is being whipped into Covington, Louisiana, thanks to Hurricane Katrina. Some traffic signals have been knocked down, and a number of trees are down as well. And things are likely to get even worse.
And our Jeff Moore was braving the storm from Covington, and we'll be checking in with him just a little later this morning. But first off, we're going to check in with Dr. Steve Lyons, our hurricane expert.
And Steve, a lot of concerns out there. We've been hearing about some significant damage taking place in some areas. What right now is the biggest danger?
Well, the wind threat right this second is a very big threat in New Orleans, where we're seeing some structure failures, trees falling down, roofs blown off, windows on high-rises blown in. So you need to take shelter immediately into the stairwells of those high-rises and get into a level that's not right at the sea level where it could be flooded, but fairly low level. Now here's the circulation. It's moving to the east of New Orleans, but the western eye wall is clipping the portions of New Orleans, primarily the eastern portions. We've had some type of levee compromise. We're not sure how much water is getting into the city, if it's flowing into the city or not, but one of the levee systems has failed a little bit. So we're concerned about that. Now, in the meantime, this is all consistent with a Category 4 hurricane. The wind damage can be near catastrophic, but at least extreme. On the other hand, on the east side of the circulation, where the wind is coming onshore very soon, the strongest winds are going to be coming onshore near Pass Christian, Waveland, and Biloxi Gulfport in Mississippi. And there we've had some winds coming out of the east, piling water up there for hours, and now that water's going to be pushed onshore by these southerly winds that are going to be coming onshore. So not only are we going to have some significant wind damage there very soon, if it's not already occurring, we're also going to see some significant water rises along the coast there with a major surge. Now, the highest surge we have ever seen from a hurricane, ever recorded from a hurricane in North America, has been in Pass Christian, Mississippi. And that's about where we're going to see probably the highest surge again. Here's the circulation center moving. There's New Orleans there, and you can see Slidell, just to the northeast of New Orleans, is now in the northwestern eye wall. You are getting some very strong winds there. Take shelter immediately as the system continues to move to the north, maybe slightly east of due north. Now here's the bad part right over here. The eastern eye wall coming onshore in Mississippi. Pass Christian is about right there, and we expect the surge to be extremely high there. Right now, our estimates are between 16 and 22 feet for the surge there. We don't know where that compromise of the levee system occurred, whether it was around the lake here or somewhere farther over, but there could be some water in New Orleans area as well. So this is a very treacherous situation. This is going to be the worst situation water-wise in the next couple of hours. In the meantime, the wind in the very high populated city area is going to be a significant problem for at least the next 2 hours until that eye wall goes to the north. Then Slidell is going to get the worst of it, and then it'll go inland and begin to weaken. But it takes a long time for a Category 4 to weaken. We can expect tropical storm winds to extend inland into Mississippi at least 200 miles, 250 miles over the next 12 to 24 hours, and that means power outages will be extending inland as well. Now, the winds are quite a bit lower as you go off to the east from the circulation, but the wave heights are very high out in here, so that's the problem we're having out there. But the meantime, right in here, this is the greatest threat for the potential for loss of life away from the coast is building compromises in the greater New Orleans area and in the Gulfport, Biloxi, past Christian area in the next hour or two, including Slidell, which is just north of New Orleans. After that, we've got the surge problem, and the surge problem, if anybody's near the coastline, could be extreme right along the coast. In the meantime, the wave action is huge along here. Stay out of the coastal zone. Beach erosion has been tremendous. We've had some longshore currents pulling toward the west, scouring the beach. We've had some dunes rebuilt on there, and that's protected a lot of the beach area, but a lot of the sand has been gone from Destin yesterday, and now some of the highest wave action is over here in Alabama. And that will drop away as the system moves inland, but it's still going to remain at least 15 to 20 feet for the next 6 to 12 hours. So it's a very treacherous situation, wave-wise here, wind-wise in the greater New Orleans area, moving into the past Christian, Mobile, Biloxi area, high surge in Mississippi, and then the wave action, as I just mentioned. Back to you in the studio.
Now reports are coming in, too, on damage assessments. Again, a levee breach has occurred, and this is in the Industrial Canal at Tennessee Street in New Orleans. 3 to 8 feet of water is expected due to this breach under a flash flood warning until at least 2:15 this afternoon, Central Daylight Time.
And we also have many reports that are coming in stating total structural failure, too, coming in the New Orleans metro area, and this is coming in from the National Weather Service. We also have some catastrophic wind damage ongoing and imminent in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, including areas here in Harrison and Hancock counties, and also we're seeing some of that too working in just in the far southeastern end of Louisiana.
Now, north of New Orleans is Covington, Louisiana, which is east of Hammond. Now, this is Jeff Morrow live. Jeff, how are conditions now?
Oh, they're bad, Marshall. This is the worst we've seen so far. Right before you came to me, we had a gust here that was probably up over hurricane force easily. Haven't seen any other trees come down, but we're keeping a close watch on it for you. Again, we are probably getting into the worst. I would say in the next hour, hour and a half, this is going to be the worst. So anybody around here where we are in the Hammond area or where we are in Covington, even on down toward the northern shore of Lake Pontchartrain, this is it. This is going to be the worst of it here, so don't go out on the roadways. There's definitely a lot of debris flying in the air right now, and also a lot of trees down. We'll have some pictures of that for you coming up here in just a bit. In fact, we can go ahead and show that to you. Again, we were out and about just within the last hour shooting some of this. Again, some very heavy rain, some localized flooding, not from the lake, not from Lake Pontchartrain, but from the heavy, heavy rain that continues to pelt down here and pretty much go sideways. I think we're in a pretty good position. We should be able to continue to broadcast unless it rains so hard that we can't get the signal out. But so far, so good. Again, power has been out here for quite some time. As you guys have been reporting, and we're hearing as well, it's a lot different down in New Orleans. We're kind of feeling a little bit better about our decision definitely to evacuate there yesterday because conditions down there seem to be really, really bad. Now we're getting another pretty good gust of wind coming by with a lot of rain coming through the area once again. Again, a little bit hard to hear and a little bit hard to talk when you have this much water in the air and kind of hitting the side of my hood here. So if you ask me a question and I don't respond right away, you'll know why, because it's kind of a roaring sound going by at the present time. But again, this is about it. This is the worst of it. Here in the next hour to hour and a half, we're going to have hurricane force winds at times, and then hopefully things will finally start to quiet down. Heather and Marshall, let's get back to you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. And you know what's interesting too, when you see Jeff being blown around there and how strong the winds are now, there actually was a structural fire earlier there. We have reports of in Covington.
Electrical fire, yeah.
And they were not able to put this out or even go to it because of the strong winds.
This is video from Hammond, Louisiana, which is just west of where you just saw Jeff Morrow undergoing damage throughout the area. There are power outages all over New Orleans, at least 350,000 people without power because of these winds, still at 135 miles per hour around the center of circulation.
We can give you the position here, too. The new position is about 30 miles east-southeast of New Orleans, Louisiana, and it's about 50 miles west-southwest of Biloxi, Mississippi. This is the center of Hurricane Katrina.
Now, there are also tornado warnings throughout the region. Want to update you on some of those, and then we'll show you where that tornado threat will be today. Pearl River County in southern Mississippi is now under a tornado warning. That includes Poplarville and Picayune. That till 9:45. George County and Mobile County in Alabama, and George County in southeast Mississippi under tornado warnings, and tornado warnings again for Santa Rosa County in northwest Florida and Okaloosa County. And these storms are moving to the northwest, get this, at 70 miles per hour, not even in the eye of the hurricane.
And we want to go now to Jim Cantori. He's in Gulfport, Mississippi, and find out the latest. Jim?
Okay, guys, here's the deal in Gulfport. As we mentioned, we were at 27 feet above sea level. Guess what? That's not high enough, because what happened is the surge came in, backed up the canals, and right now we have cars that we're looking at out in the parking lot that are completely underwater right now. I can't tell which is the ground, which is where the asphalt is as the water continues to slowly rise. Our winds are shifting a little bit out of the northwest, so hopefully the worst of it is over. But, you know, just like we talked about, it comes in so quick. Literally within 20 minutes, we went from a dry parking lot, or if you will, a non-flooded one, to a parking lot now which is at least 3 to 4 feet underwater as we speak. We are all safe. The crew is inside. The vehicles, that's another issue. The truck, though, the satellite truck, we did get moved to higher ground just in time before the worst of this came in. So this is something I've never seen, the kind of water that's come up in through here. And you got to imagine, if we're at 27 feet, everything along US 90, and certainly some of the homes, even on the access road, are starting to flood right now as well. So incredible amount of water coming in with this. Winds have been gusting 120 miles an hour in some cases. Just a howling, screeching wind, almost makes your ears pop a little bit. But the site here is basically, we are part of the Gulf of Mexico right now. All the mobiles in the parking lot are sitting underwater, some up to the windows, some over the top, depending obviously on how deep they are. There are some power poles down, there are trees down, there are tree limbs down all over the place floating around. There's even some diesel fuel floating in some of the water here, and even huge dumpsters that you couldn't even think about moving as a human being are just floating around like little rubber duckies in the bathtub. So that's the site for you here, guys. We've had to shut down the generators here as a result of the water getting even too high to the generators. So we've saved the electrical panels there for now. Hopefully the water won't get much higher. You guys got anything to tell me? I'd love to hear it. Good news, please.
Just very sad news coming in from you, because you think if you're 27 feet here above sea level, and as you mentioned, you know, all the places that are lower than that, and there the water's 3 to 4 feet high.
And what you need to know, too, is all of our people that go on live reports, we try to keep out of harm's way. And at 27 feet sea level, they thought they would be above harm's way. And indeed, it looks like they will be, but boy, that's right on the edge.
Yeah, and it really causes great concern for all the people that tried to kind of wait it out, and they thought they would be okay, and very concerned about some folks there in Gulfport, Mississippi, and New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes, you bet.
We're going to turn now to Mobile, and Mike Seidel is there. Mike, we've been hearing about some pretty devastating conditions in some locales. What are you seeing right now in the Mobile area?
Well, the power is out everywhere. We've got a crew going down towards Dolphin Island and towards the coast to bring back some pictures for you momentarily to get an idea of what is going down over there, because we're about 20 to 25 miles inland from the Gulf, and we're about 5 or 6 a perfectly safe area as far as flooding issue goes. The only concern here is debris and these gusty winds, which at times are gusting up just over hurricane force, and the driving rainfall. We haven't had a tornado warning lately. That's a good thing. We had several earlier this morning, and you get a sense of the wind whipping these trees. We had one power transformer blow about 2 hours ago, and that was scary enough. It was as loud as a firecracker, and it sounded like something exploded. But I expect we'll see more of these flashes. I keep an eye across the street, across I-65. Look at it. There is not a car on the highway this morning, and that's the way it should be. Think about it. It's Monday, rush hour, people going into work, not a car out there. It's deserted. And I keep an eye across all these big signs, these road signs. And so far, they're hanging in here. The hotel sign here at the Hampton is doing okay. So we've done okay so far. But again, we're we're just in this little area here. We don't know exactly what's going on around us, but I can assure you as the winds continue to pick up, with gusts probably approaching 100 miles an hour, we're going to have more, certainly more damage, but nothing like they're going to see or they're seeing over around Pascagoula and over towards New Orleans.
I'll stay with the Weather Channel as Hurricane Central and our coverage continues. Hurricane Katrina, one landfall at 6:10 Central Daylight Time, actually the second one for Katrina, about ready to make a third near Biloxi.
And of course, you remember the first landfall was in South Florida last week. You can see the hurricane now working on here. We do have some positive news. We've been talking a lot about some of the devastation, but the Superdome damage that we've been hearing about in New Orleans, that is considered minor damage. We've heard some reports that some of the roof was peeled off and also some leaking taking place. That, of course, is a shelter to about 10,000 people.
All right, the center of circulation at this advisory as of 8 o'clock Central Daylight Time placed the center of circulation of 40 miles southeast of New Orleans with 135 mile-per-hour winds and barometric pressure at 923. As we head to the travel desk now with Nicole Mitchell, she has an update on that.
And Nicole, what's the latest information that you have?
Well, we've been talking about the hurricane hunters this morning, and my colleagues there, their last report, 925 millibars, which is only a slight weakening. Usually they'll quit the flights when this goes over land, but because how Louisiana is, it headed back over water briefly, so they've been monitoring it. People always ask us how bumpy these flights are when it is going over land. That's when it really starts to get a little bit more so, is that friction with the storm hitting the land. So I anticipate they'll have some stories to tell. But as we head out to the airports and some of the other travel that people are trying to maybe do this morning, here are the problem spots. Well, we've got New Orleans, Gulfport, Baton Rouge, and Fort Walton, Mobile, and Pensacola all closed. Good news in Philadelphia, you're not having delays anymore. You'd had some earlier in the day. Places to continue watching. Into the northwest, Seattle, you'll see some showers today. Pittsburgh, the northern edge of Katrina. You can get some of those bands. Thunderstorms mean delays possible. And from Montgomery and other parts of Alabama, heavy rain, storms, wind, delays are very likely for you. So we're going to continue to see problems across the board all through the south. The stretch of Interstate 10 today, I've been keeping an eye on some of those observations all the way into parts of Florida. You're going to continue to see those even tropical storm force winds in many places. So I really don't recommend on 10 or even on parts of Highway 90, completely flooded in some spots. So don't do any of that travel if you don't absolutely need to today. In fact, a lot of places you just can't. And then this spreads up farther to the north. So let's say you're traveling on Interstate 20, Interstate 40, even as far north, maybe even as Interstate 70, you're going to get some of these bands. The moisture is going to be increasing up this direction as that continues to move inland. So we could be talking flooding problems all the way up through the Ohio River Valley as this storm continues to make its track inland. Not all of this today, but really a storm to watch over the next couple days with any travel that you might be doing. Finally, want to mention there have been some showers off the northeast, a lot of that continuing to move up, but watch for that possibility for today in parts of Interstate 95. And then, as I mentioned, tomorrow, with all this moving inland, the flooding problems are certainly going to be a problem. Heather and Marshall, back to you.
I also want to say that City of Houston has indicated that anyone with a Louisiana license plate will have free parking anywhere in Houston today. So if you're watching and you did evacuate and you don't know where to go, head to a parking lot in Houston.
Well, you know, I tell you, that's one state trying to be a neighbor to another, one city trying to be.
And North Carolina opened up shelters yesterday for folks that were going to evacuate the situation.
Yeah, and you know, conditions are really getting bad in a lot of these areas. One of those places where it has gotten very bad is in Covington, Louisiana. That's where Jeff Morrow has been standing by, and he's had to kind of break down for a while because the conditions are just getting too bad to report out of there. But he did file this report here just a few minutes ago.
This is probably the worst that Hurricane Katrina has thrown our way in Louisiana, at least in the Covington, Louisiana area. We are well north of New Orleans. We are definitely on the western side of this hurricane, the northwest side. This is generally known as the weaker side, but boy, I'll tell you, you couldn't tell it looking into some of this wind. Gusts definitely probably up almost to hurricane force right now. At times it's a little bit difficult to stand. Just wind-driven sheets of rain blowing sideways, a lot of trees bending over, and a lot of them have come down. Power's been out since early this morning around this area, and with this much rain coming down, I'm sure we'll have some localized flooding. Now, we're not close enough to the lake, and the wind is actually blowing in the opposite direction from Lake Pontchartrain for us to see any problems here, but it could be much different down toward the New Orleans area. Again, we don't know whether these winds are going to be strong enough for Pontchartrain to breach the levee system down there, but nonetheless, we're getting reports from New Orleans that there is some structural damage there. Some light posts at the very least have come down. Some windows have been blown out of some of the high rises, and the Superdome evidently has sprung some leaks there as well. So some structural problems down in Louisiana, some structural damage as the winds there even a little bit stronger. Quickly, I'll walk over here and just show you some of the wind blowing the rain sideways down behind me. Again, we expect to see this for a bit longer until the eye of Katrina passes us by to the east, and then hopefully as we pass the noon hour, things will start to quiet down. I'm Jeff Marr reporting from Covington, Louisiana.
And that's what a lot of people are hoping for, that things will start to quiet down, but we still have a lot to get through.
Indeed we do. We indicated a little while ago of a levee breach in New Orleans. We want to pinpoint that for you as you look at the city of New Orleans here. And this levee breach occurred on the Industrial Canal at Tennessee Street, where 3 to 8 feet of water is expected in the breach. Notice where the French Quarter is. Notice where the levee breach is. This is not limited to Araby and the 9th Ward of New Orleans. It could extend out further.
Now, we just had a report from Jeff Morrow. We told you how to break down because of the conditions there, but we have him back now, and we want to take you quickly here live to Jeff Morrow in Covington, Louisiana.
I lost IFB.
Nope, he's having trouble hearing us. Let's see if we can... You know, we're going to get back to Jeff, but first we're going to go to Stephanie Abrams, and she's in Fort Walton Beach.
She is, where she's seeing some wave heights there that continue to increase, as do the water levels. Highway 98 impassable in many locations. Stephanie, what's the latest?
Well, right now we've just been getting blasted by the sand, basically, and also the Gulf of Mexico, and it's really picked up in intensity, I must say, within the last hour or so. And actually our winds have picked up as well. We have seen them sustain around 34, 35 miles per hour out of Destin. That's where we can get the observation from, and that's just a few miles east of us. And we have seen a wind gust up to 52 miles per hour. That is tropical storm force wind gusts here, so you can only imagine what Jeff and Jim and Mike Seidel and then the residents and visitors to that area are feeling right now. This is what it looks like when you have tropical storm force gusts. Just tropical storm. This thing was a Category 4 hurricane when it made landfall. So maybe you can try to put this in a little bit of perspective, how the winds are just exponentially greater where they are located, and of course that rain as well. We haven't really had to deal with the rain, Heather and Marshall.
All right, Stephanie, and hopefully you won't have to deal with a lot more.
Now, Governor Jeb Bush is having a news conference right now. We want to listen into this.
To once again ask everyone to follow the instructions on the use of generators. Those 2 deaths that occurred because a generator was being used inside of one's home. It is not appropriate to use generators, just as it wouldn't make sense to drive your car into your house and keep the car turned on. It doesn't make any sense to use a generator inside as well. There have been 33 confirmed carbon monoxide poisoning events as of last night, and with the increased use of generators, it's important for people to follow those rules. Florida Power and Light is working quickly to ensure all customers have their power restored as soon as possible. As of 7 a.m. this morning, less than 1% of the residents of Monroe County were without power. 11%, which is just slightly over 100,000 customers in Broward County are still without power, and in Dade County 22%, or 212,000 customers are without power, and we are beginning to see power outages, of course, in Northwest Florida. As it relates to fuel, we are working very closely with the United States Department of Energy and the petroleum industry to ensure we maintain fuel supplies and shipments into our ports. We continue to experience localized fuel shortages, and I would ask that people be patient to make sure that they take care of their own needs, but also recognize that their neighbors need gasoline as well. Fuel supply is no longer just an issue for Floridians, by the way. This will be a regional and perhaps national issue for the short run as we assess as the damage to the refineries is assessed. If there is damage, it could create significant problems. In the interim, we are going to do what we can, working with our partners in the federal government and with these oil companies to make sure that Floridians do have access to gasoline, that the alternative supplies of fuel from other sources than just in the Gulf are contracted so that we can make sure that we continue to get gasoline into our ports. With that, I would like to ask Craig Fugate to talk a little bit about the specific relief and recovery efforts that are underway.
Thank you, Governor Bush. Now that we've been declared by President Bush as a major disaster area, FEMA and the state are in a unified command in response to the impacts of Katrina to Florida.
We've been listening to Governor Jeb Bush on a state of South Florida on Katrina's first landfall, and also talking a bit about the conditions in the northwestern part of his state right now.
And, you know, we have seen impressive damage already throughout the Gulf Coast. It didn't take long for Highway 98 in Fort Walton, Florida to wash out. Right now, Highway 98 between Okaloosa Island and Destin is closed because of flooding.
Now in Mobile, the winds are picking up and have already caused damage on highways and city streets. Power lines are down and several buildings have been damaged.
And in Covington, Louisiana, roads are flooded, and along the coast, waves are kicking up, making it dangerous to venture out. Here's some of the damage that we've seen coming in from the Covington area. Meteorologist Jeff Morrow and crews sent these pictures in just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, another person getting lashed right now by some strong winds and some heavy rain, too. And all morning long, actually, is Mike Seidel in Mobile, Alabama.
And we're going to turn it over to you now, Mike.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh.
Testing out his microphone.
Okay.
Mike, what's going on there?
Hey, Heather and Marshall, we're down here in Mobile. We're back out here on the frontage road looking down I-85, rather I-65, and you can see the power of the wind blowing the water across the highway, across that Ford dealership. You can hear the howling of the wind here. So far, these signs have held up pretty good. This Family Inn sign has held up. We'll swing around right now and show you the flag, and this is looking back towards Mobile. By the way, we just heard that there's an moorings over there in Mobile Bay by the Cochrane Bridge, and right now they've got 3 tugboats out there trying to wrestle with a big oil tanker at this point with these wind gusts over hurricane force.
That's Mobile, Alabama, reporting live, Mike Seidel. We have other reports coming in now from New Orleans, Louisiana, which is getting the brunt of the western eye wall or very near to it.
Well, you know, significant and life-threatening storm surge here of 18 to 22 feet above normal is occurring, and the levees here have actually been overtopped in Orleans and also St. Bernard parishes. Of course, Orleans, that is the county where New Orleans is located. So this is going to lead to some very catastrophic damage coming into the area. We've already heard reports of, unconfirmed, but reports of buildings that have collapsed there, as well as a lot of damage due to some windows that have been blown out, objects flying through the air in New Orleans, such as siding, and also lampposts that have been blown over.
And the southwest part of Lake Pontchartrain has been affected now. The east banks of Jefferson, St. Charles, St. John the Baptist, and Livingston parishes. Serious situation from New Orleans to Biloxi and Gulfport, Mobile, and north of that region with this landfalling Hurricane Katrina, still to make its 3rd landfall imminently.
And, you know, while we talk about New Orleans and Gulfport and some of these areas that are getting hit very hard right now, there are also a lot of other problems coming out. You know, New Orleans, one of the problems we're seeing, too, is the Superdome. Now, we've heard reports that this is minor, but the roof was peeled back a little bit there. Also, that they are using generators there, but the air conditioning doesn't work.
Air conditioning doesn't work. Generators can't support it, but it can support electricity. Now, with that breach, there was a little bit of a water leak earlier, and they moved the people from where that leak was. There's about 9,000 to 10,000 people in the Superdome. There have been no injuries, and everything is just fine. Want those of you to know that know someone that has gone to seek safe shelter at the Superdome.
Yeah, keep in mind here with New Orleans, I mean, what's so problematic in the New Orleans area here, too, is that it is located under sea level. And with that, you know, it relies on a system of earthen levees, seawalls, water pumps, and really luck to protect itself from hurricanes. But, you know, that flood control system is designed to handle a Category 3 storm. And, of course, this is a Category 4 hurricane. And as we've been saying, we are now seeing some breaches there in the levees taking place. Some people, certainly many people, have evacuated the area, but there are 485,000 people that live in New Orleans, and even if they've evacuated, they may come home to a very damaging situation.
One of those situations that will be damaging for many is in Gulfport, Mississippi. That's where Jim Cantore is. We're going to go to him now.
Just incredible, you know, if you will, first-hand experience with storm surge and how that water can come in and how quickly it can back up. I mean, our water is still coming up now, starting to enter the first floor. We tried to barricade the doors as best as we can. The generation's been shut down. Everybody's holding out, though. All the armed forces retirement folks are doing pretty good here. They know what's going on outside and how powerful it is, but there's a lot of course, officers that are here, and we're trying to just kind of barricade any water and keep it out as quick as we can. But, you know, it's just an amazing sight. When you look out at the parking lot, you see cars floating around. We see dumpsters floating around at will, and winds howling at 120 miles an hour. It's just absolutely unbelievable. A lot of tree limbs down, a lot of trees pretty much stripped of their leaves, the ones that haven't come down. And so imagine what a tree looks like fully leafed out, and then imagine what a tree looks like when it's fully defoliated in the fall. And that's the kind of I'm standing here right now, continuing to have to back up because the water just keeps coming in on this first floor here. So, guys, what am I going to tell you? A lesson in storm surge. We're safe. We're safe.
All right, and here, of course, we were talking to Jim Cantore and breaking up there. And keep in mind, too, that Jim Cantore went to a place thinking it'd be very safe. It was 27 feet above sea level here, where he's located at a retirement center. And still, he said that the parking lot is flooded. We have water coming into the building right now. And, you know, I have a lot of concern because I know somebody personally who decided to stay behind despite my telling her to get out of the New Orleans area. And I know many of you know people, too, that tried to ride out the storm. And it's very scary when you hear some of the information that is coming in.
Indeed it is. Let's check in with Dr. Steve Lyon. Steve, when is the worst going to be over?
Well, it's happening right now, that's for sure, and it's going to be over probably in about 2 or 3 hours. Circulation is starting to make a second landfall here, at least relative to the New Orleans area, right on the coast of Louisiana and Mississippi here. It's going to go in and it's moving straight north. The western eye wall is over basically portions of New Orleans, and now some of the strongest winds are coming out of the north across Lake Pontchartrain. And if there's some levee breaks there, we're very concerned how much water is getting into the city, because it's going to take a long time to pump that water out if it does get in. And if the water's in there, people can't get in if they're already out of there. And if they're in there, they're going to be in trouble if they're not in higher ground. Now, the circulation is moving here on shore. That means the south winds are coming on shore here. The highest wave action is occurring now along the Alabama-Florida coastline, about 25 to 35 feet, maybe a little higher in some specific locations. And now the right front quadrant is also coming on shore in Mississippi, which makes the surge along that area some of the highest of all. Now, here's the latest visible satellite image. You can see the circulation area very close to New Orleans, but just to the east, but that doesn't matter. The eye wall has caused a lot of damage there, and there's a lot of flooding in the city. Now, let's look at the radar image for a second. First of all, you can see the eye wall here. Look at Slidell. They're in the northern portion of the eye wall now. They may have actually gotten stronger winds than New Orleans did. We'll have to wait and see. But as the system moves inland, it's going to start to weaken. But it's going to take a while because it's a very strong hurricane, and it'll take it a long time before it weakens below the level where it cannot do any more damage. Here's the big patch of the right front quadrant moving into the Biloxi, Gulfport, past Christian area, Waveland area that's produced that large surge. Exactly how large, we're not sure. We're thinking somewhere around the 22 to 24 foot range, but as you heard from Jim Cantore, it could have been higher, maybe 27 feet. A little surprising based on the strength of this, considering a Cat 5 and 69 produced 24 feet. But wait and see. The bad news is it's bad enough that there's a lot of flooding there as well. Now let's look over here. Here's Lake Pontchartrain here. New Orleans sits to the south of it, and now the winds are coming very quickly out of the north, right to the east side, to the west side of the eye wall. And so now the strongest push of water from Lake Pontchartrain toward New Orleans is occurring. So if there are any breaks in the levee system, or if that water tops that levee system, water could be filling up New Orleans right now. We don't know whether it is or not, but the worst case scenario is occurring right now. Once the system moves in a little bit, it'll begin to weaken. The winds will turn to the west across New Orleans. That'll direct the water from Lake Pontchartrain toward the east, which is basically from whence it came back out toward the ocean. But that's going to take a long time to settle down. In a lot of the areas that have high water, that water won't drain out for days. It'll take a number of days to drain out. So the circulation here, moving onshore, the wind is improving down here in southern Louisiana. That's the good news. But it's going to continue to increase as we go northward into Mississippi. And this is direct structural damage potential. The greatest, obviously, has been here near landfall. But it's going to continue inland. As the system's moving about 15 miles per hour, we can expect hurricane-force winds to extend inland as far as about 150 to 200 miles. That's a long way, and that's at least a level where significant structural damage could occur. Heather, Marshall.
All right, thank you, Steve.
We're going to take you to Covington, Louisiana now, which is north of Lake Pontchartrain. We have some fresh video in from here. In Covington is where Jeff Morrow is stationed. He's been reporting this morning. As you can see here, a tree down on the roof of a house. It has been uprooted. Heavy rain has been falling. Winds have gusted to near 100 miles per hour. And Mike Seidel is in Mobile, Alabama.
We're going to be taking you first to looking at some of the conditions that we've been seeing with this hurricane. Remember, Katrina swept across southern Florida last week as a Cat 1 hurricane, and this also killed 9 people here. The first landfall was near Miami. It had winds of 80 miles per hour. That was on August 25th.
Then it began trekking across the Gulf, and its second landfall was this morning at 6:10 Central Daylight Time. Winds at 140 miles per hour at Burris, Louisiana. That's very near to Grand Isle, Louisiana. And its third landfall is imminent.
We're going to take you now to Mobile, Alabama, and that's where Mike Seidel is standing by live. Mike, what's the latest here?
Hey, good morning, Heather and Marshall. It is about as bad as it's been all morning. Skies are getting dark again. I think we got another squall coming in. Take a look. We're looking at the Old Glory, and look at the wind whipping that flag now. These gusts are up around 60 miles an hour, 60 to 65 miles an hour. You got and the rain blowing right into you. Fortunately, we're not seeing any major structural damage, at least on this section of Interstate 65. We're just off Airport Boulevard and just a few miles north of I-10, safe from Mobile Bay. Take a look at the pictures from earlier around Dolphin Island and down towards the coast. This is where we have issues with surge and flooding. Much closer, much closer to the water there, and you can see the overwash and the waves crashing around the area. As far as inland areas concerned, the big threat right now is wind damage. We've got power out just about everywhere. There is no power on. But again, just scanning the horizon here along Interstate 65 just north of Mobile, we don't see any major structural damage, any windows blown out. Our sign here is hanging on pretty good. And that's usually a good measurement of how strong these winds are and how the damage is going. And again, so far, no transformers have been blown. We've been following these transformers all morning, and it just takes one of those wires, one of those small little thin wires, to decouple, and then there's this loud boom and explosion and like a big green flash. Unfortunately, right now, we're not seeing that. Heather Marshall?
All right, again, Katrina has made landfall for the second time at 6:10 this morning, Central Daylight Time, about ready to make a third landfall in its particular history, and it's a history of a ferocious hurricane.
Well, and keep in mind, too, that Katrina is the fourth lowest pressure ever for a hurricane in the Atlantic. This follows behind Gilbert. Some of you remember that in 1988. The Labor Day storm, too, that was back in 1935. Also Allen, and then Katrina. That shows you how strong this system is, one of the strongest hurricanes that we have seen here in the United States.
And that's comparing its pressure to the lowest pressure of each of those systems at the strength of each of those storms. Again, as Heather said, the fourth strongest. We'll take you a look at some of the impact there as we take you to Mobile, Alabama.
And you can see here the roads flooding across this area. We just had some reports coming in that parts of I-10 are actually shut down here in Mobile. I-10, of course, a major thoroughfare across this area. And you can imagine how many secondary roads and some of the side roads that are going to be shut down, and a lot of people stranded in this area, people that did not evacuate.
Now, everybody is very concerned about the New Orleans area, and we do have some reports coming in of a levee breach. We also have reports coming in of some windows out at higher elevations or the highest floors at the Sheraton Hotel and at the Hyatt Hotel, and a structural break at the Superdome. But it has not caused major problems, so we want to make sure that you understand that.
And also water has gone over the top of some of those levees too now in the New Orleans area. We want to take you now to Stephanie Abrams, and she has been in Florida enduring the system, not getting hit as hard as some other areas here in Fort Walton Beach. But still, Stephanie, I can see that wind is blowing around.
It is, and just so people can maybe put this all in perspective here, these are tropical storm force gusts, not even hurricane, just tropical storm force gusts. And it's enough to kind of lose your balance here, basically. So that's what we have been dealing with. And this is what we will be seeing here. What it looks like is we'll be having this wind into the evening hours and into the morning hours. And it looks like the bulk of the rain will be from the Florida-Alabama border west. We'll just go in and out of some of these squall lines. We really haven't seen a whole lot of rain. And those waves are still kicking up 20 to 25 feet. And we have these big sand dunes here. They're about 15 feet off the ground. And they built these because during Ivan, the whole Gulf and all this sand was on the first floor of this hotel. But now, with these sand dunes, these barriers, that is definitely helping. And they said during Dennis they had these, and it made a significant difference. And that's also blocking the Gulf of Mexico right now from making its way here. Where we don't have these sand dunes, where we just have the sea walls, you know what? That water has gone over the walls, and we actually have some flooded roadways on 98 there, and those are closed down as well. And we actually have people that have evacuated from places like Biloxi and New Orleans. They are staying here. They decided, we went through Ivan, we know what it's like. We're going to stay open. We're not going to get it that bad. We can handle this. So the entire hotel is filled with people that have evacuated, and they're riding the storm out here. We still have power. There are a few places, we spoke to the Gulf Power people, where they are seeing sporadic power outages. Our lights actually flickered just a bit, but it doesn't take very strong winds to get power outages. All you need is a branch to rip off a tree, tap one of those power lines, and boom, you could be out of power. So that's what we're dealing with here, and we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the day.
Thanks, Stephanie. We have live reports all over the areas where this Katrina is affecting people's lives. And we just listened into a press conference that Governor Jeb Bush of the state of Florida was talking to his Floridians.
Yeah, you know, he's urging people to be patient here as the crews work to restore power.
Yeah, patience is certainly...
Florida Power and Light is working quickly to ensure all customers have their power restored as soon as possible. As of 7 a.m. this morning, less than 1% of the residents of Monroe County were without power. 11%, which is just slightly over 100,000 customers in Broward County are still without power. And in Dade County, 22%, or 212,000 customers are without power. And we are beginning to see power outages, of course, in Northwest Florida.
Certainly, folks are going to need patience not only in Florida, but all across the Gulf Coast as we continue to not only see some power outages here, but extreme damage. You know, we at this point are still kind of waiting for everything to unfold, but we're hearing bits and pieces of some very serious damage in and around areas like New Orleans and Gulfport because of some flooding and also because of the strong winds.
And we want to take you north of New Orleans now. This is toward Covington, Louisiana, where Jeff Morrow filed this report just a little while ago.
Some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far. I keep saying that, but every time I do, we get another bigger gust coming from Katrina. Definitely in the western part, maybe the extreme western side of the eye wall. Winds dead out of the north right now, blowing again, gusting as high as hurricane force, maybe up to about 80 miles an hour here. Definitely doing a lot of tree damage. At times, it's hard to see more than maybe a few yards because there's so much water in the air. Again, we have lost cell service here. I hope the Weather Channel will be able to pick this up. We've also, of course, been out of power here for quite some time. I hope everybody around is pretty much where they're going to be. You don't want to be out driving in these kinds of conditions. I mean, at the very least, you're risking your vehicle and your life. Again, we get these gusts coming by that just are tremendous with all the water and leaves flying through the air. It actually hurts to stand out here because the wind's blowing so hard at times. We expect this to continue for at least maybe another half hour to maybe 45 minutes at the worst. Hopefully we can get the eye by here and things will start to calm down, because some of these trees can't take much more of this. They're either going to get stripped bare by the winds or they're going to get knocked over. Jeff Morrow reporting from Covington, Louisiana, near Interstate 12.
Here's Mobile, Alabama under siege. Hurricane Katrina making it onshore this morning in Louisiana, about to make it onshore again to the north near Biloxi, Mississippi. Thanks for joining us. You're watching Your Weather Today. Uninterrupted coverage this past hour, and we'll continue to do that as necessary. I'm Marshall Cease.
And I'm Heather Tash, and we continue here as we watch Hurricane Katrina continue to press inland. One of those areas we just showed you is Mobile, and that's where Mike Seidel is standing by live. Mike, it's looking like it's getting pretty rough across this area.
Yeah, just about everybody's without power now. Take a look. We're going to try to look into the rain. This is looking off towards Mobile Bay as we get down and protect ourselves. And it's just a howling wind, sustained out about 45 miles an hour. We just had a couple of gusts to hurricane force up around 75. Looking in this direction again, so far so good as far as major structural damage from where we can see. Again, we're out here on an interstate. We've got this bank building, this Ford dealership. We don't see anything that's been blown out, but again, we haven't had the 100-mile-an-hour wind gust so far. Let's spin it around one more time. Take a look at the flag, and now we're looking at that Nissan sign over there. It looks like that Nissan sign is about ready to blow off. It's a wraparound, and it's come unhooked from its mooring. Let's go down to Dolphin Island now and show you what we saw. Boy, this is an area that's going to have overwash, beach erosion, inundation because of the surge issues, and you can just see what's going on down there. That's down at the Gulf. We're about 20 miles inland. The other concern now, we've got an oil tanker that's loose in Mobile Bay. Or the Mobile River in downtown Mobile. They've got 3 tugboats out there near the Cochrane Bridge. They've got 3 tugboats out there right now trying to shore things up. We've got our crew, our producer, and photographer heading down there to get pictures to show you. We don't know the extent of what's going on, but you can imagine being out on a boat in weather like this with 20 to 25-foot seas coming on shore. Now you can feel these waves of wind that just keep coming at you, squall after squall, or you can hear that wind howling through this transformer right above me. And any moment, you know, these things can just pop and go. The power is out though, so I feel certain that we're not going to get our power on anytime real soon. Heather and Marshall, it's continuing to be as bad as it's been, but maybe not as bad as we thought it could be. Fortunately, Katrina weakened a little bit before it made landfall. We're still on the eastern side though. We still got several more hours of these very strong rain bands, and again, back in the residential areas where there are a lot of trees, no doubt trees are going down over power lines, so there's going to be cleanup issues there. Sure, the power's out, but crews have to get in and get the chainsaws out. Fortunately, the weather after tonight improves very, very quickly. The sun will be back out tomorrow. We have a sunny, dry forecast into the weekend for the cleanup. Let's shoot down here one more time towards the flag. Yeah, we got a news vehicle coming by, and you can get a sense of how Old Glory is hanging in there up on the flagpole. Out here just 3 miles north of I-10 on I-65. Heather and Marshall, we'll be here for you all day as weather permits. So far, our dish is hanging in there. We've got great truck protection, and so far we've been able to stay on the air through the brunt of it.
All right, thank you. You hang in there too, Mike.
Yeah.
And you can see the flag whipping in the wind there. It's still hanging on, but a lot of other areas, it's much more extensive, the damage we're seeing.
Sure is, and another area that's been affected by this, too, and taking your travel hat off right now, Nicole Mitchell is also a lieutenant in the Air Force Reserve, who says Keesler is affected by this and families that live there.
Yeah, flying Katrina this weekend, we would actually fly out of Biloxi and recover to Houston because we couldn't get really safely back in. And so all those reservists that are out of there, and also an active duty Air Force base, a lot of training goes on there. Kind of worried what we're going to go back to in terms of the base there. A lot of people also have the homes in the area. So not only now ending this storm, but there's also another tropical depression out in the Atlantic that Bermuda needs to watch, another tropical wave behind that. So kind of going through all of that, but then continuing to fly these potential different missions that are still on the horizon. It's going to be interesting.
And Biloxi is still to be hit with the worst. That's still going to be in the next hour or so.
Yeah, it looks like they're really going to take the brunt of this storm, unfortunately. So I guess we'll see what the extent of that damage is to, as I said, the base and all those houses in the area.
Indeed we will. Thanks, Nicole.
And certainly some areas already have gotten hit very hard. And, you know, we're only hearing bits and pieces of what's going on here, but certainly we're going to have more of what's coming out of this coming out over the next day or so as we see some of the damage.
Now here's the bottom line. First at the coast, highest surge is happening right now. This is a huge surf. Many roads and highways underwater. Inland, there's going to be hurricane force winds well inland. It's going to follow the Interstate 59 corridor, it looks like. There's been structural damage already reported in New Orleans and several other cities along the coast. Massive power outages, too, and local flooding, a major concern. Levee break already noted in New Orleans.
Now, earlier this morning, we've been talking with Jim Cantori. He's in Gulfport, Mississippi. His producer, Simon Temperton, is there as well with him. We're going to talk to Simon now by phone. And Simon, it sounds like you guys are getting hit pretty hard where you're located.
Heather, that's an understatement. We're going through some unbelievable conditions right now. We're actually in the Armed Forces Retirement Home here in Gulfport, and we're standing inside, and water has been seeping into the building. I'd say we had like a 20-foot, at least, that much storm surge outside. It's washed all our vehicles away, our rental cars and everything else. Now water is seeping into the home here, and they've evacuating everybody to the second floor. I'd say I'm standing in like 5 or 6 inches of water, and it's all the power's out, of course, and there's a few emergency lights, but it's a very daunting prospect right now that we're facing. We can't even go outside. We're not really sure what's happening, to be honest.
Well, and Simon, you said those cars were literally washed away where you're at?
Oh, yeah, there was a satellite truck had to drive out, and he was underwater, and our rental vehicle, the water came up to the top so fast, and we tried to get a few of the cars out, but then the drivers got stuck. We had to rescue them because, you know, never drive in water, so that was really bad. And so it's a very dangerous situation we're in right now, and everyone's a little bit apprehensive, and they're evacuating everybody here in the home, like 300 or 400 residents, to the second floor.
And you've been in dangerous situations before like this with other hurricanes. How would you compare them?
You know, I've been doing this for 15 years and being Mr. Cantori's producer for many hurricanes, and I've never seen anything like this. This is probably the scariest situation we've been into. I mean, just a sudden rise of water and how fast and how it's coming to this building. You know, when we got here yesterday, they said we're good for like 27, 30 foot, and they've never seen anything like this before here. They thought that they were completely safe, you know, but now water is seeping in, and we're actually, we're not even shooting anymore. We're basically self-preservation now. We're helping the people as much as possible to put up boards and sandbags up against the doors to stop the water flooding in. You know, we've basically become part of the crew here to help them as much as possible. You know, Jim Cantori was, you know, right now he's got a board in his hand, and we're moving sandbags and everything else. And in fact, in the time I've talked to you, the water has risen probably another 3 or 4 inches. No, it's another 3 inches. It's up to nearly the top of my boots here on the first floor.
Well, and Simon, what's so amazing about this, too, is when we talked to Jim earlier, he said you're at 27 feet above sea level, thinking you'd be very safe where you're at. And just think of how many people who are at lower elevations through here getting hit even harder.
Well, you know, we're really concerned about the people who are like stayed around where the hotel we were staying, which is probably right on the water. You know, we expand the casino that we featured as well. You know, they must be gone, but I mean, I cannot believe how much water is up here. And it wasn't just like a slow rise. Suddenly it came from nowhere, like a rushing river, and just, you know, took us all by surprise. I mean, basically, to be quite frank, we scrambled for our lives. I mean, that's what it came down to. You know, self-preservation became more important than anything else. And as I say, now we're just desperately helping the people here to shore up everything. I mean, the water just keeps on rising. The first floor is now, I'd say, like 6 inches underwater.
Simon, thanks for that report. We know you want to get back and try to help those people, too. That had to have been just an extremely scary sight to look out the window and see your cars underwater, and that's what occurred, and they thought they were out of harm's way.
Yeah, and literally being washed away. We also want to take you to another place that's getting hit too here. This is in Covington, Louisiana, where Jeff Morrow has been reporting live this morning.
And that is a live report or live video that you're seeing from Covington, Louisiana. Again, that is north of New Orleans, east of Hammond, north of Louisiana, where we have seen winds that have already gusted better than hurricane force.
Well, you know, and we've been talking too about some of the very heavy rain, and we've been talking now about some of the water that is causing some flooding. But another problem here too, the winds, which are very strong, and this is also blowing a lot of objects around here. You can see Biloxi. We're talking about a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. And we've had reports there in and around New Orleans and some other areas where it's been even stronger than that. And with this, you're going to find a lot of objects such as siding blowing through the air. And this, of course, is going to be hitting homes, and it's going to be damaging windows. All sorts of damage can be caused by these objects flying around.
Now, we're only at the beginning of the damage, unfortunately, as this moves along the coast and moves northward along the interstate, what looks to be the Interstate 59 corridor, and perhaps several hundred miles to the east and west of it. There is a tornado threat through this morning along the Gulf Coast. That will include this evening. There may be a lingering threat, but that threat moves northward. That would include Atlanta and Birmingham and Nashville and Chattanooga, Lexington, Jackson, Kentucky, for example. A real tornado threat. This inland threat will be dramatic over the next 2 days.
Well, keep in mind, too, when we talk about a tornado threat here, too, that, you know, the winds around that eye wall are equivalent to a tornado. So you get hit with those, it's like being hit by a tornado. Those winds will continue to move northward. Now, certainly they're not going to be as strong as you get into the Ohio Valley. But, you know, still, we're going to find, even in, say, the Tennessee Valley, some power outages coming in here because of the strong winds. And you add to that, these areas also are going to get inundated with rain that'll eventually continue to press northward into areas like Ohio, Pennsylvania. You'll even see that working all the way up into New England. Heaviest rain is going to be in the interior region.
Now, it'll still be raining heavily in pockets anywhere from the Jersey Shore southward through upstate South Carolina as Katrina makes its move to the north. And you'll see it over northwestern Alabama and northeastern Mississippi tomorrow morning before it glides northward, carrying a trail of deep tropical moisture with it, which calculates into heavy rain and flooding potential.
And of course, with all of this rain coming in here, you can bet there are going to be big travel problems for many of you. And our Nicole Mitchell is with us now.
Boy, she's been busy this morning. Airports closed and streets underwater. What's going on?
Yeah, the road closures are too numerous to to go on. Some of the big ones, portions of Interstate 10 actually flooded, and then also Highway 90, which is right along the Gulf Coast, south of 10. That's been very problematic this morning. And then we have all the airport closures as well. So anywhere Louisiana through the panhandle of Florida, you are going to have just an impossible go, and I wouldn't recommend it. So New Orleans, Gulfport, Pensacola, Mobile, Fort Walton Beach, and Baton Rouge all closed. A couple of these, in fact, we have some Fort Walton video in just a moment, but also Newark and Houston's had some minor delays because of wind on the west side of the system. Newark, this is more just volume. So a lot going on. We're also going to continue to see through the day a lot of places that you're going to need to watch, and that includes San Francisco. You've got some of those low clouds, some areas of fog on the west coast. Cincinnati, you're going to be on the northern edge. Already some bands of Katrina. Thunderstorms, delays possible. Memphis, you're going to see the heavy rain, the wind, the storms. Also from this tropical system, delays are very likely. So here's that look. As I mentioned, Fort Walton, you can see that we've already got many of the roadways are just impassable. Parts of U.S. Highway 90, 98, watch out in all of those areas. And even as I mentioned earlier, Mobile, parts of 10 closed down indefinitely through Louisiana it is. So you can see you don't want to be driving on any of this, and your best bet is just to stay home until all of this passes and until those waters begin to recede. So as I mentioned, all through the Gulf Coast, that's going to be your most dangerous stretch for flooding. But even as this moves inland, this is dumping a lot of rain with it. So we're going to watch all the way up through the Ohio River Valley over the next couple days for some of those flooding potentials. And again, this area continues to move in. So parts of Birmingham and Montgomery, eventually Alabama, all watch out for those heavy, heavy rains. That is certainly going to slow you down for today. Into the northeast, we've had some scattered showers. A lot of that is moving out. But again, on parts of Interstate 90 and 95, certainly another stretch that you're going to want to maybe hit and miss. Have have just a few problems today. But kind of on the back edge of that, in the Ohio River Valley, you're already going to start getting some of those bands out of Katrina. Those are going to slow you down. And finally, I just wanted to mention quickly one other area of the country that is getting some showers today. Up and down Interstate 5, you might be hitting that with some showers moving in there as well. But tomorrow, again, this whole southeastern portion of the country spreading up toward the Ohio River Valley. Watch out for the flood concerns. Some of the wind there could knock down the power lines as well, make some of those roads impassable. So still a very dangerous situation for days to come with this system. Marshall and Heather.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Now, another area that was hard hit by Hurricane Dennis earlier in the year is getting hit hard by Katrina.
And we're going to take you to Fort Walton. That is where we are joined by Stephanie Abrams. And Stephanie, it seems like the wind has been picking up this morning quite a bit. What type of winds do you think are blowing there right now?
Well, we've gotten a sustained wind around 30 miles per hour, gusting to around 40, 46. Now, 30 miles per hour, that's not even tropical storm force winds. Tropical storm force winds go from 39 to 74. So we're gusting into tropical storm force winds. So you can only imagine. I heard Jim Cantore and Simon Temperton talking about what they're dealing with. And so this is what our picture looks like. Just imagine what their picture looks like. Just terrible destruction going on right now in Gulfport, Mississippi. We are actually standing on a sand dune that's protecting us from the Gulf of Mexico here. And imagine the brunt of that Category 4 and what that water would be like rushing all the way up here. Of course, it would take out the sand dunes and we would see some major problems here. Now, we don't have major problems, and that's the good news, but Governor Jeb Bush is still urging people to be on guard.
As I said, there have been 11 confirmed deaths. 2 confirmed deaths occurred from carbon monoxide poisoning, which reminds me to once again ask everyone to follow the instructions on the use of generators. Those 2 deaths that occurred because a generator was being used inside of one's home.
Imperative that, as he mentioned, those generators, you have to be careful with the generators. Here, we have to be careful about this sand that's blowing here. It doesn't feel so good. It's covering some of the roadways. Some water's covering the roadways. Where they don't have dunes like this, the water is just coming up and splashing right over the seawalls. So that's why we're seeing the problems there. We're also under a tornado watch until noon. And the reason why is because you get these bands coming in off the ocean, and the ocean's very smooth. The water can go very quickly over a smooth area. Think like driving on the highway and you have a smooth road. You can go a lot faster than if you're off-roading and it's very bumpy. So the upper level winds come in and they can still stay smooth because it doesn't interact with the ground. But once you have the winds both coming in smooth and then the top winds continue to go smooth and the bottom winds hit that ground, you get a rotation, and that can spawn off some tornadoes. So we are concerned about the tornado threat here. We aren't really going to have to worry about the rain here in Fort Walton. The rain's basically the Alabama-Florida border and west. That's where we are seeing the heaviest of rain. Just wind like this as we head into the evening hours and into the early morning hours. But for the most part, hey, we're very fortunate here relative to what's happening west of us. The power isn't out. They've seen a few sporadic power outages, as you can imagine, but overall, this is what we're dealing with, and this is what we will continue to deal with as we head throughout the next several hours here in Fort Walton Beach. And everybody's safe here, so that's good news. We actually, Marshall and Heather, have a lot of people that evacuated from Louisiana and Mississippi and have come here to ride out the storm. And we've spoken to a couple of people who have their houses right on the Gulf. And so they're definitely concerned about their property.
Indeed, they would be. Thanks, Stephanie.
And certainly the concerns are far greater as we travel west of this area. You know, one place where we've seen some big problems is in Covington, where you can see some of the water covering the roads here. This is where Jeff Morrow has been reporting this morning. And just look at how strong some of the winds are blowing here. That rain literally coming down sideways across this region.
Well, that's north of New Orleans, and it is getting the brunt of Katrina now as Katrina continues its movement to the north. It's still moving at about 15 miles per hour. Its latest coordinates place it at about 35 miles east-northeast now of New Orleans. 125 mile per hour winds around the center of circulation. Barometric pressure up just a couple to 927 millibars. That's the latest report on Hurricane Katrina.
And we want to get the latest information now on what's happening with our hurricane expert. Of course, that's Dr. Steve Lyons. Steve?
We're seeing another landfall, and this is in very close to Ansley, Mississippi. Right here, the hurricane is coming onshore there, and with it, it's bringing all the strong surge along the Mississippi coastline, and that's going to continue the next 2 to 3 hours, and then the water will slowly subside. Now, the water rises we've seen and the levee breaks we've seen in New Orleans are another problem. Once that water gets into the city, it's underwater. I mean, it's below sea level, and so the water has to be pumped out. It doesn't drain out. And that can be a very long ordeal if the water is in the city. So we're not sure what the extent of that is, but we're still worried about that. And right now, the north flow on the Lake Pontchartrain is about at a maximum. And so that's going to be the potential for any levee system topping would be about now or within the next hour or so, and then it's going to start to dwindle a little bit. In the meantime, the water rises along the Florida coastline and the Alabama coastline are associated with the onshore flow of the wind, plus the breaking wave action, which we call wave setup. And that's causing the waves to be much higher than normal along the coast, obviously, 20 to 25 feet. Matter of fact, offshore they've been reported as high as 45 to 50 feet. But a lot of those waves are a mixture of wave conditions that aren't going to reach the coast. We're looking only at about 25 to 35 feet along the coast, and that's going to dwindle as the circulation moves inland. So there's a wave action we expect along the coastline, even though we have higher waves offshore that would be absolutely treacherous if they made it onshore. They're not going to. Now let's look at a couple of other features of particular interest. This is the radar image, and you can see the circulation moving inland. There's still a very strong core of winds here on the north quadrant moving right through Slidell, Louisiana. And now it looks like New Orleans, the eye wall is starting to pull away from you, so the wind should be dropping away a little bit, slowly but steadily. That doesn't mean it's going to be fine weather out there by any means, because we'll have tropical storm conditions all the way down in this area. So you're going to have some strong winds, but the very strong over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts we had reported in the eastern portions of New Orleans should be abating either now or within an hour or so. The strongest winds are in this eye wall right here that are coming into Biloxi, Gulfport, Waveland, and down toward Ansley, where the circulation is making that landfall. And that's where the highest surge is occurring right now. Now, what about the rainfall potential here? We do have a significant rainfall potential, and notice these big bright purple areas forming around the circulation. It's a very strong circulation, and so it's going to continue to build those things, and we've seen already a lot of heavy rain in the greater New Orleans area. That's a whole other problem, is pumping that water out of New Orleans from the rain action. The good news is it's moving north at about 15 miles per hour, so we expect that to abate in the next 6 to 12 hours. Heather? Marshall?
Thanks, Dr. Lyons. And within that circulation, we have a tornado warning. It's in effect for Washington Parish, St. Tammany Parish, and Pearl River County and Hancock counties in Mississippi and Louisiana, for conditions just right for F0 and F1 tornadoes.
Well, and keep in mind that Katrina swept across South Florida last week. It was a Category 1 hurricane at the time, and Mike Seidel was there at the Sanibel area, the Marco Island region of Florida, and we're going to bring him in now. Now he's in Mobile, Alabama. Now we're dealing with a Category 4 hurricane. Mike, can you compare what you experienced last week with this hurricane versus right now?
Yeah, it's a lot worse, obviously. We just barely got brushed at Marco. Took the 12-hour drive over here. What I want to show you is what we do when we get to a location. Of course, it's all about the weather, but it's all about protecting ourselves, which we did, pulling away from the area in the surge, but also protecting our satellite truck. If you see that dish right, that's our satellite truck. That's how we broadcast. We send the signal up to the satellite. It comes down to the Weather Channel. Then we send it back up and down to your cable company or the dish. But that is being protected by this hotel. We got to put it just in the right place. And so far, we've done pretty good, even with hurricane-force wind gusts. Let's go out. Let's try to take a walk out to the road. We'll get back into the heat of the action. And this is the kind of debris we've seen so far. Just some small twigs right here. But no doubt inland, we probably had some trees come down because power is out everywhere. We'll walk out to Interstate 65, the major route. Remember, 65 was used back during Dennis as an escape route. They turned it around one-way northbound up towards Montgomery. We're about 3 miles from the I-10 interchange, so we're pretty far inland from the Gulf by about 25 or 30 miles from Dauphin Island. Okay, we've got a few cars out here. We're not in the worst of the weather right now. A few cars, they're going southbound. And let's look back towards Mobile. The flag is still getting ripped, but notice all these hotel signs have come through, and so far so good with these gusts up there in the 70s to near 80, but still a lot of rain. We've been watching that wraparound sign, the Pat Peck Nissan sign. You can see how that's come unattached from its moorings. But other than that, no concern right now with serious structural damage where we are. Again, this is our vantage point. The other thing we want to update you on is that oil rig, that tanker on the Mobile River downtown by the Cochran Bridge. Remember, about 2 hours ago, it came loose from its mooring. You can imagine the concerns. Well, they got 3 tugboats out there, and we just heard from the county commissioners that they have gotten it back and tied it down. They still don't know if there was an oil leak out there in the water. They're going to have to investigate that, but at least they've got that rig and tanker tied down. We're just bearing the brunt of it right now. Again, not nearly as bad as over in Pascagoula. Is because he's obviously much closer to the coast than we are. Heather and Marshall, the wind is still howling here. Just when you think it's abating, it comes back and hits you right in the back. These east to southeast winds coming right at you off the Gulf of Mexico. Look at the flag now. Look at those trees up there. It's pretty nasty. This is about as bad as you want to be out in as far as a reporter. If it gets any stronger, my A-frame will be heading up towards Montgomery on I-65.
All right, well, stay safe, Mike, and obviously breaking up somewhat, too, because of the conditions there that he is facing.
Yeah, you can see how rapidly they're deteriorating as we take you to Fort Walton Beach. It is getting darker by the second. You have a very sinister-looking sky and waves, furious, sitting out there, and it is also washed over Highway 98 in some locations. That highway is closed in some locations of Fort Walton Beach, an area where many people from New Orleans went to get away from the storm.
The Gulf, of course, in a frenzy here because of all the rough conditions with this hurricane passing through. You can see some of the winds here, some of the latest gusts that we have been seeing. You know, areas like Biloxi around 90, Mobile gusts up to 71 through here. Keep in mind, too, that some of the areas hit the hardest are not going to be reporting because they're having problems getting their signals out, and the reporting stations in many cases are not able to function under these conditions.
Now, the new vortex message from the reconnaissance aircraft hurricane hunters indicating 927 millibars, perhaps with the eye wall opening up a bit to the southwest. You see here on the radar and on the latest advisory, this is the 10 o'clock advisory. It puts it moving northward at 16 miles per hour. It has picked up its speed a little bit, Hurricane Katrina, but winds still 125 miles per hour around the center of circulation. 35 miles east-northeast of New Orleans, Louisiana. That is the latest advisory.
You know, and it shows you how bad this hurricane is when actually advice here from some people at the National Weather Service and other locations. They were actually telling people to bring tools with them to make an emergency exit in case the water started rising too high. And earlier we were talking to Jim Cantori and also his producer Simon Temperton, and telling how in the building they're in, which is 27 feet above sea level, how the water is rising there. We're seeing also probably a lot of problems like this in the New Orleans area, and yet a lot of that information is not coming in yet.
All right, we're going to check on that bottom line for you now. This is as of 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time. On the coast, the highest surge is happening as we speak. As Heather mentioned, Simon Temperton, Jim Cantori having to try to get to the second floor of a retirement home where they have been reporting from. It is 27 feet above sea level. Inland, there'll be hurricane-force winds well inland. Structural damage expected. Massive power outages as well. Mississippi and Alabama northward through Tennessee, and then later into the Ohio River Valley. We
are showing you Covington earlier. We want to take you now to a report with Jeff Morrow.
Just when you think Hurricane Katrina is just about over with, it throws another huge batch of wind and rain at you. We're still getting some very, very strong northerly winds on the western side of the eye as it passes by about 50 to 60 miles to our east from what we can tell. Again, the ground kind of littered with debris behind me. Some trees have been knocked over. Across the way there is a Home Depot. We're going to walk here a little bit as much as I can and try to give you some perspective of what we're dealing with here. Again, let's look down here. You can see how the trees have just completely got blown over. And again, if I start running here, it's because the wind's kind of helping me along here just a little bit. Again, branches snapped off and pushed along, and this tree's been uprooted here beside us. And a bigger tree across the way over toward the Comfort Inn has also come down and snapped in half there. Again, this has been going on for about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And again, until we can finally get that eye to continue to move inland, it's going to continue to be strong here. I guess it will slowly wind down as we head on through the afternoon. But again, we're still getting pounded here by the western side and supposedly the weakest side of Katrina. Again, just pounding, pelting rain. It's going to be a little while before we can completely get out and about and assess all the damage. Jeff Morrow reporting from Covington, Louisiana.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and thank you for joining us this morning, and we certainly hope that you are staying safe.
Indeed, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll have continuing coverage on Hurricane Katrina and its inland impacts, as well as the impacts along the coast. Bill Keneally, Kelly Cass, they're up next. They'll keep you covered on the next couple of hours.
Continuing coverage of Hurricane Katrina, which is still a very dangerous storm. Even though it did weaken slightly at landfall, it's still causing an awful lot of problems out there.
And Kelly, it is coming ashore now, making that second final landfall right there on the Mississippi and Louisiana border. And it looks like from here on out there should be substantial weakening, but I tell you what, it has been an incredible last 6 hours. There is the track pretty much now due north, and looking at the observations, it has gone almost a full degree north of latitude, going right up that longitudinal line. And now the wind is starting to come around in the city of New Orleans, turning more to the southwest.
We have reports of widespread flooding that is going on now, just a significant water rise going on here, especially in St. Bernard Parish. We're being told that it's really difficult getting to some of the folks that are asking to be rescued because the wind has still been too strong, and that would put the authorities at risk as well. We have reports of lots of structural damage in and around that area as well, and it just continues to be pounded by the heavy rain, and of course the water rise is still with us as well.
And once again, Kelly, this is our picture from the areas in Covington, Louisiana. This is up north of Lake Pontchartrain, up near where Jeff is. We saw that report that he filed on tape a minute ago, catching really the brunt of that action now in Covington. And the wind out there in Covington starting to back around now, which had been more of an east wind, then it goes north and eventually turning northwest, but still getting raked right there in that eye wall.
Yeah, Jeff Morrow's been reporting live from that area, and I tell you what, he's been having some difficulty just trying to stand up straight in that kind of wind. Our storm tracker Jim Cantori is also in Gulfport, Mississippi. We hope to have a live report with him, but we want to first go to Mike Seidel, who joins us live now from Mobile, Alabama. And Mike, we can see the hood is up, and you are barely standing up too. How is it out there?
Wow, this is, this is it right now. We're getting the worst of the weather. That gust had to be up above hurricane force. It is just raking my back. Boy, it just feels like it's stinging. It's like being out on the beach. Let's look over towards the plate. Look how these power lines are just waving back and forth. The transformer's hanging on, but most of the power is out. The power continues to be out. Keep an eye on those power transformers. Whoa! Now, let's turn around. Look this way. You can hear the wind howling. We're looking across the street now. You can get a sense of the trees looking now back up 65. We still don't see any windows blown out on the bank building, and these signs, they're still hanging in. Let's turn back around this way again because we're looking right into the wind, see if we can see anything. Okay. Check out the sign there. We talked about that wraparound billboard, and look, it's been ripped to shreds. This last gust has taken care of that one. You can forget that, baby. This sign over here, this Treadwell Ford sign, is doing okay. Boy, that stings. But this band right now, Marshall and Heather, is about as bad as we've seen all morning. And fortunately, we're still able to get a picture out. We've got some good truck protection. Just keeping an eye out for flying debris. Fortunately, there's not a lot of trees around here, so we just watch out for these power lines. Woo! And these signs. Hardly anybody out on the roadway. And by the way, I wanted to update you again on that situation down on the Mobile River. Now we get a bit of a lull here. the oil tanker, which ripped from its moorings, they've got that shored up now with 3 tugboats. Took them a while. We still don't know if there's been any kind of oil leakage into the water there, but you can imagine how rough the Mobile Bay is and the surge flood concerns. That's why we pulled back yesterday afternoon to higher ground. We're a good 5 or 6 miles from the water. Let's spin around one more time and see the sign. Not anything new to show you in the past couple of minutes, but just feel you can maybe live vicariously through the camera and the TV of what it's like to be out during hurricane force wind gusts. Once they get any higher, I can't really stand up. I've got to hold on to something, but you get a brief break and then all of a sudden, boom, it just hits you. Marshall and Heather, we're here. We're hanging out. Man, yeah, no matter how little sleep you get, how many days you're on the road, when you get into this kind of weather, at least personally, the adrenaline just starts rushing, and it feels like you could go forever. As long as that rain and wind keeps blowing. As soon as the rain and wind stops, then you start to lose that adrenaline rush. But get a sense. One lone car here, and you can see how poor the visibility is. I can't believe people are out riding around a day like today. Maybe some people just trying to get farther north and east out of this mess, because as they head towards Montgomery and Birmingham, it's not going to be as bad as here. We'll throw it back to you. We'll hang out here on the street here on the frontage road along I-65. We're just, again, 3 miles north of Interstate 10 here in Mobile County, Alabama.
Mike, again, this is Bill and Kelly now, clarifying you're north of Interstate 10. How far are you off of Mobile Bay, and how far north of you off of the Gulf of Mexico?
Woo! Let's do another timestamp.
Okay.
Okay, I think he's having difficulty hearing us, obviously. He's having some rough weather there, that's for sure.
Yeah, the right front quadrant coming into play there, Kelly. Those winds are even stronger now than they were an hour ago.
Take a look at our bottom line now. Along the coast, the highest surge is happening right now as we speak. But further inland, hurricane-force winds are also being felt.
And, Kelly, we're talking about cities east of Jackson, Mississippi, the Hattiesburg area, Meridian, Mississippi, and there is your center point on the hurricane as of the 10 o'clock advisory. Okay, there we go. And there it is at 125 miles per hour. Still a very strong Category 3 hurricane. The movement now north is 16 miles an hour. And I mentioned east of Jackson there, so Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, those are the primary cities that'll get hit very hard in southeastern Mississippi.
Tell you what, even as far east as the panhandle of Florida, we're experiencing some serious beach erosion, and we've got Stephanie Abrams joining us live now from Fort Walton Beach. And Steph, have you been getting much of the rain? I know you're certainly experiencing the wind, but what about your rainfall there?
No, Kelly, the rain hasn't been that bad, I must admit. We get little spritzes here and there, and the winds sustain below tropical storm force, and then we do get some gusts around the mid-40 range is about how high we've gotten those gusts. And tropical storm force winds 39 to 74 miles per hour, and above that, of course, hurricane strength winds. We are getting a southeast flow. The storm rotates counterclockwise. We are on the east side, so we're going to get that southeast wind here, and that, of course, is roughing up the Gulf. Have a look at these pictures here, and you're asking about the beach erosion. Fortunately, they have built some dunes here. They learned very well from Ivan. They didn't have the dunes for Ivan, and all this sand and water was in the bottom floor. They actually told me a story that in the bottom floor there's so much sand they had to kind of duck down and creep down to be in the room. So they learned their lesson. They built these dunes, put some sea oats to really firm it up in there. And Dennis, it was a success. In Dennis, they didn't have any problems. And with this storm, seeing that we're not feeling the full brunt of it, it's helping as well. And what happens with all the coast here, all on the Gulf Coast, the water comes in and then it pulls a lot of that sand back out to sea. So what will happen is, with the erosion along the coast here, is sandbars will form in the Gulf. And then what they'll do is they'll pump that sand back on shore to replenish those beaches. That's what they did in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Then they build the dunes up and they plant some of those sea oats, and that will help firm down those dunes. So we will be seeing significant beach erosion here. We're seeing our waves 20 to 25 feet. And basically, this is all we'll have to deal with. And I just can't imagine what they're going through. I heard Jim Cantori talking on the phone a while ago, and they're getting it pretty bad there. We're very fortunate here, but we have a lot of their residents here, and they're staying here. The power has been good. It's been staying on a little sporadic here and there, but some of the roads are washed over with the ocean where they don't have the dunes, just maybe a little bit of a wall. Bill and Kaylee, what happens is all that water, boop, right over and onto the roadways. So I have a feeling that some of the folks from Mississippi and Louisiana are going to be stuck here for several days because those roads are going to be washed out.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for that live report. I understand a lot of the evacuees from Louisiana, Mississippi are where you are, Steph, and what you're experiencing there, they've got to believe that, man, this is much better than what they could have been going through back home.
But again, the expanse of this hurricane, the flight level wind now reporting the top winds at 120 knots out there in that eastern quadrant, which is safe to say covering up part of the Florida Panhandle.
The other threat with a landfalling tropical system, the threat of tornadoes, and we have several tornado warnings in effect for southern Mississippi.
Yeah, Kelly, one goes till 10:30. This is in the Marion County area and Lamar County. Reports of a tornado on the ground by a spotter near Poplarville in Pearl River County. That tornado racing northeast to 50 miles an hour. Areas in the path, including Lumberton and Columbia, seek shelter immediately.
4 other counties to mention in southeastern Mississippi: George County, Stone, Perry, and Greene counties also under tornado warnings until the top of the hour, presently moving northward at 14 miles an hour. And by the way, in the special statement from the National Hurricane Center, from the National Weather Service, the onset of destructive winds with gusts of 100 to 120 miles per hour will begin soon. So not only are we dealing with the threat of tornadoes, but that actual strong wind associated with the eye wall of Katrina.
And Dr. Lyons is here now. And Dr. Lyons, I know that is coming ashore, but there is going to be a storm surge issue for a good while to come. How much longer will folks east of that track have to deal with that surge?
Well, it's going to be a water rise for a long time. It's not going to go back to normal until the winds back away, and those winds are going to be on shore for at least another 24 hours. So the water will be above average for 24 hours. The very high surge will slowly go down within the next 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours in most of the locations, except in New Orleans, where you have to pump the water out if the water's gotten in there. Now, here's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center: 125 mile per hour winds moving north at 16. That forward speed of motion is a positive thing in some ways. One, it makes the overall event last shorter in any given location, and two, it keeps the rainfall totals lower if the system keeps moving at a fairly decent speed, and we think that's going to continue inland. Even though we're going to get some significant flooding and heavy rain, it would be much worse if we were moving a lot slower. Okay, it's making a second landfall right on the Louisiana-Mississippi border here, just to the northeast of Slidell, Louisiana, and it looks like the winds over New Orleans and off to the southeast are dying down quite a bit and turning around now to the west or west-northwest. The strongest winds are in Mississippi now, and theirs is going to be starting to move inland. You can see here's Biloxi here, down here near past Christiane. That's where they got one of the highest surge areas of all, Waveland as well. Right in there, it looks like the surge could have been at least as high as 22 feet, and it could be as high as 27 feet. We're not exactly certain, but based on our live shots, it could have been even higher than Hurricane Camille. It could have set a record. That's unconfirmed right now, though. In the meantime, on the far side over here, we got some very strong winds coming out of the south into the Mobile area, and some of the highest wave action so far in the circulation is coming onshore now. The reason for that, before the winds were out of the east and the wave action was directed offshore. Now all the wave action is coming right onshore, and some of our highest water rises of the entire storm system are occurring right now in the Alabama, western Florida Panhandle. They should subside fairly quickly as the circulation center moves inland and the wind action starts to slow down a little bit out here. But the waves will be above average for at least another 24 hours in the Gulf of Mexico and on the coast of Florida and Alabama, and also all the way over to Louisiana and Mississippi. Let's look at a couple of other things of interest in particular. Here's a projected path that goes into Mississippi and then northward. It's going to become an extratropical system eventually. The good news is we have it moving at a fairly decent forward speed. We don't see it stopping, so we don't expect any major inland flooding event. But the winds are very strong, and that's going to carry some strong damaging winds and power outage potential inland over the next few days. Here's the wave action out there. These will start to abate later this afternoon to below 25 feet and then drop rather dramatically tonight as the system moves inland. The direct structural damage impact highest in this area. Once it gets inland here, it's going to start to weaken rather quickly. But there's still potential for some structure damage all the way into central Mississippi and extreme eastern portions of Alabama, western portions of Alabama the next 24 hours. The threat also for farther inland is going to be power outage threat. And this is only through this evening, but we're going to be expanding this cone, at least the yellow portion of the cone, where it's possible for power outages farther north as the system moves inland, because it's going to carry some tropical storm winds inland at least 300 miles with this system. Bill, Kelly.
Steve, I want to ask you a quick question. Are we experiencing the worst of Katrina right now at this moment?
It depends on where you are. In the Florida Panhandle and Alabama, probably yes, and it'll be subsiding quickly. In New Orleans, it's already passed. In Mississippi, portions of it have probably already peaked and are just about to go down. So it's going to improve quickly, but the worst impact is probably over in many of the locations.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lyons. So while it's going to eventually improve along the coastline, it's only going to get worse for others further down the road.
And we want to go back now to the Mobile area in Alabama along Interstate 65. Mike Seidel joining us now. Mike, I know you're well to the right of the projected track, but how bad is it out there in that right front quadrant?
Well, it's certainly not as bad as over in Biloxi and Pascagoula. Of course, they're along the coast. They have the surge issues. But we just found out that a lot of downtown Mobile is underwater. Mobile Bay has backed up into the downtown area. The Battlefield Memorial Parkway is underwater. That whole area around the USS Alabama is flooded. That was expected. They flooded out during George and also during Frederick. Frederick right now holds the top on a surge of 12 to 13 feet, even higher than Camille. Camille was a smaller storm geographically than this one. So we've got flooding. Tanker moored up. Again, we don't know if any oil leaked into the river or the bay at this point. 10 is shut down there, and also the causeway. I'm sure that's underwater, and all those businesses are going to come back to, if it's anything like they've seen in the past with Camille and Frederick, they may not. Well, obviously, they won't be able to open. There's going to be a lot of water damage. That whole area gets inundated, and the water breaches from the river over towards the bay. Let's take a look now. We've seen some corrugated aluminum get blown off this Ford dealership. We saw that happen between shots. So far, the Regents Bank, we don't see any windows blown out there. Some of these gusts had to be over 80 miles an hour because I can barely stand up when you get hit hard. Let's look back over here again. The wraparound billboard has been ripped to shreds. Looking now back down towards 85. One lone car coming at us. I'm sorry, I-65 coming at us. There's the flag hanging in there. And again, get a look at the swaying power lines. We had one line over there arc about 3 hours ago, and it sounded like an explosion. It was just one little arc of a power line. But since then, we haven't seen any flashes. As you can imagine, the power is out across a wide area. Then I guess you can get a sense when those winds get up above 60 miles an hour, you can just hear the wind howling through these telephone poles. Let's take a, whoa, let's turn back around here. Oh, gosh. I tell you what, it stings. It's like a sleet storm in the wintertime. We'll look back, and I don't see anything else down there that's blowing her away. But again, these telephone poles are wavering. I'm not sure what's going to happen with those. And once again, Heather Marshall, we're just hanging out and waiting to see how much longer this lasts. Several more hours, but this is the worst of it. I don't know if you can hear the wind howling, but it is just ripping through here, right up I-65. And again, just found out that downtown Mobile has had some serious flooding. Water is deep as a couple feet. And Bill and Kelly, I apologize. I forgot there was a shift change. I lost track of all time. I know it's daytime, and I think it's Monday.
Hey, Mike, I think you just said that the downtown Mobile area was flooded. How far are you from that area?
We're about 7 miles. It's about 3 miles to I-10, and then about 4 or 5 miles and change, don't quote me, down to Mobile and the tunnels. The tunnels are shut down, obviously. They closed those down. They're concerned about surge. And so we're far enough away. We were there yesterday, and we said, hey, Dr. Steve was predicting. And with that kind of surge, flooding was expected as far west as Broad Street. That's about a mile inland, and all the hotels down there would be in that flood-prone area. We didn't want to take a chance on ourselves and our satellite truck. That's the only way we can get pictures out. So we've got our truck protected. We can spin around one more time, Bill and Kelly, and show you. You can see our truck dish there, and we've backed the truck up against this Hampton Inn. That's given us superior protection. Even with wind gusts over 80 miles an hour, you may see a few what we call digital hits in the business. My picture may freeze up at times. My audio continues. But other than that, we've been so far so good. I thought that when I came over here, I said I'm going to get every live shot out of here. I thought it was going to be a pipe dream, but we've been fortunate so far as another squall comes ripping up I-65. I can't believe some of these signs are holding this. They're well constructed. Bill, Kelly.
Amazing.
All right. Thank you, Mike Slidell. We'll be back to you. Stay safe there. Put it in perspective here. He's about 80 miles, Kelly, to the east-northeast of that eastern eye wall, and confirmation nearby, 84-mile-per-hour wind in the past hour at the downtown Mobile airport.
You know who's been a little bit closer to the actual eye itself is Jeff Morrow, and he filed this report from Covington, Mississippi just a short while ago.
Just when you think Hurricane Katrina is just about over with, it throws another huge batch of wind and rain at you. We're still getting some very, very strong northerly winds on the western side of the eye as it passes by about 50 to 60 miles to our east from what we can tell. Again, the ground kind of littered with debris behind me. Some trees have been knocked over. Across the way there is a Home Depot. We're going to walk here a little bit as much as I can and try to give you some perspective of what we're dealing with here. Again, let's look down here. You can see how the trees have just completely got blown over. And again, if I start running here, it's because the wind's kind of helping me along here just a little bit. Again, branches snapped off and pushed along, and this tree's been uprooted here beside us. And a bigger tree across the way over toward the Comfort Inn has also come down and snapped in half there. Again, this has been going on for about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And again, until we can finally get that eye to continue to move inland, it's going to continue to be strong here. I guess it will slowly wind down as we head on through the afternoon. But again, we're still getting pounded here by the western side and supposedly the weakest side of Katrina. Again, just pounding, pelting rain. It's going to be a little while before we can completely get out and about and assess all the damage. Jeff Morrow reporting from Covington, Louisiana.
Wow, and that is supposedly in the weaker side of the storm. Again, Jeff Morrow reporting from Covington, Louisiana, right near landfall.
Kelly, right now about 6 counties in Mississippi under a tornado warning, and Dr. Forbes is here, our severe weather expert. And Dr. Forbes, I know these storms are racing northeast. Where are they headed next?
Well, we're going to have 2 types of tornadoes today. The ones that are in these eye wall bands, the little swirls spin up very quickly. Then in thunderstorms that form out in the sunnier skies out on the fringe, additional tornadoes. Right now, they're all in these bands. Very quick circulations develop there as they push across the eastern half, the southeastern quarter of Mississippi. Now let's switch sources. We'll see the additional threat. If we can go to Weather Pro 3, we'll see the additional threat for, here we go. This morning we could have additional bands form off to the east, farther to the east in some of the sunny skies and some of these rain bands. And then before the evening is out, get into the early nighttime hours, we could have tornadoes develop across the parts of Alabama, up into the Birmingham area, perhaps even as far east as the Atlanta area and up into the Chattanooga area by evening. As very strong winds aloft, and then the afternoon heating lets things get quite unstable. You see partly cloudy skies, some sun breaking through over across Georgia and eastern parts of Alabama. Then we have just the very strong winds and the rain bands coming across western Alabama, eastern Mississippi. So any of these areas, intense cores of some of the storms could certainly spin up tornadoes. We've had now 1 report. Then we'll have for many days the inland very heavy rains and some flooding with that. This core here, 4 to 8 inches. This is a pretty big storm. It's moving pretty quickly, but it's a little bit wider than average. So that is going to give a lot of rain, 10 to 12 inches down in some of the southern areas within 100 miles of where it makes landfall as well. Here's some of the timing. We're seeing that heavy rain now pushing across these southern states. By tomorrow, it comes up into northern Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, and then it begins to accelerate a little bit up into the High Valley, western Pennsylvania as we get on into the Wednesday period. There could be local flooding along a lot of these areas. Of course, the heaviest flooding going to be down in the Gulf Coast states. We have also, of course, a wind threat looking for structural damage at least. A lot of roof damage up at least into the Hattiesburg area, perhaps just east of Jackson, and perhaps some damage even all the way up into the Columbus, Mississippi area in that core right in the eye wall there. And then winds strong enough to cause power outages in this dark blue area all the way up by Wednesday, perhaps still in spots up into the Cleveland-Pittsburgh area in thunderstorms. Of course, we could have some damaging winds off to the east of that in these light blue areas. So destruction right in the coastal areas, but widespread problems spreading for days farther off toward the north and east. Bill and Kelly?
Greg, that was a wide area you were just showing us for that tornado threat. So even the outer bands, the outermost bands, could be capable of tornadoes, is what you're saying?
That's right, and that was just through tomorrow, through today. Tomorrow we'll have some tornado threat up in parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, and perhaps even a little bit farther north than that.
All right, staying busy around here, that's for sure.
That energy is going to be around a good while, Kelly, as it comes on in and spins on down slowly. I want to take you now back into Mississippi, and I understand Jim Cantori has been scrambling all morning out there in the Gulfport area.
I think he joins us now over the phone. Jim, how are you holding up out there?
Well, we're doing okay out here, guys. Of course, now it's just not me holding up. It's the crew, and we're obviously a big part of the over 500 United States veterans that are out here at the retirement home here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So what we've been doing is trying to get medications. We've been trying to get wheelchairs. We've been trying to get everything we can, bedding up to higher ground and get it out of harm's way. And that's, the good news is we've done that. We've accomplished that. Everybody's off the first floor right now. But as I look out this window, I'm in complete amazement. I mean, think about what it's like, guys, in the fall when a tree is completely defoliated. Now, of course, as you know, it's August, and we're talking about trees that should have leaves on them and covered with leaves. They've been stripped of their leaves because of the wind. Huge branches broken off. I see the trash cans floating by. I see dumpsters floating by. Occasionally, a top of a car. There is at least 10 feet of water surrounding this building right now. And to let you know, preliminarily, when we were thinking about using this area, we knew that we were sitting at 27 feet above sea level. So do the math. And the kind of flooding that we're dealt with the casinos on the coast, everyone who lived right on the beach with their homes, their businesses, have got to be completely underwater right now and taking on tremendous wave action from this particular storm. We're still on the east side of it. I mean, we got due south winds right now, Bill, and it's howling so bad out there that the building is breathing.
Jim, I have a question for you. Still there?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to know exactly how far off of the beach are you, and is there wave action with that very high water, too?
We're going to get the answer to that question coming up next.
Katrina coverage continues here on the Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
These are live pictures from Covington, Louisiana, folks. The wind has shifted, and that wind is now more of a northwesterly wind. I'm sorry about that angle of that camera. I'm not sure if the camera tipped over or not. But, Kelly, this is a terrible situation. It was blown over. This is up there on I-12, just a few miles north of the north end of Lake Pontchartrain.
Very poor visibility, very strong, dangerous winds out there. We are in storm alert here at the Weather Channel. Not only are we dealing with Hurricane Katrina itself, the actual eye wall, but also the threat of tornadoes.
That's right. And in Covington itself, that would be St. Tammany Parish. We now have a tornado warning. There are tornado warnings out there, primarily north and east of downtown New Orleans.
That's right. We're going to read off some of the parishes in Louisiana. Washington Parish, St. Tammany Parish, which is where Covington is, Walthall County in southern Mississippi, Pearl River County, also Hancock and Harrison counties, all in Mississippi under tornado warnings.
And Kelly, also till the top of the hour, tornado warnings in George County, Stone County, Perry and Greene County. These are all, again, in southeastern Mississippi, and these storms are racing northbound. Those tornado warnings till noontime. And want to mention also in Coffee County, southeast Alabama by Enterprise and Elba, tornado warning till 12:15 Eastern Daylight Time, 11:15 Central Daylight Time.
Well, before that camera tipped over in Covington, Louisiana, Jeff Morrow recently filed this report.
It's about 25 minutes after 9 a.m. local time here. Again, we tried to give you a little bit different perspective of the winds with Katrina. Whoa, coming out of the north here, very strong. Again, it's probably very hard to see me as I'm walking here. The wind's coming across the parking lot almost with hurricane force gusts. Right now, probably sustained in the neighborhood of about 45 or 50. But again, it's hard to walk when it's in this kind of a situation. We think that Katrina will continue to pound this area with these northerly strong winds for quite some time, maybe another half hour to hopefully only hour at most. Some of these trees in this area are going to have a hard time standing up. Whoa! That was pretty strong. I think that's the last time I'm going to do that walk because it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. Jeff Morrow reporting on the western side of Hurricane Katrina in Covington, Louisiana.
Wow, that's amazing.
Kelly, I tell you what, that is truly amazing. That's out there in Covington, Louisiana. Now you want to see something pretty amazing. We're going to take you 180 miles east of where landfall is. This is in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Stephanie Abrams joining us here. Stephanie, I see the winds gusting upwards of 60 miles an hour, not far away at Mary Esther Field. How bad is it out there on the waterfront?
Well, we have seen our winds gusting in Destin, which is just a few miles to our east, to the mid-40s. That's tropical storm force winds, sustained right around 30 miles an hour. So tropical storm force winds, remember everyone, 39 to 73. Higher than that is a hurricane. So we are seeing the gusts of tropical storm force winds. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, I must admit. We've seen little spritzes here and there, but we have had that wind. And the only problem with the wind, well, there's a couple problems, but the sand, that's blowing up here. So I have to keep my hood up so my hat doesn't fly off and also so I don't get pounded by that sand. And here's a look at the ocean. This is the other problem with the wind. And as a matter of fact, we're on this sand dune here, and I'm guesstimating they're about 15 feet high. And the water, as I move up to the top, is coming right up to this sand dune. And they actually built these after Ivan because what happened is all of the Gulf and the sand was into the bottom floor of this building, and they actually had to crouch down like this because there was so much sand piled up on the first floor of this building. But the water's coming right up to this dune, and it's doing a great job here because down the way it's very hard to see because a lot of people do have dunes up, but the water is actually rushing over their seawalls and going right onto the road, and that's causing the road closures on 98. Now, we have had a police escort, thanks to my producer who was out there, Howard Sappington, and we had Richard, our photographer. They went east of here to Navarre Beach, and the police took them there because they have everything closed down, and they went over the bridge to Navarre Beach, and that is actually where Dennis made landfall. And now they are, of course, seeing about the same thing that we're saying here with the winds and the waves. And this is what we'll be dealing with as we head through the night and into the day tomorrow, and then things will eventually calm down. It doesn't look like a big rainmaker here, but what they're really worried about is just the winds and the waves. But, hey, relative to the folks west of us, we are looking pretty good here, guys, and we'll continue to monitor the situation for you.
We were just noticing, Steph, you're a good 180 miles away from Katrina, and yet you're still experiencing that kind of weather.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, Steph, thank you very much for that report. Again, in the Fort Walton Beach area of Florida, all that replenishment seemingly for naught there, Kelly. They just keep pumping millions of dollars into that.
It's a shame. I tell you what, we've got another update for you on Katrina and what it's up to right now. And, of course, the hunters are still going into the storm. They're still flying through it to determine the wind speeds, and we still have them clocked at 125, and it's still moving due north at 16 miles an hour. It's been picking up forward motion speed.
Kelly, it's pretty imposing to see the red area expanding there as the landfall occurs. That tells us cloud tops are cooling. That tells us cloud tops are building. And that tells us that eye wall is very much intact.
Check out 65 miles south of Dauphin Island, where we did have a report of very high waves out there. In fact, up to, I think, 48-foot wave at that buoy. And as you can see, the winds are still coming out of the south-southeast at over 60 miles an hour.
And once again, the nasty spiral bands are moving up in the general direction of Montgomery, moving along I-65.
We'll show you the pictures from Covington coming up next.
Sometimes you just can't get away from high cholesterol. When diet and exercise aren't enough, adding Lipitor can lower your bad cholesterol from 39 to 60%. And if you have several common risk factors, Lipitor can reduce your chance of a heart attack by 36%. Lipitor is one of many cholesterol-lowering treatment options in addition to diet and exercise that you and your doctor can consider. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or who may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you are taking or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as these may be signs of a rare but serious side effect. Ask your doctor about Lipitor today.
This is not the time to plan.
Plan for weather emergencies before they happen. Be on the safe side. Plan, prepare, protect. Visit weather.com/safeside. A message from the Weather Channel and Duracell.
Nobody knows this neighborhood better than Wendy Owens of Prudential Real Estate. Wendy's great with technology, and she's the best there is at bringing buyers and sellers together.
I've agreed to an early closing.
Professionals like Wendy Owens are why you choose Prudential Real Estate.
Buying or selling a home? Call your local Prudential Real Estate office today.
Get more out of your Dell PC with home installation, training, and virus assistance for your new PC for an additional charge. This Dimension desktop is $299 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get a free printer. Get more out of now. Dell PCs use Intel Celeron processors.
Hurricane Katrina makes landfall. Stay with us for the latest in-depth analysis, live reports from the field, weather experts, meteorologists, and hurricane hunters telling you what's happening, why it's happening, and what's next. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. Coming up, the latest on Katrina. But now, you're local on the 8s.
These are live pictures from Covington, Louisiana, north of Lake Pontchartrain, north of downtown New Orleans, by about 25 or 30 miles up there along Interstate 12. That is an area that had the west eye wall. Now the wind is starting to shift, but still, Kelly, it's just amazingly low visibility, and I'm certain those winds are still above hurricane force.
And you mentioned New Orleans, of course, another city very hard hit by the storm, and we want to join now. We want to bring in the mayor of New Orleans, Ray Nagin, and thank you very much for joining us, sir. We want to ask you, how is the city doing in general? What kinds of reports are you receiving about damage?
Well, we're getting reports from all over the city. It's very difficult at this time because the winds are so high. The eye of the storm is passing us as we speak, and winds are, peaking at 150 miles an hour. But the reports we're getting is that we're having some issues with our levee systems. Certain sections of the city, we're getting reports that they're breached. We haven't been able to verify that. We do know that they're being topped, and that water is coming over the top. In certain sections of our city, in the lower Ninth Ward and in New Orleans East, we have gotten lots of calls. We probably have 150 people that are on roofs, hanging on for dear life, and trying to wait this out. And we're getting about 5 calls per minute as far as more people calling in saying that they have problems. Another issue we're having is we have such beautiful old historic buildings that we're starting to get reports of buildings collapse. To date, we have about 20 buildings that have collapsed. and we cannot verify whether people were in those buildings or not. We've had several fires in the area and just lots of damage. I'm in a downtown hotel right now, and that's probably 100 windows that have been blown out, and it looks like, who knows what. But we're still riding out the storm, and we're at the opposite point right now.
Mayor Nagin, I understand there are about 10,000 people in the Superdome, and you've had some damage there. What's the latest in the building?
Well, the building is structurally sound as we understand it, but it does have a roof that is of a rubbery substance. And it's my understanding that half of that substance has blown off, and some tiles are missing. So there is some leakage in the Superdome. There's a hole in the roof, as I understand it. But the structure is still sound.
Mayor?
Yes.
How did you ride out the storm? Where did you spend the night?
Well, I started out in City Hall, but the building started swaying a little too much. So I went next door to one of the mega hotels that are in the city, and we rode it out here. We started out on the 27th floor, and then when the winds got really high, we came down to the 3rd and the 4th floors, and that's where I am right now.
And Mayor Nagin in New Orleans, we thank you very much for your time, and again, we pray for the safety of the residents of the city of New Orleans.
Thank you very much for that update, and we also have another update elsewhere in Alabama now. We have reporter Tony Thomas of WAGA. He gives us a closer look at Mother Nature's fury there.
My worst fear is this hurricane's hit in the daytime. I think you'll see people on four-wheelers, you'll see people out in trucks, wanting to get out and just do wheelies and things and just, have a hurricane party.
So far, Commissioner Mike Dean's worst fears have not been realized, but the day is still early. Roads here are mostly empty. Homes in low-lying areas already flooding.
It's mid-morning and we're starting to feel the first powerful blast from Katrina here in Mobile. We are on the north side of the city and we're seeing gusts right now of 45, 50, 55 miles an hour. But we're told to expect gusts of more than 100 miles an hour within the next 2 or 3 hours. For local officials here, they're not worried as much about the wind as the rising water.
We dodged the worst, but I think we're going to experience today some storm surge.
As the winds from Katrina begin to shift from out of the south, 10 to 15 more feet of Gulf water expected to be pushed up into Mobile Bay. Some people are already trapped. The National Guard slowly crosses this high water spot to try and rescue one family. Rescue crews so far still able to answer calls, but they may not be able to get out later today.
And I'm hoping that people will stay inside and see how serious this is. I have a fear that some of the roads, before we can get there and inspect them, people might try to use them, and that road may be a bottomless pit.
And it looks like it's very bad in New Orleans, safe to say. Kelly, some of the information we're getting, it's sketchy, but 12 feet of water in most of the parish now, reportedly in St. Bernard Parish, just east of New Orleans.
Yeah, we have reports of people going to the rooftops to hope for some rescue soon. An apartment building on Wright Avenue in Terrytown in Jefferson Parish has collapsed with people inside.
And Kelly, this is an area where they have a lot of refineries as well, in Chalmette and Miro. We'll have to get an update on what's going on there as well. Here are the latest pictures from downtown Mobile, Alabama. Just incredible. Look at the water action. And Kelly, this is an area that's going to see the surge keep coming up and up and up. As that track is west of here, that's going to be a south wind for many hours to come.
And we're still talking about winds well in excess of hurricane strength, folks. This storm is still packing winds as of the last advisory of 125 miles an hour. That's closest to the actual eye of the storm, which again made a second landfall along the Mississippi-Louisiana border. You're watching our storm alert coverage of Katrina. Welcome back. I'm Kelly Cass.
And I'm Bill Keneally, and Dr. Forbes is here now. And Dr. Forbes, we're getting the heating of the daytime now. Are you looking for an expansion in the coverage of the tornado threat?
Yeah, I certainly am. We're getting the tornado threat right now on those rain bands, but we'll spread a little bit off toward the north and east into parts of Georgia and northward into central Alabama and parts of Georgia as well. Right now, we have a couple of threat areas. These bands here, that could be embedded tornadoes. Then we get the more classic isolated cells within the bands. Let's take a look here. We'll pause here. We do have tornado warnings just for these circulations within the eye wall in parts of Forest, Lamar counties around the Purvis area in Mississippi. And then we have threats farther off to the east in some of these outer rain bands coming across here. These are in the area of Escambia County in Alabama and Florida and Santa Rosa County in Florida. And we also have some very, very heavy rain. The hurricane force winds are in the east side of the eye wall right now. And within these bands just to the north and east of the eye wall, we have rain falling at 3 to 4 inches per hour. So tornadoes, destructive winds, and flooding rains are still in progress. Bill and Kelly?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Forbes, for that report.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Katrina, now causing widespread flooding now. This from the National Weather Service. They're saying this is a very life-threatening situation. Flash flooding going on just south of Lake Maurepas and Pontchartrain. They're calling it very dangerous right now.
Yeah, Kelly, St. John the Baptist and St. Charles parishes are affected again west of New Orleans. And I'm not sure about how tall, or if they do have at all, levee systems on Lake Maurepas, but that is a very big lake, and that also can get quite a fetch with a prolonged northeast to northwest wind.
Now, well to the east of our center of circulation along the panhandle of Florida, we have Stephanie Abrams out there in Fort Walton Beach.
And Stephanie, you've been buffeted pretty good. It's amazing you're about 180 miles. We've lost that shot right now. Okay, we'll try to get back to Steph very shortly. First up, though, let's get a couple of frames up here, Kelly, and there's that track. It's very evident. It is coming due northward now. It's also evident that center is officially inland, so weakening should occur. Pressure at the last point was about 932 millibars.
Wow, and this system continues to pack a punch. We've got lots of reports of tornadoes as well. I believe we have Stephanie Abrams back now. She is at Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and even though she's so far away from the center, still experiencing those tropical storm force winds, right, Steph?
That's right. We're getting gusts up to tropical storm force, and they do enough to throw you off balance a little bit, but you can still stand pretty straight here. And I want to talk about the erosion, because we are going to see significant erosion up and down the Gulf Coast. Right now, I'm standing on a sand dune that's about 15 feet high, and they built this up after Hurricane Ivan. But as you see down the beach where they don't have sand dunes, look at the Gulf coming all the way up, and in some spots washing over the wall and onto Highway 98, and that's closed some of the highways. Now, of course, water is very powerful. We have gusty winds, and I think people underestimate the power of water. 2 feet of moving water can move a vehicle, and of course, that powerful water can also move boats. Yes, we have seen some boats that have been come loose and floating in the water, and you know what? Some people might be surprised to find something in their backyard that doesn't belong to them.
We had picked up about 3 o'clock. So we woke up, came out here, checked the weather, and I got to looking out here at about 3:45 and saw lights. And I got to look a little closer, and something's out there. So we got the flashlight, and I walked downstairs and opened the door and realized we had about a 50-foot boat up against our dock.
All right, thank you very much, Stephanie, for that live report. We're going to get back to her a little bit later on.
Audio very tough right now. Kelly, also damage reports west of where she is, and ABC's Darren Lynn is live in Mobile, Alabama.
And Darren, thanks for joining us. This is still a very powerful and dangerous storm. We've heard reports that the downtown Mobile area is flooded. Have you seen or heard anything about the impacts in the downtown area?
Yes, we have, Kelly. In fact, we were told by emergency management officials that 3 to 4 feet of floodwaters were in the entire downtown Mobile area. That's because of storm surges between 10 to 12 feet high, as well as the rains, the heavy rains. They expected between 10 and 15 inches here, and they're getting that rain. The rain continues as we speak right now, and the downtown area is prone to flooding because it is very, very low, not below sea level per se like New Orleans, but low enough that anytime there's a tropical storm, heavy rains, or something like a hurricane, in this case Katrina, the rains saturate that area around Mobile Bay, which leads into the downtown area. And many of the folks that lived along the coastline did evacuate, so it's not as if anyone is stranded down there. It's just a matter of waiting till the storm passes through and waiting till those floodwaters subside.
And Darren, I know all morning long we've had winds approaching 90 miles per hour. In your travels in the area, have you seen any structural damage?
Structural damage right here, it's not major because we did not receive those 90-plus mile-an-hour winds. But take a look at that house over there behind me. We were receiving wind gusts up to 70, possibly 75 miles an hour. And as you know, that is Category 1 strength, the basic Category 1 strength, but yet enough to tear off rooftops off of buildings. And as you know, when Katrina passed through South Florida earlier over the weekend, that it completely obliterated some of these buildings with those wind gusts that were 75, possibly 80 miles an hour. So definitely there is going to be damage here in Mobile when all is said and done. It's just a matter of assessing it once the storm completely passes through.
Thank you for that live report, Darren. Hang in there. We've got more heavy rain just off to your south that is slowly moving in.
And in Mississippi now, Kelly, it looks like the eye wall approaching the Hattiesburg area. Literally, Hurricane Katrina sliding right up along Interstate 59.
And we've got still hurricane-force winds out there throughout southern Mississippi and now into southwestern Alabama. Numerous tornado warnings are in effect as well.
Wow, look at the live pictures here from downtown New Orleans. Hopefully the worst is behind you. We've had reports that a lot of the windows in the upper floors of the downtown skyscrapers, the big hotels especially there, have been blown out.
Yeah, we're talking about the windows blown out around Loyola Avenue. We've had reports of 8 feet of water covering up the streets in Arabi and St. Bernard Parish, so widespread flooding, and a lot of people are needing help. But I'll tell you what, the officials have to wait for the winds to subside before they can actually get out there and help anyone.
Kelly, other southeastern cities now under a tornado watch, including Birmingham and including Montgomery, and just south and west of Atlanta.
We've got more on that as our Katrina coverage continues. We've got new pictures just in from New Orleans. Check out the windows being blown out from some of the high-rises out there surrounding the Superdome, where, of course, 9,000 people have taken shelter. We've got reports of people on the rooftops around Almanastor Drive, and we've also got a report that the levee along the Industrial Canal, the water has topped that, and that has resulted in 8 feet of water in St. Bernard Parish, flooding the city of Arabi. So we've had some serious problems in the New Orleans area.
And Kelly, that news is very sketchy out of New Orleans. The last time we had a report from wind at an airport there was right around the daybreak hour. At that time, winds gusting to 90 at the Lakefront Airport.
That's right. Unfortunately, we're not able to get a lot of meteorological data anymore because a lot of these places are not reporting to us anymore. So we're looking at our satellite imagery, and we're still seeing a very powerful Katrina, though, aren't we?
Yeah, and intuitively, we know that winds are coming around now more from a northwesterly direction there in the areas around New Orleans. Not to say they're not still very strong, however. And the movement of our hurricane is now north at about 16 miles per hour. There's your center point as of 10 a.m. Central Time. And by the way, the new advisory should come in with further documentation of weakening. And also that track continues to move north. It might accelerate a little bit, too. And by the way, the pressure at 932 millibars. Again, the deeper the pressure, the stronger the winds. It's all kind of coming into that center, and it's caught in that eye wall. That is where those sustained winds sit at 125 miles per hour. But from 902 millibars to 932 millibars, we have seen the filling or the weakening of the hurricane, thankfully. But nonetheless, it came in as a very strong Category 4 officially around the Buras area, and that was way down south in New Orleans there near Boothville. And at that time, they were clocking winds at about 140 miles per hour. The bad news is it looks like that convection ring around that eye wall and out from the eye wall fairly expanded here. So there is a broad area up into Hattiesburg and Laurel and Waynesboro there in Mississippi where winds are probably at 75 miles per hour, at least in gust, and still some peak winds can be expected here, probably exceeding 100 miles per hour for a couple more hours. And over where Stephanie is still a big, broad fetch of southerly flow. And even with Dauphin Island out there protecting, supposedly, Mobile Bay, there is water rushing up that bay. And with that track northward, we're going to have the flow out of the south for a long time. That's going to be crippling historical flooding. The St. Louis Bay area over there by Waveland, and also the Mobile Bay is going to have catastrophic flooding. Here over Lake Pontchartrain, once again, more of a northwest wind. Jeff Marr reporting right here along I-12. We'll try to get back to Jeff as quickly as we can. Jim Cantori has some harrowing tales to tell as well. In the Gulfport area, supposedly water rises approaching 30 feet there. And look at the back edge of that rain. all the way out to the capital around the Baton Rouge area. So where's that all headed now? It's going to continue lifting northbound. As it does so, we'll get Montgomery now in the fray, Birmingham, Atlanta. At least on the western sides of these metro areas, there could be some tornadic type of activity later on today. Atlanta's going to get windier, especially late tonight into early Tuesday. That'll be the closest passage. Nashville to Louisville, a lot of wind. Could have winds in the strong tropical storm force range for a while tonight into the day Tuesday. And then also we could have some very serious flooding. We'll have to watch the Ohio River. Thankfully, it's been running pretty low of late, but also the other rivers out there, the Cumberland River and the Tennessee River and their tributaries as well. Let's get the bottom line here on what's going to happen. On the coast here, we have a very high surge happening now. And if you remember in Hurricane Isabel a couple of years ago, that surge lasted for a long, long time, folks. So that southerly flow will continue, and the hurricane force winds, as we have mentioned, now getting up into Hattiesburg and Meridian. Kelly?
And Bill, as you just mentioned, we've had serious flooding there in Gulfport, Mississippi. We have reports of water covering Highway 90, and that's a significant water rise out there. We want to talk to Jim Cantori's producer out there, Simon Temperton. He joins us by phone. And Simon, just how bad was the worst of the storm for you, and how is it right now?
Well, Kelly, it's not over yet because the water is still up around where we are. We're at the Armed Forces Retirement Home, which is, I'd say, a quarter mile from the beach, and the water has come over. It flooded out everywhere we were. We lost our rental cars. They got completely flooded out. And we also have been evacuated in the building that we are. Everyone was on the first floor. Water started seeping in, and it was like 5 or 6 feet of water, and we had to be evacuated to the second and third floor. So it's been real incredible. Now we're on the 5th floor of the building, and the wind is rocking the building as I speak.
All right, Simon, we're glad you guys are safe where you are now. We're going to continue to have live shots across the Gulf Coast when we come back.
I want to close it out, Kelly. Pictures, live pictures now from downtown New Orleans. Still winds approaching hurricane force. Welcome back, and as we had feared, it looks like a dire situation in the greater New Orleans area.
A significant water rise out there, and we have flash flood warnings going now for the parishes in southeastern Louisiana, St. Bernard, and also Plaquemines Parish. And this statement, very, very critical here from the National Weather Service. They're saying anyone trying to seek refuge in the attic or up on the rooftop, they're strongly urged to take any necessary tools for survival. In fact, if you go in the attic, they're telling you to bring an axe or hatchet with you so that you can cut your way out onto the roof to avoid drowning.
And Kelly, that is just amazing. And look at all the rain. Flood warnings up for all those parishes and adjacent counties in Mississippi and in Alabama. Rainfall 4 hours ago approaching 8 inches at New Orleans Lakefront Airport.
And we have pictures now from New Orleans, the windows being blown out. We are still experiencing hurricane force winds out there. We've got more live reports coming up after the break.
Stay indoors.
Katrina coverage continues here on the Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
You are listening to the roar of Hurricane Katrina. Those pictures just in showing you some of the damage it incurred in New Orleans.
And Kelly, that is now with a west wind blowing there in New Orleans. The Category 2 hurricane, it is now a Category 2. Katrina is now packing winds in that eye wall of 105 miles per hour.
So while the storm itself may be weakening as it makes landfall, it is still interacting with land. The friction from that causing several tornado warnings to be prompted. Not only that, but folks right in the eye wall itself are experiencing winds over 100 miles an hour, and that is sounding off the tornado sirens as well.
And also in Gulfport, Mississippi, where Jim Cantori is, where we had that onslaught of southerly flow pumping in incredible levels of water. That wind is now turning around. A little more southwesterly now. Want to go back to Jim Cantori at the retired Air Force home there. And Jim, what is the situation in Gulfport? I guess I want to ask you, is the water starting to go down at all?
It is, Bill. It is. It is down probably about 5 feet from where it was earlier. Now, that's not to say we're out of the water. It's about 5 feet out there. The parking lot is covered with water. As I look out, you know, the trees are stripped clear of their leaves. There is debris everywhere, especially all, you know, aluminum type debris. There's roof damage as I look off toward the north on several of the roofs. There's like a complete roof failure on one of the buildings I'm looking at. Cars were literally floating around, piled up as the water receded, basically where they landed at the highest point. I can see our satellite truck. I can see the vehicles that were with us. They are now above water, at least part of them. The satellite truck is completely above water, so that's good. Everybody, as we know it, as far as we know it, is doing pretty good here. What they've done at the Air Force retirement, or the Armed Services retirement home, I want to let everybody know who's watching us, who has relatives here. Again, we've got about 500 people here. Everybody's fine, okay? I mean, obviously there's some people shaken up. There's some people that will need some medical attention at some point here, but everybody's higher ground. They have medicines, they have wheelchairs and whatnot, things to get people around up to higher ground as well. So they're basically using the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors as different angles of attack. In other words, the fifth floor is security, fourth floor is where everybody's going to eat, third floor is where we're going to put everybody with special needs, and the second floor is where everyone's going to kind of hang out until it's time to go to bed or what have you. Right now, no air conditioning. That's going to be a problem for a lot of these folks. So things are slowly quieting down, but it's not a pretty sight out there. Back to you.
Jim, just for folks joining us now, again, we've heard you say that there's been a rise of water about 27 feet. That is phenomenal. Could you tell us how quickly that water came in?
Kelly, it took about an hour to get in here, and it's actually could be about 37 feet. You know, I got a chance to talk to Dr. Lyons a little bit, and he was looking around at some of the elevations here, and he sees things that are 20, 25 feet. And what I've been told from the engineers here, this is at 27 feet. Now, we got 10 foot of water here on top of the base of that. So if that is in fact the case, if we got 37 foot surge, that is probably the biggest storm surge ever in North American history.
Right.
Just unprecedented. Jim Cantori, thank you very much, reporting from Gulfport. Kelly, trying to put that in perspective now, I believe the peak surge water level was 24 feet in Hurricane Camille.
Right, so it looks like that's quite a water rise, and that could indeed be a record if we do get confirmation of that. But again, we want to go a little bit more east of there to the Mobile area with Mike Seidel, who joins us live now, still being battered by the wind.
And Mike, good morning to you again. Hopefully we're not going to rival that water level. How have you fared in the past hour? Any changes?
Not that we know of. And keep in mind, Bill and Kelly, we're still getting a very strong onshore flow. Even once the storm passes our latitude, we're still going to have those onshore winds, although they'll eventually turn around to the southwest. So I don't think that water's going to back off as quickly as where Jim is and points over towards Pascagoula, because you have the onshore component, and then you quickly turn the wind around offshore, north and northwest, like Jeff has been experiencing on the west side of the eye wall over there north of Lake Pontchartrain. We're still getting pretty decent gusts, above 60 miles an hour. We did find out that the wind measuring equipment at Mobile's downtown airport is not reporting. It may have gotten blown away. Who knows? It's probably somewhere up around Montgomery. Here are the pictures from downtown Mobile. We tried to get downtown. We couldn't get off I-10. In fact, our crew, Eddie Cortez and Michelle Birnbaum, our producer, went down the ramp, and they had to back up because they couldn't get to Water Street. Water Street was underwater. That whole area from yesterday where we were is under quite a bit of water out around the Battleship Memorial Parkway. And again, we're still getting these rain bands rotating in on the eastern side. This is the worst side, and considering it's still a rather strong hurricane, it's now Category 2, and we're a good 90 miles away from the center. We're still getting battered pretty good. Bill and Kelly?
Okay, Mike, thanks a lot again from downtown Mobile. Just because the hurricane is weakening, top winds 105 miles per hour, that does not mean the surge cannot continue rising, and it will continue doing that there.
The danger is not over yet. We are looking at damage again in from New Orleans. Look at all the flooding there. We've had quite a water rise, and we're still under the threat of tornadoes. Keep that in mind, folks. This is a storm not just for the coastal sections, but further inland as well.
Live shots continue from the coast next.
The building is structurally sound as we understand it, but it does have a roof that is of a rubbery substance. And it's my understanding that half of that substance has blown off and the tiles are missing. So there is some leakage in the Superdome. There's a hole in the roof, as I understand it. But the structure is still sound.
Again, that was the mayor of New Orleans. We spoke with him a little bit earlier on, and you're looking at the Superdome now. Of course, he talked about the hole in the roof. There has been some leaking. That hole being reported to be about 1 foot wide by 6 feet long. We've had windows shattered out of buildings up and down Loyola Avenue and all those businesses around there, sustaining a lot of damage from the storm.
And thankfully, as I understand it, Kelly, the base of that floor there about 18 feet above the mean road level there, so that should be their saving grace.
Yeah, they're not flooding up with water, but certainly other neighborhoods are in the New Orleans area. But as we head well away from the center of circulation to the east into Florida, it's still not all good there either.
Yeah, the breadth of this hurricane is amazing. Stephanie Abrams, we had a landfall about 180 miles due west of where you are. What have you witnessed out there in Fort Walton Beach this morning?
Well, what we've been dealing with is basically the wind and these waves, and that's it. But fortunately, we've escaped the brunt of the storm. We haven't seen a whole lot of rain either. Let me show you. We're standing on a sand dune here, and the water has been knocking against this sand dune all day long. And they built this after Ivan because they had a whole lot of problems with Ivan. But if we look farther down the beach where they don't have sand dunes, you can see the ocean coming all the way up to the front of a pool, actually. And in spots, it's washing over the seawall where there are not dunes. And that's why portions of 98 are closed, which is the main thoroughfare through here. And we have seen that electricity flicker on and off, but for the most part, electricity is on. And we have seen some wooden fences blown over. Really not a lot to deal with here, not a lot of significant damage. We do have a lot of evacuees staying here in the hotel that we're in. We spoke to a couple of them, and they are concerned about their homes. Someone said that he talked to his friend who was sitting on his roof in New Orleans, a town just outside of New Orleans. He's extremely concerned about him, as we are. And we also spoke to a woman who has a home in Gulfport, and she said that her home is just north of where Jim Cantori is located, so she is extremely concerned about her home as well. So the people here are safe, and we have no idea when they're going to be able to get back to their homes, and when they do get home, what it's going to look like. So a lot of people here just watching and waiting and pretty worried about their property.
Stephanie, Bill here. Again, I know the tidal variations aren't that dramatic there, but do you think you've seen peak water there in the past hour?
Yeah, you know, Bill, it's been pretty consistent. Like you said, the tide's they don't vary much here. And it's really been consistent with them just bumping up to these dunes. We haven't seen much more than that, so no huge water rises.
All right, Stephanie reporting from Fort Walton Beach, an area that's been ravaged time and time again. Thankfully, this time may have caused somewhat of a break.
Well, you have to excuse our mess here at the Weather Channel. We have piles of paper here because we have flash flooding reports and we have numerous tornado reports as well. And we want to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Greg, good luck trying to list all these tornado warnings. There's quite a few of them.
There sure are, Kelly. Some of these are really for tornado force winds and little mini circulations inside the eye wall. Some are individual thunderstorms out in those outer bands. Let's take a look. Here, hurricane force winds. There are tornado warnings for these storms from Hattiesburg down to the south and these areas north and east of the hurricane center. I'll take and we'll see some of those tornado warnings at this time. Not so well-defined individual circulations, but just continual threat of tornado force winds. Then we go a little bit farther to the north, up in the forest area. Now here's some of the embedded circulations in some of these bands, and that is Scott and Newton counties around the Union area. There you do have individual storms that are rotating and producing a brief tornado threat. Then we go a little bit farther to the east. Some of these rain bands that are coming onshore in the areas around Pensacola, Valparaiso, in the Baldwin County, Alabama, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties in Florida. There you have the tornado threat. And another one of these big bands setting up, that's farther to the east. That's over near Dothan and Troy in Alabama. Let's switch sources. You can see why we have these two different types of threats. You see the eye coming onshore. Then these orange dots, they're the lightning. And it's in these outer rain bands where we get the more legitimate supercell rotating thunderstorms set up. Then we have within the eye wall, we can always have the possibility of tornadoes. And of course, tornado force winds just from the sustained hurricane force winds. We'll watch these storms push their way where the sun is coming out. Right along the Alabama-Georgia border there, we'll have a tornado threat spreading northward as the afternoon proceeds. Bill, Kelly?
All right, thank you, Dr. Greg Forbes. Just in time for the Atlanta rush hour. Isn't that great?
Tell you what, that tornado watch, including West Central Georgia, goes right through this evening, I believe 7 o'clock Central Time, so the threat is not over yet.
Kelly, I want to close out now on some pictures from the Big Easy. What's going on now? Look at all that water in downtown New Orleans.
Yeah, we're told the police stations there, the hospitals are all running on generators, backup power. We have reports of widespread flooding due to water topping a levee along the Industrial Canal around Arabi in St. Bernard Parish.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Weather Channel. Here we're continuing to watch the very latest unfolding developments with Hurricane Katrina. And here's the very latest information on some airport closures.
Of course, we're constantly getting new information here into our newsroom. And the latest we have on the airports, New Orleans and Baton Rouge closed, Biloxi, Mobile, and Pensacola, Florida. All of these airports are closed. Of course, we're also dealing with some pretty nasty, severe weather, a number of tornado warnings in effect.
That's right. We still have tornado warnings out for Forest and Lamar counties. That includes the city of Hattiesburg. There, we're talking about destructive winds on the order of 105 miles per hour. You can see a number of tornado warnings there, including Madison, Atala, Leake, Neshoba, and Kemper counties, all there in extreme northeast Mississippi. And then we also have tornado warnings which have just been issued for southwest Alabama. We're talking about Escambia County, Monroe County, and Wilcox County, all in south central Alabama. Keep in mind, folks, you will not see these tornadoes coming.
Stay with us. We'll have more coming up.
How does the Merck Patient Assistance Program...
You're on the Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
Hurricane Katrina has sent as much as 8 feet of water from Mobile Bay into downtown Mobile. We've got the pictures to show you coming up next.
Parts of Louisiana and the Mississippi coast are underwater thanks to Hurricane Katrina. Streets are flooded, homes have been damaged or destroyed, and this storm is far from over. Well, hi and welcome to the special edition of Weather Center. We're in storm alert here at the Weather Channel. I'm Christina Abernathy.
And I'm Kevin Robinson. Hurricane Katrina has made its third and final landfall, thankfully. And let me tell you, this storm was a real monster. I mean, we're getting in some new pictures and new information every minute now from the downtown New Orleans area. It was a prime target of Katrina. Windows are blown out. Streets are under several feet of water. It's been mentioned that on and exit ramps off Interstate 10 look like ramps into a lake. I mean, just incredible weather conditions there in southeastern Louisiana.
And the wind, the rain, the storm surge, absolutely amazing. Look at the floodwater left here in Mobile, Alabama. Some serious flooding right now in Mobile, and it's at least 100 miles from the center of the storm.
Let's take a look at where Katrina first made landfall earlier this morning, just a little bit after 6 o'clock, just south of Barras, Louisiana. Maximum sustained winds were at 140 miles per hour, making this a strong Category 4 hurricane. And right now, we have the very latest weather information in.
That's right. A new update has come in, and the maximum sustained winds have now decreased to near 95 miles per hour. So still powerful winds, but not as powerful. The pressure, 955 millibars, and it's located about 20 miles west-southwest of Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Now, to kind of help put that in perspective, that means this would still be a strong tropical storm well into north-central Mississippi. Jeff Morrow has ridden out the storm in Covington, Louisiana, just north of New Orleans, across from Lake Pontchartrain. The weather has kept his crew down, and we haven't been able to get live shots for several hours, but now they're finally able to rejoin us. Jeff, update us on your situation.
Christine and Kevin, it has been a heck of a day here, to say the least, in Covington, Louisiana, just to get everybody situated. We've been off the air here for a little while, not because our satellite truck, although we did have to put the dish down for a while because the wind shifted direction on us and it got a little bit too unstable. The winds, as you can see here, still a little bit feisty. They're probably gusting upwards of about 30, 35 miles an hour, but they're way down from what they were a little bit earlier in the day. Basically, the reason we had to come down, we had no way to communicate with the Weather Channel. The cell service here is completely gone, and also there is no electricity around here. But we figured out a way, and we want to show you some of these new pictures that we shot. This is down at the north end of the Pontchartrain Causeway when the wind shifted direction as the hurricane passed and started coming more out of the west. and southwest. It started to blow the lake up onto the north shore, and these are some of the scenes there. There was some flooding as the water was coming into an area that I reported from actually last evening. Where I was standing was probably under about a foot or so of water. The lake probably rose at least about 4 feet or so. So there was some minor flooding down there. The causeway, by the way, is closed, so you cannot get back and forth across that at the present time. Now, up here in Covington, we did get word that potentially, and we'll verify this as soon as we can, potentially there will be a curfew in effect in this area as we head on into this evening. The police have been around from time to time, and we'll try to get a verification on that. If we're back here alive now, I do want to go ahead and show you just some minor damage, some trees down here. If we can look between the trees, I don't know if my cameraman can, but that parking lot across the way there, this is in front of a Walmart, is flooded. There's a storm drain situation there, and the water has all backed up in the parking lot there. So some minor flooding going on here. Structural damage, again, is minor, mostly tree damage, but again, that was enough to knock out the power. I would conservatively guess that we had winds up around 80 miles an hour for a time earlier this afternoon, but things definitely have calmed down. All right, let's go over to Mike Seidel now. He's in Mobile, Alabama. Mike?
Hey, Jeff, here in Mobile, it's flying debris continuing, not big chunks of homes, but a lot of big pieces of shingles flying through the air with each of these wind gusts. We get some of these squalls coming through, although I think we're through the worst of the storm. Well, you think that, and then you got another squall through. Trees are down everywhere. Obviously, one of the reasons we've got at least 100,000 customers here in Mobile County without power. Let's go to downtown Mobile. This is where the real issue is, the real story right now as far as flooding. As much as 8 feet of water covering the streets of downtown Mobile, almost as high as the parking meters. The Interstate 110 sign was almost up to the red, white, and blue interstate sign. The whole area where we were this time yesterday is underwater. That's why we moved, because of that surge, which was predicted to be 20 to 25 feet. We don't know how high it got, but we're pretty confident that it got higher than Frederick's surge back in '79. That was 12 to 13 feet. So downtown Mobile, you just can't even get down there because all the ramps off I-10, you get down the ramp, you have to turn around because you drive right into the water there on Water Street and Royal Street. Take a look real quick. Still a very strong wind going up Interstate 65 and a lot of rain still coming down. Amazing. These bands just keep coming out of nowhere. At least I think the worst of the wind has moved on. Still, though, gusts 50 to 60. Back to Christina and Kevin.
Well, thanks, Mike. Make sure you're definitely careful and wary of any flying debris out there. Here's the bottom line with Katrina as she continues to move inland now.
Katrina is still a dangerous hurricane. It will produce major inland wind impacts, and that includes structural damage, downed trees, power lines, massive outages.
Right now, we're looking for those greatest impacts to take place up Interstate 59 through the Hattiesburg, Laurel area, and eventually up towards Meridian. Keep it tuned to Hurricane Central.
Hurricane Katrina makes landfall. Stay with us for the latest in-depth analysis, live reports from the field, weather experts, meteorologists, and hurricane hunters telling you what's happening, why it's happening, and what's next. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. Coming up, the latest on Katrina. But now, you're local on the 8s.
better than being at home because it's obvious that it is a serious situation there. But it's difficult to be away from home and not have a really true sense of what's going on. We can't really get our local news except for through the internet feed that my daughter's looking at. So we're getting little glimpses of pieces around the city, but we don't really know what's happening at our home.
They got the interstate shut down at the Texas-Louisiana border, so I don't think they let anybody back in the city across the 12-mile bridge until they're ready.
You're looking at pictures now out of New Orleans, the Lake Pontchartrain area where the water is, it's an angry lake now as the water continues to rise. There were big concerns that we would see this over the levees. And again, we see the road looks okay right there, but we will continue to get video out of this area and we'll probably be pretty awed by the damage that we see.
Fellow meteorologist there made a good point earlier about the fact how often do you see waves right next to trees and things of that nature. It just doesn't make a lot of sense there. Now, Stephanie Abrams is live in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and that's where we're going to go right now so that she can give us an idea of what she's experiencing there in the Florida Panhandle.
Well, basically, status quo here. Not much has changed. We've had those tropical storm force gusts all day, sustained winds around 30 miles an hour coming out of the southeast. We are on the east side of the storm with that counterclockwise wind, and we are getting first a southeast wind, now it's more south-southeast as the storm has moved inland. I have good news to report. The Pensacola Airport will be opening tomorrow at 5 a.m., but if you're trying to fly back to Mississippi or New Orleans, especially along the Gulf Coast, that will probably not be available for several days as they're trying to repair. And many of the evacuees that are staying here in Fort Walton Beach are worried about their property and their families. They've been getting updates on the Weather Channel.
The flood waters coming in south of 90. There's some areas that seem to be underwater that we're not, a friend of ours was in East Biloxi, from what we understand, and he had about waist-high water in his house. And that would be just north of Highway 9.
How concerned are you about your family?
Yeah, we're really concerned. We're staying in contact with them by cell phone. Whenever we can get through on different towers, we have a Mississippi number and a Louisiana number, so we go back and forth, trying to stay in touch with them.
What are your emotions right now?
We don't wish anybody any bad luck nowhere. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. I mean, everybody's used to these types of things, and we're just hoping that everybody fares well.
Now, there have been spotty power outages, but overall the day has been pretty consistent. We just get a little bit of rain, then it stops. We're mainly just talking about the water here that has been crashing up against the dunes. I don't know what that person is doing out there in the water right now. It really disturbs me that these people think they can just walk into the water there, because they get knocked over and right out quicker than they even know. So, Kevin and Christina, people need to stay out of the water. It's just not a smart thing to do.
You're absolutely right, because people always underestimate the strength of the water there, and it's so easy to pull you right back out, and you're out there before you know it. Thanks, Stephanie.
Well, we also have, with these tropical systems moving inland, the threat of severe weather. A tornado watch is in effect that covers the panhandle of Florida, parts of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi.
And you can see some of those spiral bands there moving through Alabama and Georgia. And now we're going to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, tell us, to equate the intensity of the hurricane now to a tornado.
Yeah, Kevin, the winds with this hurricane are still above hurricane force, so this is like an F1 tornado, but 25 miles wide, moving across the eastern portion of Mississippi. Here's what I'm talking about. Look here, you see this circle. It's just centered north of Hattiesburg right now, moving off toward the north. It's going to go very close and just to the west of Meridian. Within that, we do actually have some tornado warnings. This band north of the Jackson area right now, we have a tornado warning for Attala County in Mississippi. Then we have a number of other bands, this one and this one, that have tornado warnings with those. In fact, we'll take a look a little bit more closely at that. And we have tornado warnings now in southwest portions of Alabama for Monroe, Wilcox, Escambia, and Conecuh counties. All of these storms have rotation as they move off toward the north-northwest. And then this band comes all the way from Tallahassee up into near Albany, Georgia, and gets up into the Auburn, Alabama area, and that has a tornado warning there. That one is for Lee County. Now look at this band. as it gradually slides its way. That could this evening and tonight get into the Atlanta, Georgia area. Let's switch sources. We'll see the eye beginning to fill in as we get a gradual weakening of Katrina, but there is lightning within that eye wall. That means a chance of storms strong enough to spin off tornadoes, and then all of that lightning in these storms, they have the potential to tap those strong winds and spin up some tornadoes. So today, anywhere up in overnight hours, up into southern Tennessee, up into Atlanta as we get into the time around dark. And then tomorrow, that tornado threat spins a little bit farther off toward the north and east inside that yellow shaded area. Now we have heavy torrential rain as well, 1 to 3 inches per hour. We're already accumulated about a foot in some of the southern areas, and we'll have flooding all along the way up into the Ohio Valley. Kevin, Christina?
Well, thanks, Dr. Forbes.
And you'll want to stay with us as we continue to have coverage of Hurricane Katrina as it moves inland into the southeast. Looking at new video from Mobile, Alabama, where the wind is still blowing fiercely, and we have had a number of reports of flooding. As a matter of fact, some of the city streets in Mobile under 8 feet of water, and we've also had reports of power outages there, and you can see just how high the water is coming up to the first floor of some of the buildings there. And again, with 8 feet of water, that's enough to really do some damage there.
That's right, most of the downtown area now underwater in Mobile. Here's a look at the latest wind gusts. Now, still gusting to 70 in Mobile, and we're gusting to about 41 in Meridian, but I want to give you some information that we just received here. A 110-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported at 2 o'clock in Laurel, Mississippi. That's right along that inner core of what's left of Hurricane Katrina right now. That will produce substantial damage across east and southeast Mississippi, and these winds are barreling up towards the Meridian area. So if you're in Meridian, get ready for destructive winds.
Our live coverage of Hurricane Katrina continues. Introduce Storm Alert as we continue to track dangerous and powerful Hurricane Katrina. I'm Christina Abernathy.
And I'm Kevin Robinson. Let's take you back to New Orleans this morning and look at some of the damage here. You got to keep in mind, New Orleans is a very old city with lots of historical buildings, and many of those buildings were destroyed and damaged today, and many streets were underwater. Look at the glass blown there out of a lot of the skyscraper buildings downtown, the high-rise apartments, and a lot of the hotels there suffered serious damage, at least window damage there, as whole glass was blown out.
Well, we want to take a look at the latest info on Katrina's landfall, and it did make landfall this morning near Buras at 6:10 a.m. local time. 140-mile-per-hour winds in this area.
That's right, and right now this is what we have, the very latest. Maximum sustained winds are now at 95 miles per hour. It's moving off to the north at 15. It's very close to the Hattiesburg area, and this just in about 30 minutes ago, there was a 110-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in the Laurel area. That's right along Interstate 59 there between Hattiesburg and Meridian. So we are looking at destructive winds moving across southeast Mississippi at this hour.
Well, now we want to join our Mike Seidel, who is live in Mobile. And Mike, can you tell us how it is with the water situation, the flooding situation there now?
Well, let's show you what it looks like downtown. This is from about an hour and a half ago, and I can't imagine it's gotten much better because we still have an onshore wind, although it's changing from the southeast to the south and eventually to the southwest, with the wind blowing that water in from the Gulf into Mobile Bay and right into downtown Mobile. It's going to take a while for the water to back up, but we've got 6 to 8 feet of water in some of the streets, including, of all things, Water Street, also the Royal Street area, and over towards the 110 I-10 interchange. You just can't get down some of the ramps because you're riding right into flooded streets. The water is high as almost to the tops of the parking meters in parts of downtown Mobile. Out here in suburbia, we don't have to worry about storm surge. Our concern here is straight line wind damage, and we've got some. You can see a lot of the stucco has blown off some of the hotel here. We've had numerous trees down. We don't have a lot of trees. We've moved back out front for a while. We don't have a lot of trees here, but I can imagine all the residential areas and areas away from the interstate here. There are a lot of trees down, and power is out virtually everywhere here in Mobile County. A lot of secondary roads across the areas near the rivers, the tributaries, the inland tributaries. That's where we also have some issues with road closures and houses surrounded by water. So it's not. Certainly it's not as bad as areas to the west of here. Our peak winds are up around 90 miles an hour, but it's certainly going to be at least several days of cleanup. People are going to have to get the trees cleaned up and power company is going to have to get the power back on. And as we often see when we have winds of this magnitude, trees come down and power stays out for several days. Christina, Kevin?
All right, Mike, thanks for that report.
That's right. It's been a long night, and it's going to be an even longer day for meteorologist Jeff Morrow. He's been tracking Katrina's movement from Covington, Louisiana, which is just to the north of New Orleans on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain there. And he's going to show us what it was like as weather conditions deteriorated as the storm moved in.
It is 9:05 Eastern, 8:05 local time here in Covington, Louisiana. Again, we're seeing some pretty strong winds at the present time. Coming down in gusts, we've already seen some tree damage here and a little bit of debris starting to fly through the air, mostly small tree limbs and some leaves as well. Keep glancing to my left to make sure that nothing bigger is coming our way. We are definitely on the western side of this hurricane, the northwest side. This is generally known as the weaker side, but boy, I'll tell you, you couldn't tell it looking into some of this wind. Some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far. I keep saying that, but every time I do, we get another bigger gust coming from Katrina. Definitely in the western part, maybe the extreme western side of the eye wall. Winds dead out of the north right now, blowing again, gusting as high as hurricane force, maybe up to about 80 miles an hour here. Definitely doing a lot of tree damage. At times, it's hard to see more than maybe a few yards because there's so much water in the air. Whoa, this is some strong stuff that we're getting here right now. It's unbelievable that it has lasted as long as it has. Katrina really has had a kick to it.
All right, we are getting reports now that New Orleans could be a month without power. It could take that long to get power restored to customers.
And you think probably even longer in some of the more rural areas, and then especially as you spread up into southeast Mississippi, you have all those pine trees there, and we just keep getting those extremely high wind gusts. And right now, flooding and structural damage has been quite considerable across southeast Mississippi as well this afternoon. You're looking at a Doppler radar image, and you can see we are looking at winds that continue to gust extremely high across the area. And probably the biggest question on everyone's mind is, where is the center of Hurricane Katrina going from here? And right now, this is what we're expecting. We're expecting the center to continue to pass up across east central Mississippi, and that means it will at least spread hurricane force wind gusts close to the Tupelo area before we see it downgraded to a tropical storm later on tonight. And we could have tropical storm force winds as far north as parts of the Ohio River Valley by the day on Tuesday. So we're not only talking about high winds, we're talking about flooding and also isolated tornadoes in there.
That's right. This is still a dangerous hurricane. It's going to produce major inland wind impacts as we're going to see structural damage, even well inland, also down trees and power lines that will lead to massive outages. And of course, we're already seeing that heavy rain, and we could also see isolated tornadoes. And we have a number of warnings out right now.
Now, we haven't seen the last of Hurricane Katrina, now a Category 1 storm. Keep it right here on the Weather Channel. We'll have the very latest information, and we'll talk to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, coming up.
This program.
Look at this awesome new video from Covington, Louisiana. We are seeing the water many feet high. It has virtually uplifted this barn, and it's just floating away. And the problems are going to continue not only in this area, but well inland. Well, this morning, the streets of Mobile, Alabama also turned into rushing rivers.
Reporter Tony Thomas of WAGA gives us a closer look at Mother Nature's fury.
A citywide curfew is in effect here in Mobile as Katrina continues to roar through. Several streets in the downtown area are under several feet of water. This area we're standing in now, just 3 or 4 blocks off what is normally the banks of Mobile Bay. City officials had feared there would be a strong storm surge and it would flood much of this area. Their fears have been realized. Tens of thousands of people are without power today. Down in Battleship Park, which is on the northern end of Mobile Bay, the whole entire area is underwater. We are hearing reports of homes on the edge of the bay that are normally 12 and 13 feet built up have water, 16-foot waves of water coming through their lower stories. Authorities here hadn't worried as much about the wind, although we have received hurricane force winds throughout the day here. Their biggest worry has been this storm surge. They put the curfew in effect because they fear once these winds die down, residents will get out and try to look around and come across this heavy water on the streets and possibly find that those streets aren't there. They've been washed away. In Mobile, Alabama, I'm Tony Thomas. Now back to you.
Thanks, Tony, for that live report. Just devastating video out of the Mobile Bay area. Who could imagine a storm surge quite that high? Now, of course, when you have hurricanes, you also have tornadoes, and we are seeing plenty of those today across eastern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Now let's bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, we just had a report just a little over about 40 minutes ago now out of the Laurel area of a 110-mile-an-hour wind gust there along Interstate 59. How long and how much further in can we expect these 100-mile-per-hour winds to go?
Well, that's with that inner eye wall of Katrina through the afternoon, and it's going to go north about as far as Meridian, Mississippi. Let's take a look. Here is that 100-mile-per-hour type core. It's like a 25-mile wide F1 tornado blasting its way across. A lot of damage to mobile homes, to weaker structures all across this area. Then the 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts probably will extend all the way north to Tupelo. Wider area of 60-mile-per-hour gusts. All of these areas, of course, will have extensive power outages as well. Let's take a look at some of the other impacts of Katrina. Torrential rain. We've already had some reports, southern Mississippi, of about a foot of rain, 5 to 8 inches, spreading its way up into the Tupelo area, heading off toward areas just to the west of Nashville between now and tomorrow. This will cause some flooding. Why? Well, because down in areas that have had this 8 to 12 inches, they could absorb 4 inches. It's been more than they could take. You get farther north, though, look here with the flash flood guidance, how much rain before it floods. It's only in the 2 to 4 inches. So even though the rainfall rates are going to gradually decrease, so will the amount that the ground can absorb. Now, Katrina's weakening a little bit. A few hours ago, it had a well-defined eye. That is filling in just a little bit still, though, hurricane winds with that. Occasionally some lightning in that eye wall, most of the lightning in those outer rain bands. That means definitely with all the strong winds aloft, we can get tornadoes today. This band that's in the Georgia-Alabama border working its way for this evening and tonight up in toward the Atlanta area, from southern Alabama up into northern halves of Alabama as well. Tomorrow we'll have some tornado threat in these yellow areas farther off toward the north and east. So very dangerous storm here as we see Katrina pushing off to the north. Now let's switch sources very quickly here. We'll see we have in these outer rain bands 1, 2, 3 of them now, all with Red County shaded tornado warnings. Areas southwest of Montgomery there, Monroe and Wilcox counties with tornado warnings. Then we have Pike County, Coosa County and Talladega County, and finally just across the border from Georgia there, Chambers County. These storms are all moving off toward the north-northwest at about 50 miles per hour. So you may not see these tornadoes coming. They could be embedded in rain, and they're moving very quickly. So if you get one of these tornado warnings, please heed them. Christina, Kevin?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. And I think that's a very good point. You illustrated that if you get one of those tornado warnings, heed them because you will not see them. They'll be wrapped in rain.
Well, we are told that people in New Orleans and across Louisiana could be without power for a month. Take a look at video from the Superdome. Thousands of people who could not evacuate New Orleans for various reasons took shelter in the Superdome. And just after 11 o'clock New Orleans time, we spoke with Mayor Nagin about the damage that the Superdome has suffered, and this is what he had to say.
The building is structurally sound as we understand it, but it does have a roof that is of a rubbery substance, and it's my understanding that half of that substance has blown off, and some tiles are missing. So there is some leakage in the Superdome. There's a hole in the roof, as I understand it, but the structure is still sound.
And with no air conditioning, you can bet it feels miserable in there.
Yes, absolutely. So here's a look at Sky Tracker radar as we continue to track what's left of Hurricane Katrina up Interstate 59, heading towards those of you in Meridian.
As Hurricane Katrina roared ashore this morning, winds battered the Superdome in New Orleans. The roof was damaged, but thousands are taking shelter there, and they are safe and dry.
Flooding and storm surge from Katrina have overtaken Interstate 10. Thanks for keeping it tuned right here to the Weather Channel as we continue to track Katrina. I'm Jennifer Lopez.
And I'm Carl Parker. Even as Katrina moves inland, it's still packing hurricane-force winds. Flooding will also be a huge problem, and countless tornado warnings have been issued today.
And we're going to talk with our severe weather expert coming up all about that.
Hurricane Katrina made landfall at 6:10 Central Time in southeast Louisiana and southern Plaquemines Parish. It was then a Category 4 with winds of 140 miles per hour. But as you know, the impacts of a hurricane are felt well before the landfall and well after.
Now here are some damage reports from the New Orleans area. The Superdome is leaking. There is a hole in the roof. Also, we have reports along the west bank of the river, across from the river in New Orleans. The roof was ripped off City Hall. And Jefferson Parish, a report of an apartment building collapse in Tarrytown, and at Charity Hospital in New Orleans reports that windows have been blown out on 5 floors. We have a team of meteorologists all the way from Louisiana over to the Florida Panhandle to cover Katrina. We'll be checking in with Mike Seidel. He's in Mobile, Alabama, and Jeff Morrow is in Covington, Louisiana. We start here with Jeff.
And Jeff, you've certainly been battered about by Katrina. How are things right now as compared to what you saw this morning?
Oh, it's just kind of a world of difference. Obviously, we're looking at a lot of clouds still moving by here pretty quickly and a little bit of light rain, but I got to tell you, there's really no wind to speak of right now. We're a little bit sheltered where we are, but even so, I mean, some of the winds this morning were pretty intense. They were gusting, I would estimate, and again, I didn't have an anemometer with me, but probably about 80, at tops 85 miles an hour. So it was hurricane force, and that was enough to snap a lot of trees. In fact, we went out here not just a couple of hours ago to shoot some video for you and show you some of the damage around the area. Also, some of the problems were the flooding here on the North Shore, believe it or not. Now, this all kind of moved around on Lake Pontchartrain depending on the wind direction. When the hurricane first came in, the winds were out of the north and were blowing the lake into the South Shore. And then as the hurricane went by, for a short time, we had strong winds blowing the lake back up here toward the North Shore. And again, there was moderate flooding here, at least 3, 4, maybe 5 feet deep in some areas. Also, some structural damage. There's a theater down the road here that has some pretty bad structural damage. A lot of the stucco on the side of the building all came apart. And that's probably about the worst we have seen, aside from a heck of a lot of tree damage. Going to give you some more information here, particularly down toward the New Orleans area. 40,000 people flooded in St. Bernard Parish, 40,000. And one-story homes on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain there, when the lake came in, flooded to the rooftops there. So the levees were breached in many areas, at least topped over as the lake came over. And I-10 ramps look more like boat ramps. Yeah, it was a mess, and it's going to continue to be a mess. And any water that's down there in New Orleans is going to take some time to pump out. They're going to need power, for one thing. And that's one thing we don't have here right now. No power, no cell service. It's interesting how we're actually talking to you, but we're able to get you the information, and we'll try to stay up as long as we can. Carl and Christina?
All right, Jeff, thank you.
I'm sorry, not Christina, Jennifer.
It's all right.
Just an amazing number there. 40,000 homes underwater.
And
unbelievable.
Just one parish, one county, so that's just incredible numbers. Well, along the Alabama coast, you've also been hit with some huge waves as well as strong winds that have been knocking down the trees, and there's plenty of reports of storm surge.
And meteorologist Mike Seidel has been battered by Katrina in Mobile, Alabama. And Mike, the flooding downtown, very much like what happened with George in 1998.
Yeah, even worse than George, and the worst on record, Carl, was Frederick with a 12 to 13-foot storm surge back in 1979, and trees down everywhere because of these winds, which have gusted nearly 90 miles an hour. We still had a gust last hour over hurricane force at the airport. Look at all the debris. Now, again, we're not talking about major structural damage, but we've got branches down off this pine tree, but this is what we've seen a lot of coming off this building next to me. Somebody's going to have to call a roofer because we've got the shingles everywhere. And you can see some of these smaller limbs that come off. some of these larger trees. Actually, this limb weighs probably about 40 or 50 pounds. Let me take you downtown because there's a real issue down there. As Carl mentioned, the surge. We're talking about 8 feet of water down on Water Street, of all things, and Royal Street, down around the government complex, and many areas down there. You can't get down there. The parking meters, you can see the water at least 3/4 of the way up the parking meters, even up to the bottom of the interstate signs down there. We tried to get down some of the ramps. We had to back up because everything was underwater. And this could easily, we'll have to wait and see, be the highest storm surge they've seen on record, worse than Frederick, Camille, and George. Let's talk about how the government, how the local agencies are handling this. There is now curfew for Mobile, the Mobile area. 150,000 Alabama Power customers are without power, 150,000 customers. Most of those here in the Mobile area, more shingles flying through the air here. And as far as the airport is closed, just 7 miles west of here, it is closed today. Tomorrow they're going to try to open it up. They don't know what time they're going to open it up, but they're going to make that attempt. Carl, Jennifer?
All right, Mike, thank you very much.
Numerous tornado warnings continuing across Alabama and into Mississippi. Our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forrest, is up next.
As Katrina moves inland, it's still packing very strong winds. Flooding will also be a huge problem, and countless tornado warnings have been issued today.
And we will talk with our severe weather expert coming up all about that.
Well, Hurricane Katrina making landfall at 6:10 Central Time in southeast Louisiana and southern Plaquemines Parish. It was a Category 4 with winds of 140 miles per hour. As you know, the impacts of a hurricane are felt well before the landfall and well after.
And here's some damage reports from the New Orleans area. The Superdome is leaking, a large hole in the roof. And in Gretna, which is just to the, on the west bank across the river from New Orleans, the roof was ripped off City Hall. And in Jefferson Parish, a report of an apartment building collapsed in Terrytown. And as we head into Charity Hospital in New Orleans, reports of windows have been blown out on 5 floors.
And let's talk about some of the impacts here as we take you into New Orleans. First of all, devastating flooding, water level rise of 16 to 22 feet, winds of 120 to 145. And in Gulfport, Mississippi, same water level rise, waves of 25 to 35 feet, winds up to 120 miles an hour.
Hurricane Katrina is still a Category 1 hurricane, winds up to 75 miles an hour. It's making its way into southern Mississippi, now just to the northwest of Laurel, Mississippi. Continuing that north movement, should be crossing over Interstate 20, coming just to the west of Meridian. And as we go through the night, a big concern, the threat of tornadoes and strong gusty winds. Not a time to be out there driving. Easily could be finding falling trees coming down and doing more damage. We have a team of meteorologists from Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle to cover Katrina. Mike Seidel filed a report from Mobile, Alabama, and Jeff Morrow filed a report as he rode out the storm in Covington, Louisiana. We start with Jeff.
It is 9:05 Eastern, 8:05 local time here in Covington, Louisiana. Again, we're seeing some pretty strong winds at the present time. Coming down in gusts, we've already seen some tree damage here and a little bit of debris starting to fly through the air, mostly small tree limbs and some leaves as well. Keep glancing to my left to make sure that nothing bigger is coming our way. We are definitely on the western side of this hurricane, the northwest side. This is generally known as the weaker side, but boy, I'll tell you, you couldn't tell it looking into some of this wind. Gusts definitely probably up almost to hurricane force right now. At times it's a little bit difficult to stand. Just wind-driven sheets of rain blowing sideways. A lot of trees bending over, and a lot of them have come down. Power's been out since early this morning around this area, and with this much rain coming down, I'm sure we'll have some localized flooding. Some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far, I keep saying that, but every time I do, we get another bigger gust coming from Katrina. Definitely in the western part, maybe the extreme western side of the eye wall. Winds dead out of the north right now, blowing again, gusting as high as hurricane force, maybe up to about 80 miles an hour here. Definitely doing a lot of tree damage. At times, it's hard to see more than maybe a few yards because there's so much water in the air. And at the very least, you're risking your vehicle and your life. Again, we get these gusts coming by that just are tremendous. With all the water and leaves flying through the air, it actually hurts to stand out here because the wind's blowing so hard at times. We've been having a tough time here. Whoa! This is some strong stuff that we're getting here right now. It's unbelievable that it has lasted as long as it has. Katrina really has had a kick to it. We're going to try to go out and survey some damage in the area, hopefully soon. It's been very dangerous to try to get out on the roadways.
And thankfully, we can report that Jeff and his crew are doing just fine.
All right, well, the Alabama coast has been getting hit with some huge waves as well as winds so strong they're knocking over trees, and there's been plenty of storm surge.
And meteorologist Mike Seidel filed these reports after being battered by Katrina in Mobile, Alabama.
The brunt of Hurricane Katrina hit Mobile mid-morning to early this afternoon. Wind gust up around 90 miles an hour and debris everywhere. No serious structural damage where we are, but we've seen a lot of this, a lot of shingles being blown off roofs in the area. You can see a lot of trees down. There's going to be some cleanup, obviously. And speaking of trees, everywhere trees are down, and at least 100,000 customers here in Mobile County without power. Let's take you downtown. The real serious story is the flooding. Incredible. This could be the highest surge on record. Frederick in 79 brought the water up 12 to 13 feet, but water everywhere 6 to 8 feet deep, almost as high as the top of parking meters and interstate signs. And it's going to be a while for that water to completely recede as the winds continue to blow onshore through this evening and early on Tuesday morning. In the meantime, the weather will turn around. The sunshine comes back out, and highs will be back in the low 90s Tuesday through next weekend. Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, Mobile, Alabama.
Still very gusty there in Mobile, Alabama. Winds gusting to 64 miles an hour and gusting as high as 41 miles an hour in Meridian, Mississippi.
As it moves across the inland areas of the southeast, we're concerned with structural damage from strong, gusty winds, down trees and power lines, a big possibility, massive power outages, again, heavy rains and tornadoes. Tuned right here as we continue to track Katrina. The official landfall of the first time it made landfall was at 6:10 Central Time, right over the Louisiana Delta.
We've had a crew in Biloxi, Mississippi. One of our producers, Simon Temperton, talked to us on the phone as the worst of the hurricane was ripping through Biloxi.
We're going through some unbelievable conditions right now. We're actually in the Armed Forces Retirement Home here in Gulfport, and we're standing inside, and water has been seeping into the building. I'd say we had like a 20-foot, at least that much storm surge outside. It's washed all our vehicles away, our rental cars and everything else. Now water is seeping into the home here, and they've evacuating everybody to the second floor. I'd say I'm standing in like 5 or 6 inches of water, and it's all the power's out, of course, and there's a few emergency lights, but it's a very daunting prospect right now that we're facing. We can't even go outside. We're not really sure what's happening, to be honest. Our satellite truck had to drive out, and he was underwater, and our rental vehicle, the water came up to the top so fast, and we tried to get a few of the cars out, but then the drivers got stuck. We had to rescue them because, you know, never drive in water, so that was really bad. And so it's a very dangerous situation we're in right now, and everyone's a little bit apprehensive, and they're evacuating everybody here in the home, like 300 or 400 residents, to the second floor. You know, I've been doing this for 15 years and being Mr. Cantori's producer for many hurricanes, and I've never seen anything like this. This is probably the scariest situation we've been into. I mean, just a sudden rise of water and how fast and how it's coming to this building. You know, when we got here yesterday, they said we're good for like 27, 30 foot, and they've never seen anything like this before here. They thought that they were completely safe. You know, but now water is seeping in, and we're not even shooting anymore. We're basically self-preservation now. We're helping the people as much as possible to put up boards and sandbags up against the doors to stop the water flooding in. You know, we've basically become part of the crew here to help them as much as possible. You know, Jim Cantori was, you know, right now he's got a board in his hand, and we're moving sandbags and everything else. And in fact, in the time I've talked to you, the water has risen probably another 3 or 4 inches. No, it's another 3 inches. It's up to nearly the top of my boots here on the first floor.
Wow, just amazing. And still, Mississippi just getting pounded by terrible weather.
They certainly are. The worst of the rain is now beginning to move away from New Orleans, but we are still getting very gusty winds along the coast. And I'll tell you, folks, this story is going to go on for a long time. In Birmingham, right through tonight into tomorrow morning, heavy rain and flooding, gusty winds, isolated tornadoes, power outages are possible. We'll find more of the same in the Atlanta area right into tomorrow.
Katrina. This is I-10 in Mobile, completely washed out. At least 116,000 people are without power. The Salvation Army is preparing to serve 400,000 meals a day to victims and emergency responders throughout the Gulf. Walmart is donating $1 million to the Salvation Army to help with disaster relief. Right now, Katrina is blamed for 10 deaths. 3 were in a nursing home in New Orleans.
And thank you for keeping it tuned right here as we continue to track Katrina, a storm that is still packing a punch as it moves inland.
Landfall occurred at 6:10 Central Time this morning, just battering the coast and flooding it out right over the Louisiana Delta. Gulfport is another area that was hard hit by Katrina. Storm surge pushed sailboats on top of US 90 in Harrison County. Gulfport Central Fire Station is closed because winds just whipped off the doors and caused structural damage. Our own Jim Cantori and crew is there. They are safe tonight in a veterans retirement home. And parts of Mobile, Alabama are underwater due to strong storm surge from Katrina.
A curfew has been in effect all day. WAJ reporter Tony Thomas has been in Mobile. He shows us the aftermath.
Well, you are looking at video out of New Orleans where we are looking at downtown damage here. Lots of flooding. We're getting reports of windows that have been blown out, just whole windows blown out. And again, you can see the street flooding there, and the winds are really whipping around. And no doubt we're going to get many more reports of damage as we see people getting those pictures back to us.
Yeah, and that, again, was standing water in the downtown area. And, of course, we had reports of a levee break earlier this morning, up to 9 feet of water, 9 feet of water in some areas east of the city. So, again, as we get more video in, as we're able to get back into the city, we will certainly be, I'm sure, looking at a worst-case scenario there. And here's a look at SkyTracker radar, and we're still looking at damaging winds pushing their way through east central Mississippi between Jackson and Meridian. Expect trees down, widespread power outages, and maybe even some minor structural damage.
You'll want to stay with us for continuing coverage of Hurricane Katrina. Coming up next, Carl Parker and Jennifer Lopez will have the very latest.
I'm ready to fight my cancer.
I'm ready.
I can't compare to the damage that's going on west of us, so we're fine here. Don't worry about us, but unfortunately, I'm a little worried about these people in the water behind me. That is a very bad idea, and I'm just going to say those people are not so intelligent, to say it nicely. But as you can see, that water is still looking nasty, as Jennifer mentioned, and thankfully, we have these dunes right here by our hotel, and they go up about 15 feet, and that's what's been protecting the hotel here. Where they haven't seen these dunes, they have seen the washover, and of course, the Gulf of Mexico, we're getting that southerly winds getting pushed up and over the seawall, and that has caused some flooding on the roadways and of course some erosion. There's going to be major erosion problems from Fort Walton Beach to points west of here, Gulf Shores, on into Pascagoula, and of course devastation as we head west of that area. Now, we wanted to let you know we just spoke to the sheriff. 98 is still closed between Fort Walton and Destin, and the Department of Transportation is going to check it out tomorrow, see if they can salvage that. They just finished repairs still from Ivan and Dennis here. And I also want to make it known that Pensacola, the airport, will be open tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. So Jennifer and Carl, looks like you'll be able to get out of Pensacola, but if you're trying to head west, you will not be able to fly in.
All right, thanks so much, Stephanie. Good to see that area fared well because they have been known to get hit by hurricanes.
Well, we are watching the ongoing tornado threat. We want to take you through some of the warnings now. First of all, into North Georgia, we have a warning for Floyd County continuing. That expires at 6:15, just a few minutes from now. Morgan County expiring also at 6:15. Tornado warning for Russell County until 6:45. And then down into Alabama we go. Tornado warning for Barber County. We've also got Chattooga County, Macon County, and these cells are generally moving towards the north at about 40 miles per hour.
Hard to see these tornadoes because there's so much rain coming down, so not a time to get out there. In fact, let's get the latest. Let's bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes.
And Dr. Greg, we often talk about these outer bands and the tornadoes and the lightning that these storms produce, but you don't see the lightning in the central part of the hurricane, usually. Why is that?
Well, usually that area has such widespread cloud around it and rain that it doesn't get unstable enough for the clouds to get vigorous enough to generate the lightning, but you sure do out on the edges. Look here around shortly after sunrise, lots of partly cloudy conditions. You'll see then during the afternoon, the heating of the afternoon, all these rain bands out here then pop up with a lot of deep clouds, deep thunderstorms, and lightning. The rain band, the inner rain band of the hurricane has lost its lightning. Now, we do have quite a few tornadoes that we're warning on. There's one storm that we've had an individual report. Our winter weather expert, Paul Cosin, has reported some rotation in the Buckhead area with this storm. It's coming very quickly now in the areas northwest of Atlanta, just west of Sandy Springs, heading just west of Roswell. Can't totally rule out a tornado with that storm either. And we will see that tornado threat spread as we get into the evening hours up into southeast Tennessee, and we continue to have it, especially now in the eastern half of this area. Tomorrow we'll have that threat spreading, continuing a bit farther toward the north and east. We still have a damaging wind threat, pretty strong winds. Tropical storm to hurricane force wind gusts coming up now all the way across eastern parts of Alabama, western parts of Mississippi, western parts of Alabama. Could be 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts up into the Tupelo area, and all across this blue area, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. That will topple some trees, power lines, lots of widespread power outages all across all of this area in blue up into tomorrow, up all the way to the Ohio Valley. Torrential rain as well. Inside this green area, 5 to 8 inches of rain, could be locally 12 inches. Most of the rain has already fallen down in southern Mississippi, up to about a foot. Heads its way toward the Louisville area on the Wednesday, gets up into even the Cleveland area. Now take a look here. This is how much rain it would take to generate flooding. And it was in the Gulf Coast states about 4 inches. But as we go farther to the north, it gets down less, 2 to 4 inches. So even as Katrina begins to accelerate and therefore gives a little bit less rain, it's going to take less rain up in that area. So we are going to see flooding all the way up to the Ohio Valley. Carl, Jennifer?
All right, Greg, thank you very much for that.
Well, just ahead, we will have more on what impacts Katrina will have in the days to come.
New Orleans escaped a direct hit, but still got pounded by Katrina. We have reports of roofs ripped off and windows blown out. And we'll have much more on this very nasty storm coming up in just a few minutes.
Katrina crushes the Gulf Coast and presses on. Our meteorologists are live with up-to-the-minute reports.
We're getting ripped here. It is still blowing hard.
Our weather experts and hurricane hunters tell you what's happening and why, plus what's next. We'll continue to track the storm so you know what to expect. See the latest travel delays, updated maps, and projected paths on weather.com. In-depth 24/7 coverage and analysis from the Weather Channel. Hurricane Central. The Weather Channel, Hurricane Central. Coming up, the latest on Katrina. But now, you're local on the 8s.
Category 5 hurricane is threatening. Many people go to shelters, many people evacuate, and some go down to the coast and ride it out for some reason or another.
We encourage you not to stand out here like these people are doing, because if something happens to you, you're out of luck. No one is going to get out there and risk their lives to try to save you. So obviously, again, this is not a smart idea to get out there and see how the wind feels when it pushes up against your body.
And that's exactly right. We heard about that last night. There was a point at which the officials in Mississippi, the emergency management, and also the police are saying, if something happens to you, you're on your own. We can't come out and help you.
That's right. An ambulance is not about to get out of that mess. They shouldn't.
Absolutely not. Well, thank you for keeping it tuned right here as we continue to track Katrina. Official landfall at 6:10 Central Time, and more than 11 hours later, Katrina is still powerful.
And that's right. We're still watching the system move up into Mississippi, but it's over in Alabama as well as over into Georgia, where we have the threat for isolated to scattered tornadoes. So be on the lookout for these as we go through the evening. The area is underneath a tornado watch.
And there's still a lot of very gusty winds around the center of that storm, and we do expect to see more of that in the days to come. Let's talk about the inland impacts here in Birmingham. We've got heavy rain and flooding, gusty winds, isolated tornadoes, power outages are possible. Same story here for those of you in Atlanta. We've had numerous tornado warnings tonight in North Georgia. Periods of heavy rain, gusty winds, isolated tornadoes there, and then farther northward into Nashville tonight, right into Tuesday. You've got the same story there, gusty winds, tree damage, and some power outages as that center is going to move up right into Tennessee. Now, farther northward, even more impacts here in Cincinnati. Heavy rains, strong winds possible for you. We could see more of the same a bit farther north and east into the Cleveland area. That would be tomorrow night into Wednesday, and then more of the same here right on into Pittsburgh. We're talking about gusty winds and more very heavy rain. There are your thunderstorms across the Atlanta area. Scattered showers and storms here lifting northward. We've had some very heavy rain, and we have had a number of tornado warnings. Let's talk about your forecast for the next 7 days now. And we've got very heavy rain now lifting up into the Ohio Valley tomorrow and moving into the northeast. So it's going to be a big story in the days to come. It's not going to be over tomorrow, and it's not even going to be over on Wednesday. Fairly quiet through a lot of the west. Scattered storms here in the northern plains. That's going to roll a little farther eastward on Wednesday. Again, we have what's left of Katrina to deal with on Wednesday. Heavy rain, the Ohio Valley, interior parts of the northeast, and then finally things begin to settle down on Thursday. And then beyond Thursday, a fairly quiet scenario sets up across a lot of the country. When's the last time you can remember not seeing that much green across the map here? Very quiet for much of the country. Isolated storms here down into Florida, and we find more of the same into Saturday. Do keep in mind, however, that there are a couple of tropical waves that are way out in the central Atlantic in the pipeline, as we say, and they really do bear watching. We could be dealing with something more as we go on into next week. We'll watch that very closely.
Oh, I hope you're wrong about that. Well, keep it tuned right here. We'll be back with more on a look at the damage done by Hurricane Katrina.
And we leave you with a look at Gulf Shores flooding. Storm surge and flooding will be a problem for quite some time along the coast. We've got much more coming up. Please stay tuned. And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Katrina. Still a very strong storm, still causing a lot of problems along the coast and farther inland.
And let's show you some video. Here we go of some of the damage already that was being done as the hurricane came through along the Gulf Coast. Again, it made landfall along the Louisiana Delta early this morning. Now the center of circulation is pushed up into Mississippi, and it's continuing to move at a quicker pace, up to around 18 miles an hour. But again, the threat for tornadoes here. Let's tell you about numerous tornado warnings in North Georgia. They go out for Pickens County, around Tate, around Big Canoe. Watch out, as well as over into Dawson County. Dawsonville, you're also underneath a tornado warning. Again, these are north of Atlanta, but Atlanta, the city, is seeing some pretty heavy rainfall.
Here's the bottom line. Katrina is still a hurricane, still a very dangerous storm. There will be major inland wind impacts, heavy rain, and tornadoes. We've got much more on Katrina coming up. Please stay tuned.
4 hurricanes, but fortunately, not too much damage across the area, right?
No, we haven't, but we've been talking to the people that have evacuated from Louisiana and Mississippi, and they are very concerned about their houses. And speaking of one of those evacuees, we do have a resident of Kenner, Louisiana, Kevin Mamahat. And what have you heard so far?
Well, what I've heard hasn't been really that great. I've heard that the first thing is that they will not allow us back into New Orleans until the earliest is Friday. Second thing I heard that the mayor of the city of Kenner, as well as the chief of police from the airport of New Orleans all the way to Lake Pontchartrain, has been in what we call a pirogue, as a boat, going up and down assessing the damage, which is 4 to 5 feet of water.
And what about friends and family? Do you have any back there, and have you heard from them?
I have a brother that lives actually in the French Quarter. I was able to text message him this morning up until probably about 9:30 or 10:30, and we've been unable to hear from him since. And, you know, naturally we're all worried and concerned. I have some friends that live in Slidell, and naturally the eye of the storm went through Slidell, and it's not good from what we hear.
Tell me what for you would be the worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario, wow. I mean, just going back home and finding total destruction. And naturally with 3 children, you're thinking, well, if the city of Kenner is down and everybody goes to high schools and junior highs, what's going to happen over the next, 6 months? Where do my kids go to school?
Yeah.
You know.
And you were talking about, tell our viewers how long it took for you to get here and how long you think it'll take you to get back and when you think you'll be able to get back.
Well, Stephanie, what concerns me is it took me 12 hours to get from New Orleans, Kenner, to here, which is normally a 5-hour ride, because we vacation in Destin 4 or 5 times a year. And if the city officials say New Orleans is open, it's going to take well over 24 hours, because the city had 2 days of contraflow traffic to get here, and it took me 12 hours. If they just turn the green light on, it's going to be a madhouse.
Now, I'm glad you did evacuate, but why did you decide to evacuate, but you had family members who decided to stay? How did that work out?
Well, you can only do what's best for you and your immediate family. Some people, I guess, just are just a little bit different in their means, and my brother doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of, he's not married, so. Long story short, we said a lot of prayers together. He helped me board up my house, and hopefully he and his they're fine.
Does that upset you that he stayed? How do you feel about that?
It really does, Stephanie, because seeing what we've seen on the bits that the Weather Channel has provided us today, I mean, my family and friends were just majorly concerned with the wealth of not only my brother, but other friends and families that we've known stayed in the low-lying parishes.
All right, Kevin, we wish you the best of luck.
Well, I thank you so much.
All right, well, as you can see, people are concerned. They've been seeing the video, and Jennifer and Carl, there's really not much they can do until they get home.
All right, thanks so much, Stephanie. Again, a huge concern. Looks like it could be days until they find out, and even weeks without power over the area.
And we go through all these numbers, and we talk about the wind gusts, the tornado warnings and all that, but that's really the human toll right there. This thing has been awful for a lot of people, and it's not over yet. We still do have tornado warnings to tell you about. Tornado warnings here in Georgia, Henry County, and also in Pickens County. We have had some sighted tornadoes. These cells are generally moving north at about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're coming with the outer bands right across southeastern Alabama and up into Georgia. And again, a serious situation because they're hard to see the tornadoes with so much rain coming down. So if your county is underneath the warning, you need to get into some safe shelter immediately.
Let's take a look at our storm on satellite now. And the storm making landfall in southern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana at 6 o'clock this morning, made a second landfall at the Mississippi-Louisiana border at right around 10 a.m. Now the center of the storm is moving up 59 in Mississippi, where it's still very gusty. We're talking about areas that are east of Jackson, right around Meridian, Mississippi. It's going to get very gusty here in Tuscaloosa, probably is already, and into Starkville, Mississippi. A lot of very heavy rain falling as well. This is going to be a problem for days to come as the center of the storm lifts up into the Ohio Valley.
And we'll provide you with more Katrina coverage coming up. In fact, we're going to talk to our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Ford.
He'll have the latest on flooding problems that will affect Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida for days. That's coming right up. Stay tuned.
Wide and powerful Hurricane Katrina rips across the Gulf Coast, wrecking buildings and flooding roads from Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle, and it is not over yet. Good evening, I'm Bob Schieffer. We'll have full coverage of Katrina tonight, what it's already done, and where it's heading. John Roberts in New Orleans is heading up our hurricane team.
New Orleans is a flooded ghost town tonight. Much of the city is underwater. Most people left town. Others are spending this night in the storm-battered Superdome. The hurricane disrupts oil production and sends crude oil prices to record highs.
This is the CBS Evening News with Bob Schieffer.
Well, it's been a bad one. The eye of Katrina made landfall just east of New Orleans as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 145 miles an hour and very heavy rain. Tonight, it is slowly weakening and moving northward from Mississippi with its wind, rain, and flooding. Here's the latest now. The storm has been deadly. The casualty count is growing. More than 500,000 people in 4 Gulf Coast states lost power. Experts say insured losses could hit $16 billion. Hundreds of flights have been canceled, and the price of oil hit an all-time high. CBS News has a team of correspondents in the hurricane zone tonight. John Roberts is heading up our coverage. John?
Good evening to you, Bob. Late this afternoon, New Orleans mayor reported that some 200 people in New Orleans are still stranded on rooftops and that several bodies have been spotted in the water. Preliminary death toll in Louisiana from Hurricane Katrina right now is between 4 to 6 people. Much of the population of New Orleans had been evacuated to higher ground long before the storm hit. That's because so much of this city, the Big Easy, is so easily flooded. It's so exposed. Add to that monster winds, and you've got the makings for widespread damage. Katrina blasted into New Orleans, the most powerful hurricane the Crescent City has seen in modern history. And this monster storm lived up to its billing. New Orleans downtown was strewn with downed trees, windows blown out of high-rises, walls collapsed. The famous French Quarter left with a headache that topped anything from Mardi Gras. It was all a dizzying experience. This man, racing home to see what he had left, lost his car when he drove right into a lake that was the main interstate.
I didn't see the water. It just blends in with the gray of the road, and I just drove right into it.
And he wasn't the only one who suddenly found water everywhere. Much of the city lies about 7 to 10 feet below sea level. This area of New Orleans on the eastern side was flooded earlier today after a levee bordering an industrial canal broke during the height of the storm. For the lucky ones, it was waist deep, chest deep for others. The Mississippi moved right into the living room. You decided to stay here. Why?
I didn't have no other place to go, really, and didn't think it would be this bad.
It was bad, but city officials had expected much worse. Only that last-minute jog to the east saved New Orleans from catastrophe. A city that had become famous for near misses took a hard punch, but not the knockdown it could have been. About 9,000 people here in New Orleans took shelter in the Louisiana Superdome, the home of the New Orleans Saints. But even that huge building couldn't offer complete refuge from the storm. Lee Cowan has that part of the story.
Never before has a stadium hosted fans quite like this. Hungry, tired, wet, and thankful.
I'm very grateful for this Superdome, because without it, I don't know where we would have went.
The people who came here, nearly 10,000 at last count, simply had nowhere else to go. They were either too sick, too old, or too poor to flee the storm in time.
We just waiting till we ride the storm out.
As riding it out goes, it was all going fine, considering it was the middle of a Category 4 storm.
We can hear it rattling. I think the people in here are pretty happy to be inside.
Until inside became outside.
Here's where it gets a little disconcerting. We've been here for the better part of the night, and really for the first time, it sounds as if the roof is starting to peel off the Superdome. I don't know whether you can hear it in the background there, but it's also starting to show its effects. This is the roof leaking from about 300 feet above, and it's not just here, it's in spots all around the dome.
Those leaks slowly became waterfalls. The roof they were all so thankful for started crashing in.
Scared everybody, scared me.
It barely missed Alex Anderson. Before he and thousands of other refugees knew it, the roof was full of holes. Katrina had found her way in.
We still caught it pretty good last year.
Residents scurried to higher, drier ground, choosing to camp out on the beer-stained floor of the stadium. That's where thousands remain tonight. A new breed of saint for this NFL stadium. Wet, weary, but alive. Lee Cowan, CBS News, New Orleans.
As bad as things got here in New Orleans, when the eye of the storm shifted ever so slightly to the east, the strongest part of Hurricane Katrina shifted to the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. Jim Acosta is in Biloxi tonight.
It seemed like Katrina would never quit. For 8 long hours, hurricane-force winds and driving rains pounded the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It was like nothing this area has seen in a generation.
This is as bad as Camille. This is bad news here.
The beach, like much of Biloxi, is underwater. Katrina flooded homes and turned cars into bumper boats, with a dangerous storm surge as high as 22 feet.
Storm surge has been much bigger than anything ever before. The results has been, in some cases, people being trapped in their homes, trapped in other buildings.
Just to give you an idea of the storm surge here, we're standing out in front of this local highway patrol building. There used to be a road here. Now it's totally covered with water, and it may look like the Gulf of Mexico, but it's actually the Intracoastal Waterway.
In less than a minute, it was a foot deep.
Within hours, the rising threat filled up the first floor of the patrol headquarters, creating a 12-foot deep aquarium that buckled the walls and even fooled the fish.
This building is held, you know, it's withstand hurricanes before. It's going to flood. We'll keep moving upstairs if we have to, and then we'll just rebuild it.
How many floors do we have in this building?
We have six floors, so we have a lot of stairs.
That meant much of the rescue work had to be done out of the dispatch room.
We're going to get you out of there. Just, okay, you need to calm down now.
We were there as a call came in from a woman stranded in her car with her 88-year-old father. Water lapping at the door.
They're stuck on the long bridge and the water is coming up over the bridge.
Help arrived just in time.
They got her off.
Emergency crews plan to launch rescue boats as soon as it's safe. Even after the frantic warnings to evacuate, a few diehards, some with small children, took their chances.
This house survived Camille. We know if we board the windows, if we lock things down, if we hunker down, as they say on TV, then we'll be okay.
After being trapped inside all day long, we're just getting our first chance to look at the damage here. Homes are wrecked, cars are ruined, trees are down, but authorities tell us this is nothing. The devastation is everywhere. John?
Because it swept right over so many offshore rigs in the Gulf of Mexico before it came ashore, Hurricane Katrina sent the price of oil soaring on world markets. Mark Strassman in Baton Rouge now has more on the economic impact of this storm.
Wherever you live, Katrina's gonna cost you. Out in the Gulf of Mexico, the monster hurricane barreled through the heart of U.S. oil and gas refinery operations. The real long-term worry is any damage Katrina caused critical infrastructure, like those rigs and undersea pipelines. And refineries sitting in low-lying coastal areas may also have flooded. Some have called it a perfect storm to drive up gas prices.
They have no idea the magnitude of this damage. Is it a matter of days before things go back to normal, or a matter of weeks, or could be a matter of months?
Operations in the Gulf pump out almost 1.5 million barrels of oil a day. That's 1/4 of the U.S. output. Turn off those pumps and prices you pay almost have to surge to new records. Last year, Hurricane Ivan stormed through the Gulf. Oil and gas infrastructure was so damaged, repairs took months. Oil prices jumped by almost 20%, and that spike has never really come back down. Katrina's damage could be that much worse. The first Category 5 hurricane to storm through the same oil field.
That's the big fear, there'd be an Ivan repeat, but possibly even worse.
So today, because of Katrina, oil traded briefly above a landmark $70 a barrel. A good sign you can expect another jump in prices you pay at the pump almost immediately.
It'll be a couple of days at least before energy companies learn the full scope of the damage, learn whether their world has crashed down around them, and we learn how much more every American will have to pay for that damage at the pump. Bob?
Thank you very much, Mark, and stand by there for just a second, because I want to chat with all of you after watching these pieces across the Gulf Coast tonight. John Roberts, I take it we can't really even make an estimate yet of what the casualties are going to be until people have a chance to get out into these areas.
Oh, no, Bob. I mean, they only know what they can see at this point, and really all they can see is a small piece of the eastern part of New Orleans. I was there, and really it is just as far as you can see, water everywhere. There are people who are asking for help. They can't get help. We called 911. 911 said, we can't help you. You've got to go somewhere else. So it's going to take some time, and when they get into all of those parishes that are down toward the Mississippi Delta, where it comes out there into the Gulf, that's going to take an awfully long time, Bob.
And Mark Strassman, what are they worried about in the areas where you've been today?
I think most of the worry, Bob, is from people from New Orleans who rode up the storm here in Baton Rouge. I mean, most of the damage in Baton Rouge is actually fairly general. Downed trees, power lines. The folks from New Orleans who rode it out, if they see damage like this, I think what they're going to say to themselves is, when we go home, if our neighborhood only looks this bad, we got off easy.
And John, I take it one thing that is really of concern to me is I watched Lee Cowan's piece from inside the Superdome there. It's amazing that people weren't hurt when that roof, those big pieces of that roof fell in. Is there any report of injuries over there that you know of?
Not at the Superdome itself, Bob, but we've heard reports of minor injuries coming in from across the city. But it appears, though, that most people did heed the warnings. They either got out of town or they got into shelter. It seems that the casualties are going to be among those people who decided to ride it out at home.
And what about drinking water?
There's a little bit of water in some areas, not a lot in others. It's definitely going to be a problem, particularly, Bob, in that area it's under 5 feet of water. There's no water lines there, no sewage. That's a potential health problem brewing.
Okay, well, this one is not over yet. Clearly, we'll be finding out a lot more tomorrow. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Mark, and all of you down there. And we also have tonight an update on casualties and damage from Hurricane Katrina's first landfall, which was last Thursday in South Florida. It seems weeks ago. But state officials raised the death toll today to at least 11 in Florida. The estimated damage is now up to $2 billion. More than 300,000 homes and businesses in South Florida are still without power. 30,000 more in the Florida Panhandle lost power today when Katrina hit the Gulf Coast.
Katrina coverage continues here on the Weather Channel, Hurricane Central.
Hurricane Katrina, a storm for the record books.
The storm surge has been much bigger than anything ever before. The result has been, in some cases, people being trapped in their homes, trapped in other buildings.
Tonight, Katrina's wrath on New Orleans. It may be weeks before life becomes easy again in the Big Easy.
Plus, in-depth coverage of Katrina's path of destruction. Find out where Katrina is now and where this monster of a storm is headed next. Well, from southern Louisiana to the Ohio Valley, Katrina is now your storm. Hi, everyone, and good Monday evening. I'm Alexandra Steele.
And I'm Paul Goodlow. Katrina has gone from a Category 5 hurricane to being now just a tropical storm. But hey, don't be fooled. Katrina is still a very dangerous storm.
You bet it is. The people of New Orleans are all too familiar with Katrina's power. The storm roared in southern Louisiana this morning as a Category 4 hurricane, knocking out windows, ripping off roofs to dozens of buildings, including the Superdome in New Orleans.
Now, the eye wall of the hurricane, areas east of New Orleans and along the Mississippi coast, now those are the hardest hit areas. Our own storm tracker Jim Cantore, he reported a storm surge of at least 27 feet in Gulfport, Mississippi, as the eye of Katrina approached.
And the storm-weary Florida Panhandle, they avoided a direct hit, but the outer fringes of the storm still closed bridges, flooded streets, knocked out power, and even eroded beaches. And we have reports of significant damage from Biloxi, Mississippi as well. The local paper reporting heavy damage along US 90. The Olive Garden and Red Lobster restaurants gone. The Edgewater shopping strip mall devastated. The McDonald's and the Village Sports Pub gone. St. Thomas Catholic Church reportedly gone as well. And the Hard Rock Casino on Casino Row in Biloxi, scheduled to open next week, will now need to be completely rebuilt. Let's go over to Paul and let's get the latest on where Katrina is now.
Alexandra, that is just amazing damage. And again, that's all because they were on the eastern side of the storm, the stronger side in terms of the surge. And even New Orleans, we're talking about this storm came awfully close, but just to your east. If this storm came to your west, it would have been even worse than it already is. It's still very bad right now in New Orleans. It'll take perhaps years for some people to recover from that damage. Right now, anytime you have a hurricane, tropical cyclone making landfall, you have the risk of tornadoes. Tornado watch still up for portions of southern Tennessee into Georgia, Alabama, even the Florida Panhandle. Right now, good news, no tornado warnings to report, but you can see another band of thunderstorms coming up. And again, they're capable of producing producing tornadoes with little or no advance warning, and all this moisture on the move. You see the cloud shield already in the Ohio Valley. The rain coming with you for tomorrow and tomorrow evening. So even Cincinnati, we're going to be dealing with this. Even some wind, and again, that could knock down trees, bring down power poles. So we're talking about widespread power outages, and this impact from this hurricane is going to be felt well in towards the mid-Atlantic as we head towards Tuesday and Wednesday. And we still have to worry about this heavy rain creating flood concerns. A lot of people die in these hurricanes, not from the wind. Yes, some people do, but the inland threat is freshwater flooding, and also we have the risk of tornadoes as well. That continues as this moisture moves to the Ohio Valley and eventually to the mid-Atlantic as well. Alexandra?
All right, thanks, Paul. Well, now let's get into tonight's team coverage. Of course, live reports. Mike Seidel in Mobile, Alabama. Stephanie Abrams in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. But first, Mike, let's begin with you. You know, talking to you tonight, you talked about 200,000 people without power, flooding, but that flooding receding. What's the latest now? What do you feel like the people out there are really thinking and feeling?
Well, obviously, they're going to miss their creature comforts. I know everybody wants to get the power back on, but as we heard earlier from Steve Nodine, the county commissioner, it may be as long as 2 weeks to get everybody turned back on. Virtually the entire county is without power. It's very dark down here, but the TV lights, and also we've got water everywhere. Notice we still have some breezes blowing, some of the gusts occasionally 30 miles an hour, but we've weathered the worst. And behind me, you can't see it, but the convention center on Water Street, of all things, and then beyond that is where the water came from, blown in from the Gulf up through Mobile Bay. The water is receding. At one time, we had as much as 8 feet of water down here on Water Street. Let's take you back right now to the height of the storm when it kicked in at mid-morning. It's a little after 9 o'clock here in Mobile as we get some of the worst bands so far this morning. The wind is howling right now, gusts up to hurricane force, and as you can see, Old Glory getting ripped by this wind as Katrina makes landfall over in Mississippi. It's about 9:30 in the morning. The squalls continue to come in. Woo! Boy, that's got to be close to 70 miles an hour. It just stings when it hits your face. Woo! Boy. You can hardly stand up in that gust. That's got to be at least 75 miles an hour. Wow. It's just about 10 o'clock here in Mobile, and this is the worst we've seen as far as the wind. These gusts approaching 80 miles an hour. It has, whoo, you can't even look into it. Listen to the howl of that wind. Oh my gosh. It's a little after 11 o'clock here in Mobile. We have taken some hard hits as far as wind gusts now, approaching 90 miles an hour. The rain continues to come down. We've already had 2.5 inches of rain, expectations of 5 inches or more before Katrina blows out of town. It's a little after 1 o'clock, and we're here on the other side of the building, but take a look at these gusts whipping through these trees, and that flew across the driveway here against the railing. The pool obviously is going to need some cleaning up. Look at the flag being tattered now by these winds, still running at about 60 miles an hour in gust as the rain has backed off somewhat at this point. And Paul and Alexandra, look at this debris, corrugated aluminum.
All right, thanks, Paul. Well, let's take you now back to the Gulf Coast where our own meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. And you know, Stephanie, we've been talking to you throughout the night, and some of the thread of what you're saying is it could have been a lot worse for you in Fort Walton Beach. But looking around, perusing the towns, what's the worst that you have seen?
Well, I even hate to call it the worst that we've seen because it's just been road closures due to some flooding, and it's so hard to say that anything's bad or damaged here relative to what we're talking about west of me, but we do have some road closures out there due to the washover.
They could only watch and wait. Evacuees from Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama staying safe in Fort Walton Beach hotels while their homes and family were in peril.
It's frightening. I suppose buildings that you think that would withstand a great deal of wind, the Hyatt with 200 windows blown out, the Superdome with a roof problem, are all frightening. And then when I think of my home, which is at least 100 years old, more likely than not, there's a great deal of damage, I would think.
My neighbor said he's on his roof. I asked him if he was kidding. He said no, he wasn't. He's a practical joker, and I thought he was kidding, but now I'm finding out that he's telling the truth. So from what I understand, my home is 8 feet underwater.
I'm afraid of what I'm going to go home to. I don't know how we're going to get home. We've got my brother-in-law that's still in Gulfport. He didn't leave. I've got family and friends that we don't know what we're going home to, so we just fear the unknown.
Now, we do have several evacuees here. I would say almost everyone in the hotel, they did evacuate from Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and even just here where we really didn't see a very big surge or wind or rain, we still have closures. 98 is closed from Fort Walton to Destin, and the Department of Transportation is going to head out in the morning and see if that road is going to be okay. But you guys, I have to say, I mean, it's hard to say that we have any damage because there's bridges washed out west of me, there's roads completely destroyed west of me, people's lives, so we're doing just fine.
All right. Well, we're glad to hear it, Stephanie. Certainly everything is relative, isn't it?
That's right. And just ahead, we're going to talk about how the weather will actually affect your cleanup across the Gulf states over the next 7 days. Stay tuned for your weekly planner.
Well, as Hurricane Katrina roared ashore, this is the destruction it brought. Winds lashed the city. Thousands of people huddled into the Louisiana Superdome for safety, but had a bit of a scare while there. Part of the dome's roof blew off.
And it's estimated more than 5 to 8 inches of rain fell within just a few hours, and that has New Orleans flooded. Now take a look at some of these cars here. Water reached above the windows, and at one point, the New Orleans mayor reported 200 people were stranded on rooftops in the lower 9th Ward area.
Well, certainly the damage is incredible. You are looking just at a small amount of the destruction. It will take years and millions of dollars to clean up. Damage reports slow to come in tonight. Why? Weather-wise? Because the weather instrumentation in Louisiana and Mississippi was knocked out.
And here's the latest information coming out of New Orleans tonight.
You know, hundreds of thousands of people in southeastern Louisiana still without power. Could take up to a month before electricity is restored to everyone. There has been extensive damage in buildings in New Orleans, including holes in the roof at the Superdome, and 20 building collapse. That's the reports we have so far. And the levee in the St. Bernard Orleans parish is broken as well. 40,000 homes left flooded. No word yet on when they may be repaired.
And let's give you the latest about it. Again, no doubt about it, this hurricane was a strong one when it came on shore, but it actually made landfall 3 times. Its third landfall at 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time today around the Louisiana-Mississippi border. Now, this is just towards the east of New Orleans, so while it was bad there, we were spared the absolute worst of the storm, but not everyone was spared the worst. Alexandra?
Certainly was not. You know, tonight our live team coverage, of course, includes Mike Seidel in Mobile, Alabama, Stephanie Abrams live in Fort Walton Beach. But Mike, let's start with you again tonight. In Mobile, flooding, a huge scenario, but that water receding, isn't it?
It is tonight, Alexandra. To be expected, the strong onshore component of the wind has backed off, so the water is finally backing off. Earlier today, it was way up there. We've been showing you pictures of how deep it was. It was up to 8 feet deep. We can give you an idea, give you a measuring stick here. There's the interstate sign there, 10, big interstate across the south, and I-165 in Mobile, and it was right up to the arrow just below 165, so it's dropped off looks like about 3 or 4 feet at this point, but there's still a lot of water, a lot of debris in the water, and you've got to watch this stuff here. This almost got me earlier. Corrugated aluminum. This has been blown off buildings all over downtown Mobile, and again, luckily the wind has backed off, so it's not a flying missile. Let's go back to the height of the storm. The wind and the rain here in Mobile County has knocked out power to just about everybody in the county, 200,000 homes. We were raked today from mid-morning to mid-afternoon with gusts as high as 90 miles an hour. And Paul and Alexandra mentioning how the instrumentation was knocked out. Well, the downtown Mobile airport had a peak gust, I believe, about 84 miles an hour. But after about 10 or 11 o'clock, no more wind observations. So we don't know if it was a power issue. Could have been a power issue, or maybe the anemometer was just blown to smithereens. We don't know at this point. But again, the water's receding. It may take as much as 2 weeks to get all the power back on. And remember, temperatures here will be back in the mid-90s with a lot of humidity the day after tomorrow. Let's go over to Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Certainly not nearly the structural damage, less wind, but the beaches have been eaten up again. Here's meteorologist Stephanie Abrams.
All right, thanks, Mike. And of course, we rode out the storm with several residents here from Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. They all evacuated here to Fort Walton Beach. And of course, they're going to go home to just complete and utter devastation to many of their homes. But here along the Emerald Coast, we fared pretty well.
While the Florida Panhandle escaped a major hit from Hurricane Katrina, they still got some significant surge and flooding. Highway 98 between Fort Walton and Destin was closed due to waves and water coming in from the Gulf.
Opal washed it out, Ivan washed it out, and Dennis washed it out, and we were hoping it would survive this time. So far, it looks pretty good. I just hope it stays that way because that's the main thoroughfare from Fort Walton to Destin, and it really creates problems when it's closed.
There was also minor wind damage in the area, and one Navarre homeowner woke up to an unexpected surprise.
And I got to looking out here at about 3:45 and saw lights. And I got to look a little closer. Something's out there, so we got the flashlight, and I walked downstairs to open the door and realized we had about a 50-foot boat up against our dock.
Now here in Fort Walton Beach, fortunately some places have these sand dunes. This one's about 15 feet high, and that actually stops some of the water, and the water here has actually gone down a bit. As a matter of fact, it was coming right up to these sand dunes, but as you can see, it's not doing that any longer. And where they don't have those sand dunes, you guys, the water just goes right onto the streets there, and that definitely causes a problem. So these sand dunes actually work, which is good news.
Stephanie, earlier we saw you talking to people who evacuated from further west of there and riding out the storm there. Did you talk to anyone who probably had a change of heart and wished they would have stayed where they were and rode out this storm?
No, absolutely not. I mean, 100% absolutely not. And I asked them, how do you feel about your friends and family that stayed? And they say they're unhappy with that. And they said their prayers before they left. And some people have gotten back in contact with their friends and families, and others still have not been able to reach them.
You know, certainly a good lesson in when you're told to leave, be it mandatory or not, you should leave. You know, lots of times, though, these storms really haven't done much in the end, and then people said, well, we're not going to leave, and then they don't leave again, and then there's a storm like this one.
And here's the thing, New Orleans, we've been dodging bullets for years and years and years. This one, I think we've been grazed. It wasn't a direct hit, and it's bad right now, really bad. But here's the thing, it could have been worse.
Absolutely. All right, more on Tropical Storm Now, Katrina. Just some of the damage, fires in Louisiana. We'll talk about where this is coming up.